the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tul's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vexino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tul's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tul's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
Hello again and welcome to another Modern Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. Ah! How are we all doing today, guys? It is a classic Modern Glory Chime Bollocks talking about anything stream today. That's it. I've got no real major topic of discussion. I mean, I do want to cover the metadata at some point. I hardly even know her. Metadata at some point. But other than that, we are like a leaf on the wind. We will go wherever we are blown. Let us watch how we soar. All right, I've been watching Firefly again recently. Anyway, How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? We are doing a Just Chatting stream. We can talk about anything and everything. We're going to talk about Warhammer 40k, Old World, Bot Action, Konflikt 47. We're going to talk about competitive play, vibes play, casual play. We can talk about army lists. We can talk about the follies of mankind. Not mukbang, though. We're going to talk about anything and everything. So there we go. Today, it's just a good hobby stream then. I did think about doing a hobby stream, but I need to reset up one of my cameras because after redoing my studio a little bit. So tomorrow will be a hobby stream then. Tomorrow will be a hobby stream. There you are. Also, apparently, there's going to be a big announcement tomorrow from Warlord, which will be, I suppose, we'll be painting some Warlord models tomorrow. And I suppose covering that announcement tomorrow. So it'll all fall into place. There we go. There we are. It sounds almost like a train. Hype! Absolute hype. I've no idea. Well, I don't know the details of what's coming, but I know, what roughly what's. I have the outline. The outline. It should be very, very good. But with all of that said, let's get into the stream proper today. And that means, of course, observing our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate people from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for a roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We've got Lucky Cast, Teapot, Sir Newbie, Macon, Zello, Airborne, James Homer, Ryan Tomlinson, Cyrillic Dude, Leroy Bounds, Tank Charmer, John Henry Eden, Eric 2, Swampy Turtle, Lower Decks, Kevin 57, we've got Phase Space, A Gaming Stuka, Mercy Mace, Samuel Phoenix, Top Station, we've got Wolf 58, Eric 2, 22nd AX Cardinal, Denzel Wenzel, Sergeant Sharp, Spaghettus, Mad and Dead, Mad Larkin, The Kerbo Meister, Tato Heckler, Butt Mountain, David Davidson, Hamish Doobie, we've got Saucy Mons, Deanne Steen, Small Hornet, Mad Larkin, Pastor Blaster, Morpheus, Raygun, Jason Reevy, Joshua Parker, Thomas Richards, Dan, The Blonde Demon, SMF, Pigeon Toady, Saban Wilson, Jeffrey, Oh My Puppy, Perspiring Triad, John Zastro, and Nixie. There we go. Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. And Tom Activity coming in here, Gordon coming in here as well. Welcome, sneaking in at the end. There we are. Macallo as well, Mad Larkin as well. There we are. Welcome to all of you beautiful bastards. Thank you for joining today's stream. Katie and Gaz5 and Brown Bread and Foxy. A few more just get in before the doors close. The doors aren't closing. But no, seriously, RCI Raider, Leslie Mitchell, there we are. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to go ahead and smash the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so already. It's just a big help with the algorithm and all that kind of good stuff. And of course, I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who has already got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with all of the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that amazing stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and show our appreciation and say thank you to everyone who has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Start off, we have got Meryl, my boy! Meryl, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Mild, and as always, sir, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar. There we go. There we are. I also want to say a big thank you to Entropic Activity. Thank you for the super chat. Hype and speculation in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, I put my face over here. Let me put it back over here. There we go. Zulu Hype! Zulu Hype! Yes! Can you take a look at the current Warlord Zulu 28mm range and speculate about what units we might get for the Epic Zulu range? How do you think Warlord will handle the unit ratios of units on each side, 30-1 asymmetry? What battles of the period would you like to see? What do you think will be in the box? Oh, and one last thing. Give us some hints. Dance along that NDA line, pretty please. We know you received that email from Jim. I mean, I did receive an email. It is true. But I I don't know if I can share anything because I don't want to spoil Warlord's hype for tomorrow. I did ask, and he did give me some information. I mean, I guess I could tell you this. Apparently, we're going to see. Apparently, we're going to see the logo tomorrow, which will be cool. And then pre-orders will be this week, which obviously means either Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, one of those days. Probably Friday, to be fair. But yeah, so that's what I know. I can't tell you what the boxes, plural, will be. But I think I can't tell you what's in them because I don't know. I just know roughly what's going on. But I think you'll all find out soon enough. I think you'll all find out. I'm sorry, I can't say much more. Like, this is a really big deal. I don't want to take away. I mean, maybe I'm probably not taking away from Warlord's hype train, but look, it is Epic Zulu. I mean, we all know that, right? That is definitely happening. And there's going to be, it looks like, multiple ways of getting into it. I think it's completely come out of. I had no idea this was coming. By the way, I had no idea. I found out when you guys found out. But Varak's video he put out. Literally, he messaged me when that video went out and was like, "Oh my god, have you have you seen the trailer and everything?" And I was like, "Holy shit, man!" Yeah. So I can't say much more. I can't say much more, but. Varak and I are in some very, it's nothing's firm yet, but we are in potentially, we want to do a battle report for it when it comes out. We've no idea how we haven't literally it's not gone beyond, that. So, oh, hey, that sounds like a cool idea. Yeah, 100%. So, I don't want to, to put words in Varak's mouth. I don't want to set expectations too high or anything like that, But yeah, it looks like there might be a Zulu battle report coming in the future. It's Epic Zulu battle report, me versus Varak, maybe. I think Varak wants to play the British, so I'll probably be playing the Zulus, which will be fun. And yeah, I think it's gonna be really good. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I think it's gonna be really fun. I think it's gonna be absolutely epic. No pun intended. And yeah, I wish I could tell you guys more, but honestly, I don't know that much more. I don't know that much more. I can't give away too much, but yeah, I think it's gonna be really fun. I think it's gonna be really, really fun, and I can't wait to try it. Yeah. Warlord's ruination by bank account is a good pain. Yeah, I mean, there's just something iconic about Zulu, isn't there? There's just it's a film that I think, it's one of the epics of cinema in many ways. So yeah, it's very, very cool to see. It's very, very cool to see Warlord come out with something left of field like this. And yeah, it's awesome, and I just think I do apologize for drawing comparisons here, but I do find it quite interesting that Games Workshop refuses to do Praetorians because they're worried. They're like, oh no, what if it might upset some people? And then Warlord Games is like, hey, do you want to play as the Zulus versus the British? And everyone's like, yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting, right? It's interesting. But you know what? I I don't. You know what? Yeah, GW's lost. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. Yeah. If GW leaves money on the table, other people will fill the gap. That's the way it goes, I suppose. What do we got next? So, I can't say much more than that, but hopefully, just wait until you'll find out soon enough. You'll find out soon enough. Let the base of speculation take place, and I don't think anyone is going to. Okay, I'll tell you this, right? I'll tell you this. This is from my limited understanding. All right, there's going to be a couple of ways of buying into this game, and there's going to be a way for you to buy in at a smaller scale, like smaller size of battle, and there's going to be a way of buying in a big scale, not big scale as in like not epic scale as in big size of battle. So let the feverish speculation begin on what you think is going to be in these two different ways of what you think these two different ways are going to be. Yeah. So yeah, let the speculation begin. But I think people are going to be. I think they're going to have their nips blown off. I think it's going to be awesome. They're going to be like, what the fuck? I've no idea what the rules are going to be like. I really do wonder how they're going to handle it, because typically in other epic scale games, it's generally like peer on peer. Like, it's just like a few special rules that separate veteran units from line units and stuff. But obviously, it's going to be a bit different with the Zulus versus the Redcoats, because the one side's got guns, one side doesn't. It's going to be interesting. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got next. Aluminium foil sounds, Cosmic, my boy. Thank you for super chat. Got them all warmed up for you, MG. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Cosmic. Thank you for being the front man. I appreciate it. What do we got next? Butt Mountain, thank you for the super chat. Apparently, I missed yesterday's news that Soviets will be in Invasion America. Couldn't possibly comment. I guess we'll have to find out, Who knows? I haven't said anything. That picture from Warlord said they could be going anywhere. They said they could be going anywhere. They're like, I wonder where they'll end up. Who knows where they'll end up? Will they end up somewhere unexpected? Will they end up somewhere expected? Who knows? Who knows where they'll end up? Who knows? Well, some people say they're going to something. I've seen a couple of theories being said at the moment. Are they going to go via Alaska? Or are they going to take advantage of the Japanese whilst they have their forces committed in Invasion America? Who knows? All I can say is that's a couple of interesting fan theories. I guess we'll have to wait until the book drops before we find out. I mean, I know. You guys will just have to wait to find out. I mean, I know. There you go. I guess you have to find out. Yeah. What do we got next? Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Yes, you're now up to 18 Schreckwolfen. I would give you a load of shit, and I would say you're a bad man, but I have 18 Ursus. Technically, I've got 24 Ursus, actually, but 18 plastic ones. Technically, I have 27, but because of Drugov as well. But I won't give you any shit. I think they look awesome, man. I really do. I think you've done an absolutely amazing job. Camo trousers, the shading of the pectoral muscles Most excellent, sir. Most excellent indeed. Awesome job, man. Great to see you on the Konflikt and on the Shrek Wolfen. Nice. I want to say a big thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Pigeon Toady. Pigeon Toady, thank you so much for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Next, we've got Hamish. Thank you for the super chat. The Giga Chat, yes. Upsetting news and discussion. No idea what this is going to mean. Hopefully, an updated kit. Oh yeah, everyone's throwing this around at the moment. I think so. There's been a picture going around saying that the Baneblade is sold out online, but I think it got updated to just temporarily out of stock. So I think this is something that everyone's shitting themselves over, but actually it's fine. I'm just gonna check. Maybe it will be beef. If it, I don't think they'd be squatting the Baneblade though. But I'm just gonna have a look. I think it's literally just it's either it's a slight mislabel from GW or I just say sold it online. Actually, I thought it got updated to temporarily out of stock. Yeah, I thought it got updated. I thought so. It's interesting. It seems to be. Let me have a look at the Discord because I swear it's been bouncing back and forth between, sold out online there. Sold out online. I'm sure it said temporarily out of stock. That's why everyone's discussing snacks. Sold out online. Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I thought I saw someone. Oh, there you go. Oh, no. So, no. That's the same thing. Well, I'm not sure then, to be honest. Yeah. I'm not sure. So, I find it highly implausible. Folks, like the note above it on GW website says it's due to be removed. Where does it say that? Where does it say that? They sold out after a video on Super Heavies and Bulgari lol. Hover over it. Okay. This product is out of stock and is due to be removed from the web store. So, if I was a betting man, I don't think they're squatting the Baneblade. Okay, it's a bold take, I know, but I don't think they're squatting the Baneblade or any of the other ones. And I will tell you why I don't think they're squatting it. I think they're reboxing it. Okay, now if it goes away, it goes away. But and then I'll go full beef mode, crash out, right? I think it'll be reboxing, and I'll tell you why. If anyone's actually bought a Baneblade box, it's a really strange, awkward shape. I don't think it's, it's not. If you've ever built one, it's not. It doesn't really fall in line with any of the other shapes that a box that GW goes for, and GW is absolutely bloody obsessed with the logistics of their box, how much they can get on pallets and stuff. That's why their sprues are so packed full of bits, because they try and have, if you look, they try and have everything be on 2 sprues, maximum 3 sprues. Even some of the biggest boxes, they still try and keep them on as few sprues as possible. And the reason for that is people think, oh, well, that's because it saves them plastic. But I don't think it really does when you think about it. It's as if you've got 1 sprue that's mega chocker or 2 sprues that are fairly spaced out, it's the same number of bits, right? Maybe the frame counts a little bit, right? Yeah, sure, whatever. But I think it's because it allows them to get more bits in the sprues, means they can have smaller boxes, which means they can get more stuff stacked up in warehouse space, more stuff could be shipped per pallet, all this kind of stuff and everything. So I think it'll be a reboxing. And I think it'll be a reboxing into something that is more in line with the box shape and size that GW likes to do right now. So, I mean, I don't know if they would, but it's an interesting theory. It's just popped into my head. An interesting idea, I should say, is they might change it to be similar to like the battalion boxes they do. The battalion boxes are all the same size, aren't they? They're all or the army boxes, right? They're all the same size, aren't they? They're all like the Crux Terminatus box. They're all the Krieg box, the Armageddon box. They're all the same size, right? They just put a different sleeve over the box each time. That's the idea. So they have the same inner. They just put a different sleeve over each time. If they do like an insert, they'll put like an insert for it. So I bet with the weird shape of the Bane blade sprues, I bet they're going from a weird thick box to a wider box, which will be in line with which they can basically they'll be doing side by side rather than stacked on top of each other. Yeah, I think they will change it to be a singular variant per box because greed and them hating magnets. I am not totally convinced of that idea, and I will tell you why. Because that's how it used to be, and Games Workshop. That's how it used to be, and Games Workshop made an effort to not have it that way anymore. Like the first two super heavies that I got was a Baneblade box, and it just had the bits for a Baneblade in, and a Hellhammer box, and it just had the bits for a Hellhammer in. There was no cross compatibility between the two of them. Very odd, I know, because now you'd think they'd all be in the same place, but no, that was genuinely how it was back in the day. So I don't really think GW. I don't really think GW would do that. I think it's much more when you think about it, right? If they box them up separately, again, another theory is this. This plays into another point that plays into this theory is this. It's often cited that the plastic costs GW fuck all, but the paper costs them a lot in comparison, right? If they make them all into separate boxes, they've got to give them all separate, like paper sleeves, right? Separate box art, separate everything. And I just think that's very unlikely that they do that. That would be people going on about like bean counters and stuff. Look, hey, I'm the first one to shit on corpo bean counters, but I think that's unlikely because I think it would mean that they would have. They'd have to put a lot more money into having all these different boxes and box arts and all that kind of stuff. Also, if one Baneblade variant becomes unpopular, it's a huge sunk cost. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because you don't have to not buy a less desirable variant. Yeah. All the horse hair tanks are sold separately now, though? I don't think so. The Horus Heresy has two different boxes for the Lehman Russes, but they do come with two different. They are actually very slightly different, the sprues there. But I think that's. I wouldn't judge anything that Horus Heresy does as an indicator of what GW is going to do with 40k, because remember, it is a separate studio within Games Workshop. Well, no, that's not the right one. It is a separate studio. So I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe. It's a solid maybe, Captain. But I'm not sure on that one. The turret is a slightly different shape. And the funny thing is that this is how it used to be. And again, in 40k. And again, GW made an effort with the... And this gives you an idea of how much the plastic is worth versus the paper. GW did the numbers, and they worked out it was easier. They worked out it was more cost effective to give guard players a whole extra half of a tank then to have 2 separate boxes, one for the Lehman Russ battle tank variants, and one for the Lehman Russ demolisher tank variants. Think about that. Think about that. They'd rather give you everything but an extra set of tracks, basically, because that's cheaper than them having 2 separate boxes. So look, right, I'm no GW ball washer, but I bet it'll be a reboxing. I bet it will be a reboxing. If they squat the Baneblade, it would be an insane move. Like beyond comprehension. Because every guard player gets a Baneblade. It's the traditional treat you give yourself once you reach 2,000 points. Or, once you get to 1,500, you slap a Baneblade on. I thought I had some of my drink then. Oh, no, I'm okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think they're squatting the Baneblade. Well, I fucking hope they're not, anyway. If they come for the Baneblade, they'll come for the Russ. But they previewed these things in Warhammer Total War recently, so I really don't think it's going to happen. Yeah. They might I still haven't got a Baneblade. Am I even a guard player? No, you're not. Until you reach 2,000 points and then buy a Baneblade, you're not a real guard player. Yeah, Squark makes a good point here. You like the new super heavy detachment guardsman? Too bad, squatted. Yeah, I mean, that'd be so strange. Although, actually, Squark, that would be very GW. Release a detachment that encourages everybody to get Baneblades, clear as much stock as possible, discontinue the product. Maybe we're in trouble. Well, they cancelled Warhammer Fantasy the exact time when Total War Warhammer was released. So, yes, but that was done because GW, which was essentially trying to, like, make whatever money they could off the IP. And GW thought that they were getting won over Creative Assembly, not the other way around. Yeah. Yeah. Legends when the code hits. But why? Why would they Legends it? It's not. It's so weird. It's so weird. I don't like. Why would they cancel it? I just don't see any. I don't see any reason to do so. Yeah. I just don't get it. Tanks are now banned. Then they can sell you a new super heavy. But Hamhawk, if they just release a new super heavy, I'd just buy the new one as well. Hamhawk, have you seen the shelves? I don't buy either or when it comes to guard. I buy and. It's just a reboxing. Yeah, I'm 99% certain it's just a reboxing. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Via Rain, thank you for the super chat. Hey Mordian, do you think the Maelstrom's custom Crucible characters will make it into 11th? Or will they be delegated to being a late 10th to experiment to be buried? Would be a waste in my humble opinion. I think we won't know until the first codex comes out. When the first codex comes out, we'll know. It's that simple. But if I was to make an educated guess based off GW's previous behavior, I think that they won't make it to 11th proper. I think GW has a habit of releasing a ton of books and shit at the end of an edition to try and squeeze as much hype out at the end of one edition, and then basically squat all of those books when the new edition comes out. It's a very, very weird system. I don't really know why they do. Well, you would think it wouldn't be successful. I was going to say I don't know why they do it, but clearly it makes them money because they've been doing it for years now. Yeah. So I don't think it'll make it, unfortunately. James Homer, thank you for the super chat. 2 ideas running through my head: White Scar biker / predator list, or Polish Hussars cavalry / Baneblade list. Without bias, what's your thoughts? Okay, presuming the Baneblade isn't being Legends, I'd suggest going down the Hussars / Baneblade list. And that is without me being biased, because there's rumors that everything to do with Firstborn is going to go away in 11th. So my advice actually would be to wait until the Space Marine Codex comes out. If the Space Marine Codex comes out and they do another big purge of the model line, which they tend to do with the Codex release, then I would say, but if Predators make it and Bikers make it, then sure, go for that list. Otherwise, I'd go for, if they don't, then obviously go for the Cavalry Baneblade list. Yeah. No more rerolls for Space Marines. Yeah, I heard that their army rule was changing, which is good. It's good. It's much better. Yeah. Oath of Moment was once again, send me to the black ships. Oath of Moment was a bad rule and a silly rule. I said it day one, day zero when it was announced on the Warhammer community article. Go back, you can find the receipts, find the streams. I went, this is a bad rule. Why are you removing rerolls from the game? And the first faction you reveal gets rerolls as an army roll. Yeah. So it's good. I don't want Space Marines to be weak. I have no issue with Space Marines being... It just might sound strange. I don't really have much of an issue with Space Marines being the poster children of the setting, and I don't really have an issue with GW favoring them a little bit. Like, at the end of the day, they're the face of the brand in many ways, and not that I'm a particularly... not that I'm a massive raving what was it, Wall Street or anything like that, right? But I also don't really mind GW obviously making intelligent, but I would say intelligent and reasonable financial decisions. Is when they do the unreasonable ones, which I think is the problem. So yeah, I would just say, like, I think giving Space Marines a rework to make them more interesting, and not just, hey, pick a unit, get rerolls against it. I think that's is a design choice in the right direction. I'll say this, right? I will say this. I'm very interested to see what the new codexes contain. Okay? Because, and I don't know. I think this is, I actually think this is worth diving into a little bit. I do think it's worth diving into a little bit. So I'm really interested in what the first 2 codexes are going to look like. Because I think that the first couple of codexes are going to give us a really good idea of the true design philosophy and true development philosophy of 11th edition. I've made no bones about this. I've not been particularly impressed with the launch of 11th. And if I'm going to be honest, I think we're essentially in a beta test. I think what we're playing right now is actually early access 11th. I think that there's an element of GW. I think they went to market earlier than they were ready. I think that's been quite clear with the state of the app when it first launched and how much stuff has been missed in the transition. I want to do a big shout out to fellow YouTuber Christian von Carmian. If you've not watched stuff, you should check him out. He does some very good videos. And he has done I think it's 2 or 3 hour-long videos where he goes through all of the things that don't work from 11th to 12th. From 10th to 11th, sorry. It reminded me of, remember when, was it Fallout 76 came out and there were those multiple like hour-long compilations that people put together of bugs for Fallout 76? It was very similar to that. I think, you know, it's very sort of similar vibes to that, right? So he did a very good job of going through and sort of documenting everything. And he didn't even like pad out the videos with just showing multiple instances of basically the same thing. He grouped them together. So he was like, hey, look, this kind of ability where technically there's no such thing as objective markers, there's now just objective. So if you've got something that is triggered by an objective marker, it doesn't actually technically work. Obviously, everyone's just going to play it like the new terrain objectives are the objective markers, but technically that is different, right? So I think he's done a good video on that. And I think his videos really highlighted the fact that I think we are in a bit of a beta test, and I think that I'm not going to deep dive it now, but I have made multiple videos myself and done multiple streams on this, where basically I go, this isn't really good enough from a company like Games Workshop. They are meant to be an industry leader. When you go to market with a new product and it's your flagship product, it should be the best it could possibly be. Not people are able to make multiple hour-long videos about all the things that you've missed in the transition from 10th to 11th, right? So just before anyone starts calling me a GW ball washer, which I'm getting loads of people calling me ball washers these days, I'm like, Jesus, man, like the 40k community is rabid at the moment, but but hey, you know what? I understand it. I get it, right? Anyway, but getting back to the main point, I'm really interested to see the new codexes, because I think that more than the balance patches, more than the launch, I think the first codex or two, the Orc and the Space Marine codex, Orcs and Space Marine codexes, are going to actually let us see what the true design philosophy of 11th edition is. Because not only do I think that the initial launch and rulebook and everything was rushed, and I don't think we've seen the true vision of the game yet at all. I think we've seen only half of it. So not only do I think that will show us where GW is actually taking the game, what direction they're going in, but I also think one of the issues that 11th edition has had is it launched with an incredible amount of baggage from 10th edition. So, and I think that's what has caused so many people to actually get a bit turned off 11th edition and not really give it a chance, because it's just been seen as essentially 10.5, not a full 11th. And I think if GW had released the game 6 months later, they would have got the full 11th, right? So what I'm hoping is that what we'll see when the codexes drop is everything will start clicking into place, and we'll finally be able to just really get a true sense of if 11th edition is going to be good at the moment. Because at the moment, if 11th is going to be good or not. Because at the moment, I think a lot of people think it's really good. A lot of people think it's quite bad, but both sides kind of agree things are a little bit up in the air. You know, is this a 10th edition problem coming over to 11th, or is this truly an 11th edition problem? Now, as Aldeus has said in the chat here, if the codexes, like the core rules, are missing things and it says go use the app, I think it's an indication they want to get out of physical rules. Yeah, exactly. And Macon makes a good point as well. Another thing to keep in mind as well with the first codex is it'll set the tone for power level and lethality of the rest of the edition. We know codex creep is real, so the Orc book is nuts. Well, the thing is, that is true, Macon, but what's really funny is in 10th edition was, and some people are going to laugh at me when I say this, but I stand by it. I feel like 10th edition was the edition of codex sleep, not codex creep. How many people did you continue to use their index detachment when they got their codex? I think the vast majority of players ended up sticking with Warhorde if they're Orcs, Combined Arms if they're Guard. And it was only towards the end of the edition when all of the mad shit came out with like 500 Worlds and campaign books, all that kind of stuff. And I think that was when we had Catan spam and Victrix spam and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think that's when a lot of things started going out of whack. There was still there was an element of codex creep. I won't deny that, but there was also definitely an element of codex sleep. So I'm really interested to see what they do with the codexes, because if these codexes end up doing a bit of a rework and it doesn't necessarily lead to codex creep, then I think that would be a really good indication of them trying to get on top of solving the baggage of 10th. But if the codexes come out and they're absolutely turbocharged, gigafucked, overpowered monstrosities, then I think we're in for a very 7th edition. Yeah. So that's just my thought on it. Some people are going to call me a GW ball washer for saying that I'm actually looking forward to the codexes coming out, but I'm looking forward to it because I think it will finally clarify the picture. And I think if I was to make one prediction, I think all the codexes are going to have. I think every detachment's going to go to a 1 DP detachment. The Orc Codex has got 15 detachments in, and a lot of them are like the Grot detachment. So I do think you're going to see. I do think you're going to see a lot of 3 detachment point detachments. And the idea is going to be you do combo them. And if I had any evidence for this, it would be look at all the detachments they showed us at the beginning of 11th. The little flavor town they gave us. Everyone got 1 detachment point detachments. Every single one of them. Now, I don't know how I feel about that. I do think being able to stack detachments could lead to some power creep. But it could also, I've looked at all the guard ones that we've had, and none of those seem particularly overpowered. If you took all 3 of the 1 DP guard detachments right now and stacked them together, I don't think you'd end up with a particularly powerful army. I don't think it would be bad. You'd end up with a bunch of Sentinels, Guardsmen, Scions, and Bulgrin, which probably could end up being quite a good army. Yeah, maybe it'd be all right, actually. It'd look a bit mad, but yeah, maybe it'd be all right. But yeah, I think if I was making any predictions that all the attachments are going to, maybe 1 or 2 will be 2 DP, but I think they'll all start off at 1, and then maybe GW will tweak them upwards if some of them are a bit overpowered and everything. Zach Cash, I have seen a few interesting lists from Space Marines and Chaos Space Marines that use all 1 DP attachments. Oh yeah, I'm sure there are. 100%. I'm sure that there is lots of interesting ones. I'm sure there's lots of combinations. So long story short, I am curious. I am interested in a not necessarily negative way about what the new codexes are going to hold. I am remaining hopeful that they will end up having a good indication of an indication that the game is going in a good way, in a positive direction. But one way or another, we'll find out when those codexes come out what kind of edition this is going to be. If Space Marines come out, people are saying Space Marines are going to like toughness 5 or something. If Space Marines go up to toughness 5, if stacking multiple detachments is absolutely giga broken, then we're in 7 2.0. Yeah. I'm DP curious. Yeah, indeed. If Space Marines go up to toughness 5, it is just categorical proof that we have a numbers problem in 40k. Space Marines started off at the beginning of Newhammer. Space Marines started off with 1 attack each and 1 wound each. Not all that many years later, less than a decade later, which isn't that long, we're now up to 3-4 attacks per Space Marine, 2 wounds, and toughness 5. You know? It's this issue. I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I won't make this video about it. The longer that time goes on, the more that the cracks in the new Hammer system are shown. And there are good things about the new Hammer system, but the stat creep is out of control. And a huge part of this comes down to fixed hit values. A huge part of this comes down to just the lack of things like initiative and all this kind of bollocks. Everything we've talked about before. There were reasons why certain things, lack of force organization restrictions, not necessarily the force org chart, but force organization restrictions. There's a reason why some of these things existed in the game in the past. But now we're getting massively off topic. So let me know what you guys think about the codexes. Are you looking forward to them? I heard they're coming down in price by about 1/3. So at least GW went from hardback to paperback and passed some of the savings on. So that's a positive thing. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Go on, I just want to pay per model war gear again. Agreed. 100%. Cheaper codex is nice. Yep, agreed. They're too expensive right now. I'm hoping the new codexes separate points cost from units so that all detachments don't get hammered for what one does. I don't think that'll happen simply because if they're going to loads of one detachment point detachments, I don't think that's... They'd have to have like 15 separate points lists. It's just not going to work, yeah. Pass the blaster, lol, paperback, so you'll have to get a place when it dies. The thing is, no one takes their codexes anywhere. Codexes are just shelf queens at this point. That's all they are. Like, I did not... I don't think I used my 10th edition codex once. Maybe I used it once or twice for battle reports and stuff. Or for... Well, I used it for taking pictures, but that was it. Yeah. Yeah. I think codexes are just shelf queens at this point. Yeah. Anyway, what have we got here? Got the super chats coming in. James Homer, thank you for the super chat. 1 minute, I just need to check something here. Oh, there you go. Never mind, Baneblade is discontinued. We covered this before, James Homer. I don't think it's discontinued. I think it's a reboxing. I would be 99% confident it's going to be a reboxing. It would be very strange for them to get rid of the Baneblade. Yeah. Russell W, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, sir, for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Russell W. Hardcover Pilot, thank you for super chat. Small hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Not a huge update today. Went to a monthly hobby ignite to my LGS and got most of the base coats done on my Armageddon box captain and my new Crimson Fist army. Nice. Looking good, man. So hardcover, you're on your Marines, are you, for the time being? I don't blame you. I don't blame anyone who's you know, putting the guard on the shelf for a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna keep trying to use them and make them work, but I don't blame anyone who's like, you know what, this is a great chance to try something else out. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Very, very cool. Great start, sir. Great start indeed. All right. Raz Spivari, thank you for 35 months. X-Force, baby. Nearly triple X-Force, man. Nearly got that plasma pistol. Pick some narrative event in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Picks for this weekend's night event at my local club. We ran a 3-game campaign based on Allies' assault on Stuttgart. Brits, Yanks, Soviets combined to try and defeat the Horde, the Style Trooper, and Ghost Warriors. Lots of fun was had, and the Japanese remain undefeated despite all the whining from the community. Hey, the Japanese in K47 are the definition of get good. They are. I had so many games with them where I just didn't make them work. And then I played against someone who actually knew what they were doing with them, and they were really difficult to deal with. Yeah, they were excellent. Nice, dude. Excellent stuff, man. Looks like it was a really fun game day. Awesome stuff. Awesome sauceum. What have we got next? Turbo Tanker, thank you for the super chat. Won 3 out of 3 games with no Ogre or Super Heavy. Sticking with Grizzle Company. Less infantry, sadly. List Discord. Am I just lucky, or is it a good list? I'm guessing it's this one. Tank Commander, Executioner, 2 Hellhounds, 2 Basilisks, 1 Vanquisher, 1 Executioner, 1 Dawn Commander, 2 Chimeras, 1 Storm Chimera, 3 Krieg Squads, Ursula, Krieg Command Squad. I mean, it's just a stat check list, bro. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's beautifully painted. And I mean, I feel like that might be a 3D printed Chimera, which, by the way, I don't care. Some people 3D print, some people don't. That's totally fine, you know. I have some 3D print stuff, you know. There you are. But yeah, it's a beautiful army, and it looks excellent on the tabletop. And it's great to see the Steel Legion getting the job done. Of course. All I'm saying is it is essentially it's a stat check. So if I was to play against your list, it's either people bring enough tanks, or either people bring enough anti-tank or they don't. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 11 vehicles, and only 3 of them are Chimeras. And I've included the Hellhounds and the Bastards in there, but I think that's fine. Stuggelisks are legit. Hellhounds are legit. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a bit of a stat check. I don't think you're necessarily lucky. I think there's an element of it really depends on what kind of list you've been sort of playing against and what your opponents have been bringing. Like, I can say quite confidently, if I brought that list against Simon in the game that we played yesterday, I think I would lose. Because Simon had Silent King, 2 Doomsday Arcs, a Nightbringer, and then a bunch of, like, combat and ship munchers. And I think that I would just straight up lose the firefight against Simon's vehicles, and then I die. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I think I'm not saying that. I think you've probably played well with a good stat check list, with a semi stat check list, I'd say, and I think you've earned your results. But I think you'll run slap bang into a game where it all falls apart at some point. I do, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just the nature of running a slightly skewed list. They all have an Achilles heel, right? So yeah. But dude, well done on your games, man. Like, honestly, don't think I'm taking away from your victories. One way or another, you got 3 out of 3 wins, baby. You should be happy with that. You should be very, very happy with it indeed. And I do think also that it's really interesting. It's really interesting. I do think that there might be an element of... I think Crystal Company might still have some play. I know. In priority bloody assets. I know. It's just, the thing is, I'll tell you why I think that. One, it sorts your order economy out, which is helpful. And 2, priority assets is basically just playing 10th edition. Now, your opponent might not be playing 10th edition, but you're playing 10th edition. So in a funny sort of way, if you take your Grizzled Company list and be like, well, I'm just going to basically continue to play 10th edition. And then play priority assets, you'll be all right, I think. Yeah. The missions don't matter. You tell your opponents. There's that as well. Yeah, there is that as well. Indeed. Indeedly. All right, what have we got here? Konflikt Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Help me pick a hot sauce in stream discussion. I'm going to eat some hot sauce. Which one should I eat? Well, I presume you're going to eat it with some food. You're not just going to be necking hot sauce like an absolute lunatic. Also, here's a picture that I used AI to make a Photoshop picture of my dog swimming with the otters at the zoo that I saw on Sunday. That's kind of cool. Also, Saboteur has their on-brand chair, and God is so fucked next balance patch. So, which hot sauce? Oh, I mean, obviously this one, right? Or maybe this one. I do like garlic. To be fair, I had hot honey burger tonight, so maybe that one. They're all very good. I'd say go for the garlic one, man. I think the garlic one looks good. Yeah. That's what I'd do. What next? Hey! It's a cute dog. Some cute arts as well. Obviously, like you said, you added it in, but still, the two things existed and you did go and see them. It just merged two photographs together. God, when the next balance patch drops. Yeah, I think we're going to get nerfed in the next balance patch. I think it's going to be insane, but I think we're going to get nerfed in the next balance patch. Yeah. Yeah. It's cosmic. He might just neck it. Yeah, he might do. It is cosmic. But he's a doctor, so if he blows the sphincter out, he can just deal with it. It's fine. Well, he works in... Sorry, he's not a doctor. He works in the... in medicine. I think he's an ambulance driver. I can't remember. Cosmic, I do apologize. Either way, he should know at this point. Just tuck that sphincter back in. Pigeon Tony, thank you for super chat, man. I forgot to update my credit card and had to re-up my membership. Hey, well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Super chat to atone for it and some membership to share. Hey, dude, thank you for renewing your membership. Thank you for the big super chat. And thank you for the 5 gifted memberships as well. Holy shit, man. 0007. It's never been done. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, man. That's awesome. Ah, there you are. Just shove that red sock back up there. Yeah, exactly. All right. Superonics Fire. Thank you for the super chat. Some ramblings in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Okay. I wanted to share this because I've had a rough time getting excited to play 11th since I'm a Horde player at heart, but I recently decided to try playing Guard and I'm surprised at how effective I still am with my list. I started a game with a friend and after one turn I can already see I still have a way to win. I don't have pictures sadly, but I'm playing against my friend using Town Montcar with Purge the Foe. I went first and rushed for board control. My Rough Riders killed a Piranha, a unit of Pathfinders, his Storm Surge down to 10 wounds from a unit of Krieg Engineers. My Recon squad... That's very lucky. Do you mean Storm Surge or Riptide? My Recon squad is completing action. Actually, I don't know how many wounds a Storm Surge has. I presumed it was like 24 or something. My Recon squad's completing actions and in very annoying places on the board, but most importantly, my 3 artillery teams put in work. He brought 3 to Pathfinders, 2 to Stealth Suits, but only one of those is alive and without being battle shocked. I'm excited to get to play the rest of the game. Commissar Graves and the rest of my Rough Riders are staged and ready for him to move up his Riptides and Broadsides. I'm having fun and I'm just patiently waiting for Battle Line to be cheap again. So your army is Commissar Graves, Commissar Yarrick, Gaunt's Ghost, Sly Marbo, Caden Castellan, Caden Command Squad, Krieg Command Squad, 1 squad of 10 Cadians, 1 squad of 10 Deathcore Krieg, Artillery, Recon, NGs, Rough Riders, Death Riders. And all of those cavalry are 5-man squads apart from 2 of them, which are 10-man squads, which are the 2 squads of Death Riders. So, I guess the big thing is really, I mean, I'm guessing you're still in the middle of the game right now. It really does depend on what's in your opponent's. It really just depends on what's in your opponent's list. But if you went first, then you haven't had the clapback yet. So, yeah. So one thing I would say is wait. One thing I would just say is wait for the clapback and see what happens. Hey, maybe you'll be all right. Depends what's in the tile list, right? And secondly, I do quite like your list. I actually do think there's something to like mass artillery. I know, crazy in 11th, but I do think there is something to mass artillery where you just go, okay, well, I can only, where basically you take a bunch of fast moving units and you spot, and then anytime the enemy, you spot something, you just go, bang, all my artillery onto that. I do think there is something to it. Yeah. So there's that. And then the third thing I would say is, I think the only thing that do you know what it really comes down to, right? People just want their guard blobs to be good again. That's it. The entire guard the collective guard crash out, myself included, that has been ripping across the Warhammer sphere for the last 3 or 4 weeks. It's basically everyone just being like, I just want guard blobs to be good. That's it. That's it. And all GW has to do to make guard players happy again is to make the infantry good again. That's it. Just give us back the infantry corps. Not saying you have to make it amazing. Just give us back the infantry corps. Yeah. Make it possible to run cheap, shitty infantry again. That's it. And if they do that, I think the guard win rate will stabilize at 42% again. And I think that will be back. And I think everyone will be happy. Yeah. Hardcore Pilot, Joe, you had an idea about dropping points on battleline units, but upping points on officers because it's really the officers that make battleline unit really stand out. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I get the idea and concept, but all you're really doing is shifting the points around at that point. No. The point is that the infantry is too expensive. If you start making the infantry cheaper, but then all the officers you need to take to make the infantry better go up, and it ends up being the same points, you've done nothing. It's a zero impact change. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't agree with it, to be honest. Yeah. All right, what have we got next? Symbolics 5, that's very interesting. Keep us informed on how the game goes. All right, I want to know how it goes not necessarily turn by turn, but make sure you check in at the very least at the end of the end. All right, if you want to give us turn by turn, that'd be awesome, but don't feel obliged to. What have we got next? I want to say a huge thank you to the Baneblade Commander. Hey, thank you for the Baneblade chat. Yes. Thank you, the Baneblade chat, man. I see siege cannons as strong fire support to finish off units or help struggling sectors on the battlefield. Fobs are used to fish for sixes to hit hidden units because they're sustained. Thoughts on that and the role of Basilisk? So I think that artillery, you just need to use it as fire support. So what was the role of artillery in basically 9th and 10th edition? The role of it was everyone, the way that people were building their lists, non-guard players were building their lists, was they were taking about 80% of their list on just smash fuck, and then they were taking about 10 to 20% of their list on action monkeys. And so, probably more like 10, right? And so what you did is you killed the shit munchers, and that meant that they had to then use their big, powerful smash fuck units to then do actions and certain objectives which they didn't want to do. Now I think the role of the artillery has changed, which is that, as you described, it's not necessarily to finish off units or help struggling sectors. It's just, oh, there's an enemy unit. I can see it now, so I'm going to blast it. Its role is basically just simplified to being a damage dealer. Just being a damage dealer. Yeah. So that's what I think. So whether you go fobs or whether you go arty teams, it's essentially just you spot and then you shoot and you just use them to do damage to your opponent. And they're actually better at doing that now because AP -1 is actually relevant. As for the role of the Basilisk is now really an assault gun. You don't really want to use the Basilisk in an artillery role all that much. Like you can do if the opportunity arises, of course. But I think realistically, your Basilisk is just like a cheap stug now. It's just doing direct fire, hit on 3s, AP -2, 2 damage, slowing enemy units down. Yeah. Yeah. So so I think Basilisk is now an assault gun. Everything else is now fire support for artillery. Yeah. Emil, thank you for super chat, man. Small hobby update and next vow in stream discussion. All right. Finally picked up Warhammer Plus Inquisitor. Painted him and his servo skull and servitor. Nice little palette cleanser after the Thunderhawk. Yeah, man. Painting the Thunderhawks up is a big deal. And now on to the next vow. Another Saturnine Dread Knight kit bash. P.S. Check the little Nurgling squished under the collapsed platform on the base. Hey, that's such a cool model, man. I will say Warhammer Plus does make some excellent models. They do. I don't think I've seen a bad one of them yet. Yes, very cool. This always reminds me of like the alien from Aliens. Yeah, but it's just the long skull shape. Very cool. So the model looks absolutely epic. Like actually that is what a Dread Knight should look like. That looks better than a Saturnine and a Dread Knight. And I love the fucking Nurgling at the bottom. He's like, yeah, stop squishing me. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. That's very, very cool. What have we got here? Trevor, thank you for super chat. Beyblade removed from web store today. New kit. Trevor, I sense that we're going to have to deal with this all stream. It's just a reboxing, probably. I think it's just a reboxing. I bet it'll go to online only. Actually, I bet it'll be a reboxing and they're making it into a flatter box. But I bet you it's going to be. Someone made a really good point in chat. It'll be going to online only, and it'll be going into one of the generic black boxes rather than the current full color ones, because the current Beyblade box is such a weird shape; it doesn't do well on shelves. Yeah. So just basically slap it in a black box and have it on and have it online only. That's what I think they'll do with it. Yeah. There you go. All right. All righty ho. Let's have a look here. Now, I'm just going to grab a drink because I am running low. And then I might just nipped my finger with the bloody bottle, closing the bottle. Well, not my finger. I nipped a little bit of my little fleshy bit of my palm. I'm going to grab a drink and a snack, and then I'll be back. And when I get back, I think we should do the metadata, because I said I was going to do it yesterday, and then I was too tired. I'm still very tired today, but I said I was going to do it yesterday, and I was too tired, and I pussyed out of it. So I think we should do it today. Yeah. Tell me you work on a keyboard without saying it more. I mean, I think we all know I work on a keyboard. Look at my fucking job, man. Matter, I already know it. Hey. All right. So I'll be 1 or 2 minutes, and then when I get back, we will get into the data, because everyone loves data. Oh, yes. All right. Back in a moment. Ugh. Alright, I'm back. So, I have an ice cream because it's warm. And then I bought this the other day. So, nearby me, a new shop opened up. And it's like a Asian mini mart kind of thing. It's very cool. So, I went in because if it's a new shop, I like to go in and at least buy something and support it and all that kind of stuff. Support local business and whatnot. And I got this, which is Chill Sung lemon and lime soda, which is apparently Korea's #1 lemon and lime soda. So I'm gonna try it out and see if it's any good. And if not, I'll have to go and get a different drink. I just presume it's legally distinct Sprite, but it smells like legally distinct Sprite. It doesn't taste like it at all. It's not unpleasant though. Very light. Very, very light indeed. Quite pleasant actually. Yeah. A nice cold can of diarrhea deluxe. Well, maybe. I guess we'll find out. I tend to find RC Cola is the one that gives you tends to give you a funny bum, but maybe that's just me. Do they even make RC Cola anymore? There we go. All right, well, now you all get to enjoy watching me eat this quite fancy cornetto. It's still big, is it? Oh, fair enough. Timmy Two Squirts. Yeah, but that's what they call me. That's what they call me. That's what Mrs. Mordian calls me. Not what the toilet calls me. They'll turn the Morning Glory hole. It never went away. That's all it calls you, the great and clean one. The greatest unclean one. Never noticed what you said the other day, but you eat ice cream weirdly. I do eat ice cream very weirdly. I don't even, it's just muscle memory at this point. Because of my previously very bad teeth. Parko, I think all Vanquisher cans ignored invulnerable saves in 9th, wasn't it? There's a relic battle cannon called Gatekeeper. I remember that one. I don't remember the relic Vanquisher cannon. Do you remember when Gatekeeper was an auto-include in every guard army? Because it was a battle cannon that did flat 3 damage. Oh, how the power has crept. That was 9th edition Skeletal Commissar, yeah. Yeah, crazy times, boys. Flat lethals as well. Back in the day, being Cadian gave you flat lethal hits across the entire board. I lasgunned so many knights to death, it was hilarious. Yeah. But the knights were tougher as well. In many ways, weren't they? To be fair, we only had, what, army-wide lethal hits for like 3 months with the new codex, wasn't it? We didn't have them for long. We didn't have them for too long at all. I don't think it's getting discontinued, Yannick. I think it's just a reboxing. So what list won the GTs? Basically las cannon spam and a couple of bricks of scions. Do you know, look at my face now. I think I also upset the Reddit, by the way. I think I upset the Ashmanatar Reddit with the video that I put out today. Because I did the whole who cares? I don't care at all. I just thought that's why Emil, who cares? I don't care. That's why we're not making a stream highlight out of it. I don't know for sure. But the video that I put out today, it had really good views. And it had a really, if you look at the video, it's like 200 plus likes to like 6 dislikes when I looked a few hours ago. All right, so it's fine. But I lost like half a dozen subscribers off it, which was interesting. And all of the comments were clearly people that hadn't watched the video. Which is very, like, everyone, like, there's multiple comments where people are just like, it smacked, do you know what? It smacked of brigading. It was very, do you remember when it was very similar to when the Tau subreddit got very upset with me. And it was like all of the initial, when the video came out, or, there was like, after like an hour or so, this big burst of comments and everything. Yeah, big burst of comments and all saying the same thing. And all clearly for people who hadn't actually watched the video. So, yeah, I don't... So I just get the feeling that it was basically a bunch of people brigading. It felt very similar to that. It felt very similar to that. Well, I haven't looked into it. I don't care. Yeah, Reddit mad must be a day ending in Y. Apparently, I haven't looked into it. Someone in chat said, Art of War didn't like my take. Which is fine. I don't care if they like it or don't like it, but I'm still curious about if that was actually true or not. I'm not going to make any drama out of it. I think both sides basically said everything they want to say. But yeah, I'm kind of curious. To be honest, I'd be more surprised if they even mentioned me. I didn't really think I was on their radar in any meaningful way, to be honest. Not, and I don't mind, by the way. I don't care about that. Morning Glory, if you're not a drama farmer, do you even create content, bro? I believe in free range, homegrown, thoroughbred beef. Not this manufactured factory beef. I, of course, enjoy beef as much as the next man, but it has to be proper beef. They'll make 10 shorts bashing me or something. Yeah. No, I think I was fairly balanced on the entire thing, to be honest. T1238123. You should check out Army Paint to Speed Paint. They're very good. That might help if you've not painted in 20 years. I'll check out some Army Paint to Speed Paints. You just basically prime the models in a matte white color. And then you can do one coat of these paints and they come out almost perfectly every time. They're very good. I wonder if I've got any examples. They're like GW contrast paints, but a bit better. Yeah. Hardcover Pilot. Have you heard that apparently GW or proxies are doing copyright strikes against YouTube videos talking about 3D printing models or even ones unrelated in any way to GW's IPs? Yeah, I watched the Discourse video, the Discourse Merchants video on it, and I thought it was very good. I know we all not beef. I know we all banter. Some people have beef. I know we all banter with Discourse a little bit. You know, the scandal just got worse. Same thumbnail every time, right? But, and I don't like every video that the channel puts out. But I think, you know, sometimes they do, you know, where credit where credit's due. That's the mantra of this channel. Credit where credit's due. I thought that video was particularly good. And I think that the longer that it goes on, the more GW does seem to be engaging in this kind of lawfare style approach. And I think it started out bit by bit, and it seems to be happening with an ever increasingly alarming rate. And yeah, I do have to say it's a little concerning, you know. I watched that video and I won't lie to you guys. I actually, I privated some of my videos. Not any recent ones. Don't worry. You know, but basically, you know how I had like the how to paint dwarf video, how to paint blood pact video, how to paint the Empire State video. I know the iconic how to paint the Empire State video in like yellow paints and everything. I privated those ones. Yeah, I took them down basically. Because those were the ones that seemed to be picked up. They're the ones that the copyright AI seems to be picking up. Yeah. Yeah, they're the ones that it seems to be picking up. So, yeah, it's a shame, obviously, because I don't want to. I don't like doing that at all. I don't like doing that at all, but it's just a precaution more than anything else. Did you show some box art on those painted videos? What did the AI direct to? I did it preemptively, Rolando Rattus. I didn't have anything come my way. But the thing with this AI is that it was like 3 videos. I checked them. None of them had any views in a while. Like it wasn't a big deal. Like I said, it was a very minor precaution. The thing that this AI seems to be doing is any channels which make 3D printing content that it seems to be going after. Now, the concern that, and this, the AI seems, but the AI is making a bit of a boo-boo because there's people that have been like painting historical miniatures, like World War One historical infantry wearing like gas masks, and the AI's picked those up and flagged them for GW copyright. So clearly, it's not a very good system. But what the AI does is it mass flags. So it'll go through, scan all of the videos looking for 3D printed, what look like 3D printed GW models, or counts as 3D printed GW models, and then it will mass report them. And if you get a mass report like this, it can potentially like insta ban your channel. And now you can appeal it, but the YouTube appeal system is notoriously shite. I've dealt with it before. Typically the only way you can really get your channel unlocked is if you make a big enough fuss on Twitter, which is weird. Like, you basically can get enough people in the community to tag YouTube support Twitter, whatever it might be, and hope that you get some big creators that shout you out, in your scene, and then YouTube basically goes, "Oh yeah, this is a mistake," and they terminate you, as it were. Yeah, that's kind of the only hope you've got, which is not a good system whatsoever. Yeah, not an ideal system to say the least. So yeah, it's a bit of a funny one. Yeah, I mean, my number one concern is this. My number one, so people are asking. What's funny is people were asking the other day, why is Gamza? For those of you who know Commissar Gamza, the channel, why has Gamza taken all his videos down and gone down to one video? I bet it's because he's done it to preserve his channel. Because Commissar Gamza's like whole thing for multiple years was like 3D print models. I would actually say, look, a lot of people don't like Gamza. I don't have a strong feeling one way or another. As is the case with most content creators, I sort of just do my thing and I just see that other people are doing their thing. I don't really worry about it. Like there's other creators out there that I agree with and that I don't agree with. I don't really care that much about it. But the point is that one thing I will give credit to Gamza for is he was probably one of the first people that lit the beacons on 3D printing. He was. And he had a lot of pushback on it originally. And I remember a video he did with like a red dreadnought on the thumbnail. And it was quite a shit 3D print. This was 8th edition, guys. It's like 10 years ago. So he was pretty, I don't think he was the first, but he was pretty early on bringing this kind of stuff up. And I bet, and he's even said that he actually, he's done like interviews and stuff because he was fairly well known. Like interviews with other YouTubers, collabs and stuff. And he said like, one of the things he did with his Patreon or whatever it might have been is he said, sign up to Patreon and get access to my entire like STL library, which was really cool. I think if you did like different tiers, you got access to more STLs, whatever it might have been. But he said in an interview that he actually paid off his house thanks to that, which is really impressive. He was like, yeah, 3D printing is, it was the future. I was one of the early ones to sort of talk about it, and he did well by it. So fair play. But the thing is, what concerns me is, for me personally, that was just a little side note, going back to the main thing. What concerns me is it any video that features 3D printed miniatures or third-party alternative miniatures? Because I mean, what happens with any of the videos I've done with my Empire? Because I have a 3D printed Empire army. Well, technically, it's the Empire of Sunland. Now will that be an issue? Maybe it shouldn't be, because Highland Miniatures, all of my 3D prints are from Highland Miniatures, and I don't think they've had any issues with GW. They've been quite good at towing the line and finding the balance and everything. But if they ever come after Highland Miniatures, I'm going to have to take down a whole bunch of... I'm basically going to take down all of my old world content, including all my after-action reports and all my battle reports. And then what starts getting really concerning for me personally is what happens if someone sends me a picture in on stream and I go, oh yeah, that looks really cool, and I show it off, and the AI senses that and goes 3D print detected. Like this is a really bad thing. It's a really, 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 really bad thing. And I don't think it's I don't think GW is going about it the right way. If you just say you're playing one-page rules, fantasy regiments instead of old world, you should be fine. But the thing is, the AI doesn't know that. Raising Rune Lords. The AI just scans the stream for images and scans the stream for models. So the AI isn't listening. In fact, if the AI isn't listening. So even if I did that, the AI wouldn't listen. This is why it's been flagging channels which aren't even Warhammer related. Like there's one guy who literally just, his whole channel was about 3D printing and hobbying, but he didn't even cover Warhammer. I think because he was like, well, I don't want to get in trouble. So ironically, he tried to avoid getting in trouble, and then he got picked up by the AI, and he got 34 copyright strikes or something mental. And that's his livelihood just gone, like channel terminated. Yeah. So it's concerning. Yeah. Yeah. It's very concerning. I think yeah. I out of all the things that Games Workshop does, I'll tell you this, right? Honestly, out of all the things Games Workshop does, every last thing, all of the shit, all of the price rises, all of the fucking half-baked rules, all of it, this is the one thing that makes me go, do I even do Warhammer anymore? As a content creator, especially. Like, it's somewhat stressful that, feeling like there's a sword of Damocles hanging above my head. It's somewhat stressful. It's not pleasant. Doesn't, it's not pleasant at all. I now actually, what's funny? I now actually totally get why brother Albufasa did what he did. Just not wanting to deal with the stress of having the sword of Damocles hanging over you. I now totally understand why Yanovich did what he did. Because Yanovich basically crashed out, but he crashed out because he just had a kid. He was obviously massively sleep deprived. But at the same time, he was like, I love doing this, and I can't do this. I can't love it if I'm worried that my channel's going to get nuked. I just want to be able to, I want to do this stress-free kind of thing. Yeah. But then the thing is, like, the problem is, like, what if I cover Konflikt 47 and GW detects a style troop? The GW AI detects a style troop and it goes, that's a Terminator. Brrr, report. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's very difficult. Do you know what I mean? Like, because the AI is making a lot of mistakes. Because the AI is making a lot of mistakes, it doesn't matter what you cover, you're not safe. So even if I this is what I mean. Like, even if I stepped away from doing Warhammer tomorrow, took all my Warhammer videos down, and decided I'm going full Warlord. Even if I decided to do that, if the GW AI sees a Firefly and detects a Scion, that's it. GG. See what I mean? So there's no protection. If the AI gets it wrong, it gets it. The problem is the AI gets it wrong, and then YouTube's reporting system is a problem. So at that point, you are the one left picking up the pieces. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. Worry for the name Mordy and Glory? Yeah, I have thought about it, to be honest. I have thought about changing it. Make a backup channel. It doesn't matter, Raygun 9000. If you get banned off YouTube, you're not allowed to remake another channel. If they detect that you have, I think they might even do like IP ban something. But if they detect you make another channel, I think you automatically get taken off again. Once you're done, you're done. I think. Depends on the nature of the ban, I think. But yeah. Yeah. Wargaming Glory. Monk Car Glory. I don't think that would help me. I keck therefore I meme. Yeah. You're going to have to give them your personal info so they can be able to just check you've been banned previously. Yeah, exactly, right. Morning Glory. Yeah, Morning Glory might be the better one. Yeah, yeah. No, Fun Jacob, nothing like that. Shillian Glory. I think Fraudian Glory is the best one. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll just change the channel to Buster Rift. Not Freudian Glory, you dirty bastard. Yeah. Yeah. Busting Glory. That's when you migrate to a different video platform. Also, YouTube is the larger. It's not the only one any longer. Yeah, I have thought about looking into that, but I do think it's a lot harder than... It's difficult. Yeah. It's difficult. I would be able to... I suspect I would be able to survive, but it'd be like the machines. There are levels of survival we are willing to accept. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think anything... Anyway, fingers crossed, we'll be all right. Rebranding and a move would hurt at the same time. Oh, yeah, 100%. But, yeah, no, hopefully, like I said, yeah. Don't fall for the meme of going to the platform. Majority won't follow, unfortunately. Frog, you don't understand. I wasn't saying I was going to go to another platform, I was saying if the GW copyright AI goes ballistic and blows my channel up, and I wouldn't have a choice about moving, then I would move. Yeah. Rex, Rex, GW going to single-handedly push all Warhammer content creators to kick? Yeah, I mean, I think to a certain extent, yeah. Bore Washing Glory, that's a good name. Yeah. You're on the naughty list, they might come after you purposefully. I feel like the thing is, it's not about them coming after me personally. I don't think that would happen. You know, I think there are other people that GW hates more than me, and they haven't gone after them. Yeah. Like I said, I think it's just a 3D printing thing. If I had to take every video down about 3D printing, I could do that. I'd rather not, but that would be that. I could do that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think this idea is being done maliciously by GW. I think the corporates had a great idea. Let's use AI to help protect our copyright, and they didn't test it and just let it loose. I agree, Rex. I think that's what's happening. Yeah. Maybe Ashburn Time Glory will trick the senses. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Anyway. How the fuck is that a case? I don't know, Frog. I don't know. Do you get a warning? No. You don't get a warning. They mass report. So that's the problem. If they gave you a warning, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But the AI just because the AI basically just clicks the buttons and it just goes like just go, you know, it scans all your content, detects how many videos it has a problem with, and just goes report, boom, in one go. One day, one go, bang, done. One guy got 34 on one day. Although it's happened to other channels as well. Grimdark Narrator. I don't know if he actually managed to win his appeal, actually. No, he didn't. Yeah. So he Grimdark Narrator was a channel that had, I think, over 100,000 subscribers, well over, I think, and his entire channel got nuked 5 months ago. I don't know why, but he was a lore channel. His entire channel got nuked a month ago, or 5 months ago, sorry. And he appealed. He appealed. People tried to help him and just, yeah. Amber King, he did manage to. He's got over 100,000 subscribers, and he did manage to get his channel back, but he did also go through the same process. So it's a complete crapshoot, you know. Yeah. 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 So it's one of those. It's definitely concerning. If you guys want to watch the video on it, I mean, I could watch it on stream if you want, but I don't really mind just linking it to you guys. And if you want to, if you want to watch it on your own time, you can do. I don't really mind, but it's 20 minutes long. and it's popping off. It's got 77,000. It had 72k views earlier today, and now it's on 77,000. So it's doing really well. But yeah, there you go. If you guys want to watch it, come back in 20 minutes. I don't blame you. I'll see the viewer count plummet. I don't really mind. Like, it's cool. If you guys want to watch it, just come back 20 minutes, all right? All right. Yeah. Right, what are we... we got a few super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Why not both? What do you mean? Watch it and don't come back in 20 minutes. I'd rather you came back, Squawk. Or watch both at the same time. You can watch both at the same time if you want to. I can't do that. I can only ever focus on one thing at once. Let's have a look. We've got some super chats coming in here. Gabriel, thank you for super chat, man. I just bought a Crossing the Rhine army box for $109. And it's generally around $200 normally. Fenris Workshop. Fenris Workshop for those interested. Oh, nice. So is that where you... is that where you bought it from? Nice. All right. Well, good. Damn good deal. You take that deal? Damn good deal. Damn good deal. Well, hopefully some other people will be able to take advantage of that as well. Frankazoid, thank you for super chat. I have my first 11th edition local tournament coming up. I will try my best with guard, use my glorious Baneblade. Glory to the Emperor. Glory to the Emperor. Frankazoid, let us know how it goes. And hopefully victory will be assured. There you are. Good luck, man. Average White Shark, thank you for super chat. Hopium, Baneblade, 4-drill plasma variant to plastic. Hey, that would be cool. What was it? Was it the Stormblade? I think it's what it used to be called. Yeah, I used to love the Stormblade, man. It was cool as fuck. At one point, the Stormblade was actually the best guard super heavy because it was very cheap and they never updated its points. And then I went to Legends and it made me sad. Yeah, there you are. But hey, we can only hope. I tell you what, it would be cool if they made a Solar Auxilia Baneblade, wouldn't it? I'd definitely buy a Solar Auxilia Baneblade. Javo, thank you for the super chat. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 bear emojis. Now I'm not down with the kids, so I don't know what the bear emojis mean. Knowing you guys, I wouldn't be surprised if it's something particularly degenerate. But thank you for the support and thank you for the bear emojis. Wait, is it an Ursus super chat? It might be. Yeah, the Russians are coming. In K47. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah. Or the ball grid. It could be the 18 ball grid. It could be. That's true. The Erskine. John Henry Eden, thank you for super chat. Free Hammer Glory. Hammer and Glory? I did think if I did say if I ever had to change my name, I'd change the name to Steel and Glory or something like that. Which sounds like quite a good name. Quite a good wargaming name. Steel and Glory. So I kind of, that may be one way I pivot to. Yeah. If I had to. Steely Glory? Yeah. Maybe too generic though. But whatever. S&G? Yeah. Morning Glory is better? I don't think it is. I think, yeah, Morning Glory is a meme. Yeah, Death or Glory? Oh, there probably is already a Death or Glory, though. I bet there is. Maybe not. Oh, no, there's loads. Well, there's a couple, but they're both very small, so I think it'll be all right. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I'd be okay either way. Yeah, I think I'd be okay either way. Yeah. X, Dallet made another evidence-free video accusing Morty of not providing evidence for years ago. Interaction tube telling him he's banned, lol. I don't know what it is, guys. I don't know what it is. I just seem to live rent-free in people's heads. For them, making a video about Morty and drama was the most important day of their channel. For me, it was Tuesday. The YouTuber formerly known as Morty and Glory. That's quite a good one. Bit of a longie, but yeah. Bit of a longie, yeah. All right. Yeah. Is it because you can tell the truth instead of having to toe the GW line? Apparently, they don't really care about. So this whole AI thing that people seem to be worrying about is because of 3D printing. Morgan, if you were to start a brand new Goddamn using only 3D prints, what print would you use? Show us. Nice try, GWAI. Not falling for it this time. Warlordian Glory. I don't want to. Nah, because then that's quite close to Warlord Games. I don't want to be stepping on. I still want to, like, I obviously have a great relationship with Warlord Games, but I don't work for Warlord Games. I am my own person. So I wouldn't want to start giving people the wrong idea. Yeah. Meta Glory. I mean, but I'm not always talking about the meta. What about Vibes and Glory? Well, see, that'll age badly. And VAG, it's just VAG, it's just not gonna. I mean, it'll be funny, but probably could have do with avoiding it. VAG. Oh, we're gonna call you that now. March and Glory. That's good. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Yeah. Old and Glory. Just I'd look. Throbbing Glory. Fuck's sake. Beefing with Glory. Yeah. The Infantry Corps, actually, Pablo, was one I was thinking of. Yeah, yeah. Tea and Glory is quite a good one. More Tea and Glory. Oh, that's very good, Last Guardsman. That's very good. More Tea and Glory. Yeah. That's what we change it to. And then we just... And then it just... That's the one. I think that's the one. That's the backup. That's the backup right there. More Tea and Glory. I think that's the backup right there. Okay, if I want a meme one, it'll be More Tea and Glory. And if you and if I want a serious one, I'll go Steel and Glory. Yeah. Come on, Peter, time to throw his name into the harbor. Yeah. No, it's not Morty as in Rick and Morty. It's Morty as in Morty Vicar. That's probably a reference a lot of people won't get. But as in like a cup of tea. More, would you like some more tea? Yeah, yeah. Mordraki and Glory. Yeah. Yeah, more tea and glory. Yeah. There you are. And then we'll just go like full go full Henry West and just start being like, this video has been colonized. With all the T references. Turn up dressed as a Praetorian every time. Only ever play Epic Zulu on channel. There we go. There we are. All right. Cool. Now, is it time? Through the glory hole. Through the glory hole. No. If it all goes horribly wrong, I'll migrate. Look, if it goes horribly wrong, I'll migrate over to Kick and Rumble and just become one with the allegations. You know, it's the only way. It's the only way to survive. That's what we'll do. All right. All right. Cold Steel and Glory is quite a good one. Yeah. Count T-Face. Yeah. You think they can strike back with all the GBIP has in his stream room? I thought not all the Helens official. I've no idea. This is the scary thing, Hamhawk. We don't know. The thing that is scary about all of this is just not knowing. Varak is GW. Varak is not GW. I can tell you that categorically. Yeah. I know the meme is he works for GW, but no. Praetorian Glory. I'd have to fucking repaint my entire army. Fuck's sake. There you are. Control. Look, right. He's not controlled opposition or anything like that. Guys, you've all been watching too much Nellup, okay? Like, the guy's a fucking fruitcake, okay? Like, come on. GW can't even fucking launch an addition. You think they can manage controlled opposition? They fucking put a headless Space Marine display case in the largest games expo in the country. Come on. Fuck's sake. Anyway, GW are their own controlled opposition. Oh, there you go. Anyway, there you go. Anyway, let's fucking move on. Right. You know what? Let's all let's do the thing. Okay. Let us discuss. Because we've just been chatting shit for we've been chatting about absolutely nothing for fucking an hour. Let's do something substantial. Let's talk about some data. Fucking right. All of this depressing shit. Look, let's top up our GW social credit and talk about their game for a bit. All right. Hopefully that'll work. There you are. Color energy when? I can do the color thing. I'll tell you what. We'll do color energy after this. There you go. You get color energy will be happening today. All right. There you are. I'll tell you what. Give me 1 second though. I do have to make a quick note. Frog, wait, he's made multiple videos on me, man. Yeah. The guy loves me. Okay, cool. Do you know what's funny? People keep calling this the Ultramarine chair. And you know what? I bet this fucking chair gets me copyright striked. And I'll tell you why. Because I bet the fucking AI will go Ultramarine symbol detected. I bet it will. I'll have to get that new Sabaton chair. Oh, shit me. Shit me bollocks off. Right. Right. Tonk, surely they can't copyright Omega. No, dude, you don't get it. It's not about what they can or can't copyright. Okay? It's about the okay, let me just say this very quickly. All right. I'm going to say it once, all right? And I'll probably end up saying it a billion times, but I'm going to say it once, right? The scary thing is not what GW thinks they can and cannot copyright. That is not the scary thing. The scary thing is what mistakes the AI is going to make flagging channels. That's the problem. So no, I don't think GW thinks they can copyright the Omega symbol. But if the AI is given instructions to, if you see this, copyright strike that channel, and then it sees a symbol like that, and then they see that I talk about Warhammer, and it hallucinates the two together and goes, copyright strike, it's made a mistake and I pay the price. Do you see what I mean? So it's not about what GW thinks they can and can't copyright. That's not the issue here. The issue here is the very sloppy enforcement technique that they're going with, which is actively just fucking up and has already cost multiple Warhammer content creators their livelihoods and has cost them a lot of sleepless nights. That's what the problem is. So yeah, it's not what they think they can go after. It's what their shitty AI fucks up on. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's very strange. It's very and the fact that it's going to be done based on a mistake means that you can't predict it very easily, which means that it could just it's like I said, it's like a sword of Damocles hanging over you. Even if you stopped covering Warhammer entirely and went over to the game system, if the AI goes, that Style Trooper looks like a Terminator, so right, that Roman Legionnaire looks like an old world state troop, or whatever, you know, or that Landstedt looks like an old world state troop, right? Do you see what I mean? So get a custom gem of the old GW symbol. They don't care about that anymore. Yeah, but do you see what the issue is? Yeah. We need a class action lawsuit against AI copyright striking. So apparently the best way to do this is not actually a class action, but to have loads of like individual small lawsuits. I'm only basing off what I read whilst having a big shit. So yeah. So yeah, I don't know like what the best way would be, but I do think that. Yeah. Wait, but if it's a mistake, can't you allegate compensation for loss and damage? I mean, you probably could do, Paolo, but you've got to take on Games Workshop. And there's us, our individuals with only a certain amount of money. And there's GW with a lot of money. And frankly, solicitors don't work for free. So yeah. So yeah, that's the isn't YouTube also at fault here? Yes, there is. Well, to a certain extent. It's not that YouTube is at fault, it's that YouTube's reporting system clearly isn't designed with AI in mind. So the YouTube reporting system has always been a bit fucked, but for the longest time, it's basically it's worked under a bit of like an honor system where basically like if you no one fucks with the report system, right? That's kind of how it's worked, and it's worked quite well up until this point. Now AIs have no sense of honor. So, yeah. The thing is though, I don't totally understand it. I wonder if I can show you guys this. Okay. Give me a second. I'm just gonna do a little test here, right? I'll show you the picture. Yeah, that's a better way of doing it, right? So, let me see if I can show this effectively. Oh, 1 minute. No, I need to do a different one. I need to do a different one. Cancel that. Yeah, no, I need to do a different one. I don't know if it's worth. It's not worth fucking about. So basically, when you upload a video to YouTube, there's this section which says, you know, do you have any like copyrighted stuff in here? Is it all fair use, whatever? And YouTube, and you sort of declare it, and then what YouTube actually does is it checks. YouTube spends. So the moment your video is uploaded is not the moment it goes live. You can obviously schedule it and stuff, but the moment it's uploaded, it then goes through, depending on how long the video is, a series of checks. And at the end, YouTube will tell you whether your video has got any, it's checked it and goes if it's got any copyright or not. And if it has got any copyright issues, it basically just says, oh yeah, the money is just going to go to the person instead. And if it hasn't got any copyright issues, it just goes, yeah, no, you're good to go. So I don't really understand how this like copyright claim thing can like, copyright strike thing can like work. Because surely if the YouTube system has done the checks before it's uploaded and says it's all good, then it's not, then it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. It's very, very strange. But anyway, we don't know the answers. We never will. But it's a bit fucked. It's a bit fucked. Anyway, let's have a look. Let's have a look at some data here. Let's cleanse our minds and our souls with some data. Let's make a bit of a stream highlight out of it as well. So for those of you those people that don't catch you on the stream, they can still enjoy it later. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri, it is time for your favorite video of the week, which is, of course, the metadata analysis. Oh, I've been doing this for about 2 or 3 weeks now, and the videos have been very well received and very popular, and people are really enjoying them. So I thought I would continue to do them, and that way people can continue to enjoy them. Apparently, I think people must be watching them because my analysis is so terrible that they think, oh wow, look how funny this guy trying to work out some numbers. But but maybe there's a few people that enjoy the analysis. But there we are. Now, as always, big shout out to Communal Napkin, who is the Redditor who puts these numbers together. And a big shout out to the Warhammer competitive subreddit as well, which I tend to find is one of the more sane subreddits on Reddit. There's very few subreddits that I use now. I basically use this one and the Konflikt 47 one, and that's really it. And this is one of the more sane ones. So yeah, big shout out to Warhammer competitive and to Communal Napkin. Now, let us, as a tradition, we're going to go through the data from the bottom to the top, and we're going to try and understand why each faction is in each place. As always, a bit of a caveat at the beginning, win rate is not everything. You have to balance win rate against things like number of players and the number of X and O / X and 1. This is the bit that always confuses people. Well, not always confuses people, confuses newer people. So X and O and X and 1, where X is the number of wins. So X and O and X and 1 is often, the reason it's called X and O rather than like 4, rather than 5 and 0 or 4 and 1 is because not all GTs, and this is just GT data, which is 2-day minimum 5-round events with like 20 people in them. It's not all of them are just 5 rounds. Some of them are 6 rounds, and some of the super majors are like 8, or I think like some are like 9 rounds. It can get pretty crazy. So basically, it's X and O, where X and O meaning someone played all of their games and went undefeated, which often does mean an event win, but not always. If you have two, it's possible at big events to have 2 people go undefeated, but 1 person come first and 1 person come second, because 1 person got more victory points in game, and that's like the tiebreaker, right? So either they won all of their games, or they won all but 1 of their games. And then obviously you have event wins, which is the number of events that faction won. Okay, so let us, that's how we understand the numbers. So now let us go through the factions and see if there's anything new to talk about. Because obviously the first few weeks we've done this, the picture has just been coming together bit by bit. And we didn't really know what the hell was happening in the first week. We had some like theory crafts, like some factions would do well, some factions would do badly. But what's happening now is we're starting to see some patterns. And what's also been happening is, as I've been doing these videos, I've been having some really, really helpful viewers been giving their opinions down in the comment section of each video, which has helped me cover some of my blind spots. So now I'm starting to understand why some of these factions that I've not yet played into are in the positions that they're in. So between my games and the helpful information from the chat, we're actually starting to put together quite a good little bit of analysis. We're still not perfect, we've still got a bit to go, but I want to say a massive thank you to all of you guys that have been contributing your knowledge. I've had a few people come forward who don't even play guard, and aren't typically the target audience for this channel, as it were, but they've been very helpful in sharing their knowledge, especially big shout out to the Space Wolf community, who did give me some clear insight on why their faction is kind of where it is at the moment, which I'll be talking about when we get to Space Wolf. So yes, please continue to share all that information, guys. It does make a big difference, and I am very, very grateful for it. All right, so with that said, let's get into the games themselves. So, into the factions themselves. So this is the second week where Chaos Knights have been at the bottom. Now, this is actually, I think, becoming a bit, near the bottom 3. And what's interesting is there's such a huge difference between Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights. Now, normally those factions are very, very close together. But you can see not only is the win rate low, but the number of players is low. No one is going undefeated or only dropping 1 game, and no one's winning any events with them. And then you compare that to Imperial Knights, and they are flying. Imperial Knights have got a 54.6% win rate. They've got more than double the players of Chaos Knights. They've got a really healthy number of people. In fact, 20% of their players have been able to go undefeated or just drop 1 game. And they even managed to win an event this week. And there were 19 events and 861 players. So a relatively busy weekend. So interesting to see how far down Chaos Knights are. Now, this is a little bit of a blind spot for me. I'm not I'm not going to lie about that. Traditionally, Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights have always been relatively close to each other. And the reason why they've been relatively close to each other is because they're both fundamentally sort of stat check, gatekeeping kind of armies, where either you have enough anti-tank to kill the knights, at which point they all fall over and you win the game really easily, or you don't have enough anti-tank to kill the knights, at which point they stomp all over you and you get crushed. And so knights tend to be a solid 3-2, 4-1 kind of faction, but they don't tend to, whether it's Chaos or Imperial Knights, they don't always get that many event wins. They get the occasional one here and there, but not that many event wins. So it's really interesting to see, because those fundamental traits apply to both Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights. It's really fascinating to see 2 weeks on the trot a really big disparity between the two factions. Now, as a dyed in the wool Imperial Guard player, all I see is knights. I don't care who they fight for. All I see is knights. So I'm not entirely certain why there's this massive disparity between the two. Maybe it simply comes down to the fact that Chaos Knights do more damage. Not Chaos Knights. Imperial Knights do more damage. And Chaos Knights just don't have the damage output. I will say that in 10th edition, I know we're in 11th, but in 10th edition, the prevailing way that Chaos Knight players won was by spamming the shit out of War Dogs. And now but I don't know if that was a very much a skew build, and I don't know if that's still a thing. So, maybe if it is still a thing, it's not a good thing anymore, and it's not a viable strategy. Some people, shout out to Paolo Thompson saying Knight Destria goes like Brewer turn 1. Is it as simple as the fact that do the Chaos Knights not have access to the Knight Destria, yet the Imperial Knights do? Is it that simple where you've got the now sort of middle-sized Knights which are just kind of dominating and doing really well? I have heard that. I have heard around the water cooler that people do like the Destria, so maybe it's that simple. Yeah. Guy at our local Zach Cash, guy at our local game store said some of the stratagems were redundant on his Chaos Knights, given rule changes and towering, granting, plunging fire. Fair enough. So perhaps, I guess at the end of the day, I have come across a lot of people who just have knights. And when they want to run them as Chaos Knights, they just say they're Chaos Knights because they basically do have that, almost like a knight is a knight at the end of the day. And a lot of the loadouts between the two factions are very similar, though there are some differences, right? So I know some people that just go, okay, well, my knights are knights. So when the Imperial Knights are the better version, I run Imperial Knights. When Chaos Knights are the better version, I run that version. So maybe that's what's happening, where Imperial Knights are just better than Chaos Knights. And the models are similar enough that people can just basically go, well, I'll just take the Imperial version because they're the better ones. Yeah, maybe. So that might explain it. So Chaos Knights, all I can tell you is Chaos Knights have been in the shitter for 2 weeks on the trot now. And there's a growing gap between them and Imperial Knights. We've got a few theories around why that might be the case. But any information anyone has about that, I would be very, very grateful for. And I'll incorporate it into my next video. And I'll say thank you. Now, moving on, I do have an informed position on this next one, which is World Eaters. So World Eaters are not in a good place. OBS had a little blip. We're just going to wait a second. I'll just tell people to refresh. There you go. The AI is struck. No, we're fine. There you are. We're fine. Woodies are not in a good place. There you go. AI got him already. Yeah. All right. I think we're back now. Cool. We'll go back over to it. So what I can talk about is World Eaters, because I have actually played against World Eaters now, and I have a much better insight onto why World Eaters are a bottom faction. And they are a proper bottom faction. Even you do see some people going like 4-1 with them and stuff, which is nice, but they've got no event wins, and by and large their win rate is in the toilet, and it's been in the toilet for a little while now. Now, this is very surprising to a lot of people, because when 11th edition was first announced, and everyone, including myself, was absolutely shitting themselves about how much of a melee edition it was going to be, there were a lot of World Eater players who were kind of salivating. But as the full picture has come out, World Eater players have begun to struggle. And the big question that many of you are going to have is why? Well, the reason why is twofold. One, it comes down to points. World Eater points are just in a really weird place right now, and people just can't build the lists satisfactorily. They just can't get the lists to bloody work. And unlike a faction like Imperial Guard, which is definitely suffering in a similar manner, they don't have as many data sheets. So they don't have as many places to pivot. So if they've got a few dodgy points values, it can completely screw over the entire World Eater ecosystem. Now, we'll get to Guard in a moment. Guard is in a similar place, but at least we've got jank that we can pivot into. World Eaters don't seem to have that. I did say 2 issues. There's actually a third issue. The second issue is that a lot of the World Eater Codex is very 10th edition designed. So they made Khorne Berserkers strength 4 when they'd always been like, I think they'd always been higher strength than that. But I think they'd always been like, weapon skill. There'd always been slightly better weapon skill and slightly better strength, hadn't they? I think back in the day they were weapon skill 5, strength 5, and then I think they went to weapon skill 3 plus strength 5 in like 8th and 9th edition, something like that. But the point is, in 10th edition, GW made a change where they made World Eaters only strength 4, but you could get them up to strength 6 if you put them in the detachment Berserker Warband. And then they were pointed like they were always going to be in Berserker Warband. So it's almost the best example of this flawed detachment system that GW has at the moment, and hopefully something that I think they're going to fix when the 11th edition codexes start coming out. If they don't, then it's still going to be a bit of a problem. But anyway, so that's the second problem, where you've got things like Berserkers, but they're only good inside certain detachments. And then the third issue is simply that in a melee world, melee armies struggle. And that might sound controversial, but hear me out. We had exactly the same problem with World Eaters at the beginning of 10th edition, where World Eaters were really good as a melee army when they were fighting against non-melee armies. Right? They could get across the board, they could jump people, start tearing them to pieces. That's what they like. Okay. Just pause. People are saying the sound's gone? The sound shouldn't be gone. I think there's just 1 or 2 people having problems. There's no issues on my end, so I think it's just a refresh. Can everyone in chat just confirm if sound's working? Evan's going to have to chop the shit out of this stream highlight. All right, perfect. Thank you, guys. All right. So the third issue is that in a melee world, some melee armies suffer. And we had exactly the same problem with this in 10th edition, where Worldies were really good at taking on like other non-melee armies, but they then went to something like Custodes, and Custodes just flattened them. And it wasn't until Custodes got a bit of a rework that World Eaters are able to actually be viable again. Like World Eaters were in a very similar position at the beginning of 10th edition. And in 11th edition, you've got a similar situation where World Eaters are a good melee army. And they've got, fairly decent damage output and everything. But the issue is that there are other armies that can other melee armies like Emperor's Children, for example, which I think are pretty high up. Again, yeah, Emperor's Children, once again, in the top 8, right? And they are much faster than World Eaters, just as fragile as World Eaters, and have damage output that at least is near peer and probably is peer to World Eaters. Maybe it might even exceed them. I don't know for sure. And so the issue is that World Eaters are just getting outclassed. And that's why, there's sometimes when they can make a good go of it. If they don't, 4-on-1 is very respectable, don't get me wrong. But there's a reason why so many of the players are struggling. And basically, and I played a game against World Eaters, and I was absolutely flabbergasted by how little they had in their list. It's a rare day in 11th edition when I, as the guard player, feel like I outnumber my opponent. A rare day indeed. Now, technically, I didn't outnumber him because I had 18 Bulgrin and 6 characters. And my opponent had 3 squads of 8 bound and a squad of berserkers, and a few characters. So technically, and jackals and everything. So technically, he still outnumbered me. But it wasn't as massively outnumbered as I normally am. When if I face like Space or something like that. So basically, the problem is that the World Eater points are screwed. And one of the problems is that the World Eater points are screwed and they just don't get enough in their list. And I just, essentially, my opponent had 2 good punches in him. And I just took him on. His first punch crashed into the initial wave of Ogrins. And I just threw him back. And the second punch crashed into the Ogrins. And then I threw him back. And that was the game. They need a third punch. They only have 2 waves. And I think what World Eaters need is a third wave. If my opponent had a third wave, it would have been a much tighter game. As it was a one-sided smashing where I basically tailed my opponent in 2 turns. If they'd had a third wave, I think, I'm not saying he would have definitely have won, but I certainly definitely wouldn't have been guaranteed the win. So that's where World Eaters are at. Imperial Agents got from 80% last week to 40% this week. It's just a meme faction. GW said they're going to do something with Agents at 11th. I'm not holding my breath. Guard. Okay, so Guard is the Guard numbers this week are all over the place, and this is really good because it makes some really interesting analysis. So we're on about 41%, 30 players, so a bit of a player number recovery. Last week we were on like 15 players, very, very bad. But that was just an off week. We always get decent player numbers with a goddamn Guard. We always get some decent player numbers. We had 5 people either go undefeated or only drop 1 game, and we had 2 people actually get tournament wins. Shout out to Tucker at Art of War and to Nemo the Fish, who were the 2 Guard players that got those victories. And there's a whole bunch of drama that's come out about this. I have covered it extensively on this channel. Make sure you go and check those videos out. Shameless plug. But basically, the reason why there's a bit of drama around these wins is because Art of War did a tier list, which is a YouTube channel, by the way, did a tier list where they put Guard A tier. Everyone said they were batshit. I didn't. I had a much more nuanced take on it. I said they were right, that they were right. You can get wins with Guard, but you only really do it with Jank. And then what Art of War did and Nemo did is they both took basically a Las Cannon and Scion spam Jank list. I am brutally oversimplifying it, and I don't mean that in an overly disparaging way. But it was basically Las Cannon heavy weapon team spam and some Scion bricks. And both players managed to win taunts with it. So this was a bit controversial because, well, everyone was very happy they won events, but it was a bit controversial because, yes, they'd proven that Guard could win games, but they'd also proven that the only way to really win games with Guard is to go pretty janky. And my experience has been very similar to their experience. The fact the list that I have run now in 2 games and that I will be taking to a tournament this weekend at the time of doing this is 18 Bulgins, 2 super heavies. Super jank list. It's not even the best version of it I can run. I'm actually thinking the better version would be to take the super heavies out and replace it with 60 cavalry. because fast-moving melee pressure guard is now a thing. So yes, it was, but so they proved that you could win with guard, but they also proved that really they proved themselves correct, but they also proved their opponents correct at the same time. And so and here's the really interesting thing: if you take out the 2 event wins of those players, then this win rate drops by approximately 6%, which puts us at 34.94%, which would actually put us as a bottom faction. As the bottom faction, like another week in a row, essentially. And even if you have those wins in place, if we look at not counting Imperial Agents, who the bottom 3 factions are again, Guard are in the bottom 3 factions 4 weeks in a row now. 4 weeks in a row. So even if you take the jank, it doesn't massively improve it doesn't actually take away from the reality of the situation is, which is that a lot of guard players are struggling, and they're struggling badly. And the reason why guard players are struggling, and I have seen some people detract from the guard community, and I actually think it's unfair criticism. There's been a lot of people saying, well, it's just because guard players are bad and that guard players refuse to adapt. And that is such in my opinion, wrong way of looking at it. It's such a negative way of looking at it. And I just don't think it's fair to the guard community. I'm not just saying that because I love the guard community. I'm part of the guard community. Because I myself, for a long time, have said, you can tell guard players the best way of winning, and they'll go, yeah, that is a good way of winning. And then they'll go, but I'm not going to do that. And you're like, why? Why not just take the thing that makes you win? It's like, because that's not what made me love the faction. Guard players are one of the, in my opinion, last bastions in Warhammer 40k of people who, they have such a love for the identity of their faction. They have such, and I'm not saying that other players and other communities don't. Okay, so don't get your knickers in a twist. All right. The point is that guard players, they often get into the guard for reasons that are utterly unconnected to in-game power. They'll see some war movie and it'll make them want to play guard. They'll watch a history documentary and it'll make them want to collect a guard regiment based off that. And that's obviously true, because if you look at like the old classic guard regiments that people still love today, that are often linked to history. So the point is that guard players are losing games because the core identity of the faction is being messed with. When I say the core identity, what I mean is the infantry corps. Every day in the corps, it's like a day on the farm. Every meal a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the corps. The guard infantry corps is the problem. Like, the points are so out of whack there. The internal balance around that is so gigafucked. And what guard players number one complaint is not even that we're at the bottom. Like, I truly believe that most guard players don't actually care that they're at the bottom. What they care about is that they're at the bottom and their army feels like shit to play unless you go jank. And that's what the issue is. If you allowed guard players to have good infantry, if that did not change the win rate significantly of the faction, you would see probably a 90% reduction in complaints. If guard players could just turn up with their platoons of guardsmen supported by their tanks and it all just felt bloody right, it doesn't matter if we die gloriously. It is a guardsman's life to die. We don't care about that. We don't care if you fix the power of our faction. You need to fix the vibe of our faction. Let other people worry about winning games. We don't care about that. So that's what this win rate really shows. Not that you can't win with guard. It's just that in order to do so, you basically have to stop playing guard and you have to start playing Astra Militarum. Now, moving on, we have got Deathwatch. Deathwatch, they're a bit like Imperial Agents. There's only 4 players. The data is very squiffy. Last week they were doing well. This week they're doing badly. We just unfortunately, Deathwatch and Agents are in purgatory at the moment, and it just makes it hard to really analyze if they're any good or not. I don't like brushing past Imperial Agents or Deathwatch. I want them to be better, and I'd love to be able to do an in-depth analysis of them in the future, but right now it doesn't seem very possible. Next, we've got Death Guard. Really interesting numbers for the Death Guard. So last week, Death Guard were on top of the world. I think they were in the top half of factions. They might have even been in the top 10, but they were in the top half of factions, having a great time. The week before that, they were down in the bottom half, down at the bottom like this. So Death Guard are swinging massively. They are one of the few factions which are not settled at all. And I think a big part of this is that Death Guard is, they're not in there. Okay, so Death Guard have got access to some really tough as nails, like Terminators and stuff like that. And so but the thing is, durability is good until you come across someone who's just got so much damage output that it just basically blows you off the table. And I think one of the things that the Death Guard are having is that they're very tough. They're exceptionally good at melee. And I've been on the receiving end of many a Death Guard charge with multiple of my armies and just gone obliterated, right? But the thing is, they're exceptionally slow. So if someone just has the ability to dance around them and blow them off the table with shooting, they'd struggle. And if someone can just get the drop on them and mash them up in combat because they're just better at combat than the Death Guard, they struggle. So I think what we're seeing with Death Guard is basically if the stars, yeah, they're like the dwarves of 40k, very good. I mean, obviously Votan are meant to be that, but I know what you mean. But as for Death Guard with 37.5% for June 26 data, 52.14% for June 3rd, for July 3rd, and then 42% for July 10th. So, yeah, exactly. So thank you for that, Tim Face. Appreciate it. So what I think we're seeing with Death Guard is basically if the stars align, you can do well. If the stars don't align and you just end up just facing off against armies which can just outmaneuver you and outdamage you, you don't really have a way of adapting in game to that situation. They're a bit of a one-trick pony at the moment. There's also massively going to be an element of things that were good in 10th that a lot of Death Guard players have built their armies around are not necessarily good in 11th, and so they're having to do a bit of it's going to take a little while for them to adjust their collections and armies. Another faction that is swinging wildly at the moment is Blood Angels. Blood Angels in a similar position. 44% this week, bottom half. Last week they were much higher. I think the week before that they were maybe doing a bit middling. So Blood Angels, another faction which has been jumping all over the place. And you can see they've got decent player numbers. You can see they've got the ability to go 4-1. Not many event wins. I'm not sure if they've had any event wins yet. I think Blood Angels I think Blood Angels and Space Wolves are in a very similar boat at the moment. In fact, I'm going to cover Blood Angels and Space Wolves at the same. In fact, I'm going to cover Blood Angels, Black Templars, and Space Wolves all at the same time. I know. They're all next to each other, and I don't think that's a massive coincidence. I think that actually is almost perfect for the point I'm trying to demonstrate here, which is they've all got bottom end of... They've got below average win rates at the bottom end of the Goldilocks zone, but they're technically just out of it. They've all got a few people who've managed to go 4-1, but not the majority of them. They're sort of in that bit of a weird place. And they all share something in common, which is that they are all relatively fast, and they all have relatively decent killing power, but a huge amount of their melee damage is simply damage 2. Whether it's eviscerators on the Blood Angels, or it's probably Power Fists on your Black Templars, or it's some sort of Thunderwolf Cavalry Axe that's like Strength 5, AP 2, Damage 2 for the Space Wolves. They're all, you know, they're reasonably fast when they can get across the board. They do reasonably good damage when they get there, but it's a bit like World Eaters. If they just get into someone who just does more damage than them in melee, they're just fucked because they don't really have many ways of pivoting. So yeah, they're all in this. It's basically the curse of the damage 2. That's what I think it is, because, you know, I love facing damage 2 armies. With my 18 Bulgrin, I would happily take on all of those armies with my 18 Bulgrin, because every single unit that these guys throw into my Bulgrin get reduced to damage 1, and I'm like, I've got a 4 vulnerable save, 6 of feel no pain, 3 wounds of peace, and I reduce you to damage 1. You are bouncing. You are bouncing. Like that, you are going to bounce. Tell me how I know. I've seen it many times. I've seen it firsthand many times. So I think that's the issue that all of these factions basically fall into. Now, there will be some variety and some nuance between them. I know I've lumped them all together in a big way here. Like, for example, I know that Space Wolves have actually been having some really good success with bricks of Wolfguard Terminators, which does show they do have some ability to pivot. And I would say with every single one of these factions, they do have the ability to pivot, because fundamentally they are all Space Marines. And even if that is simply just pivoting into being vanilla Space Marines for a time, right? They absolutely do have the ability to pivot one way or another. Blood Shred Bulgrin, I'm a guy related player, lol. Prox, your experience must be different to mine then. But I guess that is the beauty of Wargaming. Everyone gets different experience at the tabletop. But my experience is they come flying in with a bunch of damage 2 weapons, and I'm like, okay. But I will say this, Prox, I have been rolling very, very hot on my 4+ and vulnerable saves. The last game I played, I was passing probably 80% of my 4+ and vulnerable saves on my Bulgrim. And that was a big factor in me just being like, stop dead. That's the nature of the 4-up though, isn't it? That's it. That's the nature. So I will totally acknowledge that maybe the best advice I can give people is just roll 4++, baby. Just roll 4++. I can't do anything about that, though. Exactly, right? When the invuns spike, the invuns spike. Yeah. My two Bulgars are the only thing that kept my last opponent, Terminator spam Space Wolves, from getting into my lines on turn 2 decimator. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bordian bragging at me and saying, "Lucky boo." Hey, if it's any consolation, in the same game, I had 2 super heavies unload, a Bane Sword and a Storm Lord unload, and I killed a Scorpek, and I took 3 wounds off a Nightbringer. A single Scorpek, not a whole squad of them. So I got lucky on my saves, but very unlucky on my super heavies. So yeah, there you are. Let's have a look. So roughly I've bundled them all together, but you can see the problem they're all having. They are reasonably fast. They're reasonably fast melee armies that kind of rely on damage too, and there are going to be issues when they just hit into something that's just better at melee than them. Next we've got Sisters. Sisters again, all over the place. If there's one thing that we can take away from, I would say, if we can take away from 11th edition so far, is that the bottom is very settled and the top is pretty settled, but the middle is anyone's game. And if you're one of these middle tier factions, I think you're having a great addition. I mean, but that might be questionable with Adepts Sororitas. Some players have definitely been struggling with those. But Adepts Sororitas, okay, you're not having a great edition. You're having at least a varied edition. Might be the way I look at it. 1 week sisters are on top. The next week they're not doing well. This week was actually, I would say, quite a poor week for sisters. And it is beginning to reinforce one of the trends that I have noticed with them, which is that they seem to go 3 and 2 a lot, but they don't seem to go 4 and 1 a lot. And I think we saw that a couple of weeks ago, and we've seen it this week as well. So they've got a decent win rate that, you know, many a guard player would kill for, but very little in the way of being, you know, an X and 1 and wins and stuff like that. Leagues of Votann. Leagues of Votann. I've said it once. I will say it again. I think Leagues of Votann are my favorite, obviously not including Guard, favorite faction for 11th edition. Every single week they have been in the middle of the pack. Yeah, sometimes they're, you know, a little bit lower down. Sometimes they're a little bit higher up. But they have been bang in the fucking middle for the last month. And I think if there's any faction which is having, in my opinion, a unreserved, just good 11th edition, it's the Votann. In fact, I'm a dwarf player at heart, by the way. My first old world army was dwarves, and I don't play them as much as I should because I end up playing my empire a lot. But with this new edition of sort of old world that's coming out, I might main dwarves for a bit of it because I do love me dwarves. Now, why are Leagues of Votann doing so well? Because why Leagues of Votann are just doing so consistently okay? Because they've just got a bit of everything now. I think the second wave of Votann did give them a nice shot in the arm. I still think they need a little bit more. They seem to have only light vehicles or a fucking land fortress. And there's nothing in between. We'd like to see some middling vehicles, please. But by and large, you know, do you need some melee? You've got things like Scythonian Berserkers, which I think most people's go to. You've also got Ironkin. I don't know how good Ironkin are, but I think people like them. So there you are. You've also got units that have a lot of inherent just ignore cover. You've got the bike, you know, there's fucking these searchlights everywhere, and I think Brokir, Thunderkin, remove cover or strip cover as well. They've got their own Terminator equivalents with the little Hearth Guard, I think it is. And the vehicles that they've got are perfectly acceptable. You know, the Decadon Land Fortress, it's a bit of a beast. It's like taking a Land Raider. And the Sagittar continues to be a Chimera running around with a goddamn las cannon strapped to the top of it. So, yeah, basically, they haven't quite got the gigafucked 420, 360 no scope, just brain melting power of the top tier factions, but they don't have to run any jank to just be reasonably effective. I will say, as a guard player, I am looking over at Votann with a big grin, but also an intense sense of jealousy, because I feel like Homer building the barbecue. It's like, that's a nice looking vibe army right there. Why doesn't mine look like that? So yeah, I think Votann are in just a really, really nice place. I think you can basically just run a quintessential Votann army, and you might not win a tournament with it, but you will win games with it, and that is almost the best position to be in as a 40k player. Yeah. Dark Angels. Dark Angels flip-flopping a little bit. They seem to be stabilizing around the middle. I don't know exactly why Dark Angels are doing well. I really would. I mean, someone probably did tell me, and I didn't read the comment. I would apologize for that. I'm not blaming the community. But my current theory with Dark Angels is that they are spamming a lot of Terminators. And they're just like sitting on objectives and not dying. But that's my theory. Other people in chat are saying it's the complete opposite and it's all about the speeders. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me as well, because Dark Angels do have like they have the most speeders, right? Or do they still have the Dark Shroud stuff, or did it get sent to Legends? In the past, they had a lot of different speeder variants. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not entirely certain why Dark Angels. Any Dark Angel people that watch this, I promise I'll read your comments this time. Let me know. But they seem to be doing okay out of a lot of the Space Marine chapters. I don't think they've been out of the Goldilocks zone a single week. It's all about people are saying it is Deathwing Knights are insane. Yeah. That was my theory. My theory was they were just taking as many Deathwing Knights as they could and just not dying. Like they were doing a better job of not dying than something like Death Guard. I think Dark Age and Death Guard are probably quite similar in their approach to the game at the moment, but yeah. Overall, though, 48.94% win rate. That does put them in the Goldilocks zone, near the middle of it as well. Basically 49% near the middle. So they're in a reasonable position at the moment. And they've got a very healthy set of player numbers, and they haven't got any tournament wins, but they have got plenty of people going 4-1, which is excellent. All right, next we've got Chaos Demons. Now, this is a slight fall from grace for the Chaos Demons. They have been much higher than this in the past. Are they in the top half? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. They're technically just in the bottom half, but they're basically in the middle. So Demons, I think this is just a slightly off week for them, and it's funny. I still think they're overall probably a top 8 faction, but the thing with Demons is an off week for them is being bang in the Goldilocks zone. A good week for them is being in the top 10. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Tim Face. So Demons were 54% basically roughly 2 weeks in a row before this. Yeah, exactly. Right. So this is just a slight off week for them. But if I was a betting man, I can identify the cause of this off week. Very, very high player numbers. That is a very, very healthy number of demon players. So what I think's happened is you've had a bunch of people who have heard demons are good, and the reason demons are good, by the way, is big monsters love the new terrain rules for getting the benefit of cover, which they didn't used to get, because cover used to improve your armor save. Demons don't have armor saves. Now it improves. Now it makes the enemy harder to hit you, which you can benefit from as a big demon. Plus, you've got a lot of their attacks tend to be psychic as well, which means they get the benefit of cover and their opponents don't. So they're in a really good position, and they can now specialize into not having to, because the way it used to be demons in the past is they take all these big monsters and then you just kill the little shit munchers, and then the big monsters are forced to do actions and stuff. And now they don't really care about that because there aren't many action secondaries, and they just don't have to take a disposition which requires them to do actions. So demons have everything that they need to be a good faction. But obviously, if you have a bunch of people who hear that and jump on the faction, maybe don't get some practice if any, and then go to a tournament, they're going to bring that win rate down. But that is only a temporary situation. I would not be surprised if we see that win rate creeping up as the players who are jumping on the faction get increasingly more experienced and optimize their lists more and more as it goes on. The meta chase suppression, exactly. Admech. Admech suffering from low player numbers, which is somewhat traditional for them. They are one of the more expensive armies to collect, and they also tend to be quite difficult to paint. Lots of little cables and wires and shit. Now, Admech have spent another week being in a very reasonable position. Basically, everything that I said about Leagues of Votann, I would apply to Adeptus Mechanicus as well. Admech, even though they've only got like a dozen boxes of units. Every single one of those boxes actually builds like 2 or 3 variants. So they actually have a reasonable size of roster. I think, probably them and Votan have actually got a pretty similar roster of units to draw upon. So they do have, you do have. Sometimes you take the biggest selling robots, sometimes you take all the Skitarii, sometimes you take all the Rustalkers, sometimes you take a whole bunch of all of it, right? The point is that I think Admech and Votan are successful for the same reasons. They have the ability to they can take quite a nice looking Admech army and it feel like an Admech army and it do well on the tabletop. Yeah. Admech did have more players last week than Gad, that is true. But the balance seems to have been restored slightly now, which is awesome. But yeah, Admech, like I said, if you listen to what I said on Votan, you can apply basically the same thing to Admech. Although Admech did get an event win, which is awesome. Which is very, very good. Right, we're getting into the top half now. Tyranids. So Tyranids had a really nice weekend. And again, Tyranids are starting to settle down. Sometimes they're a little bit higher up, but they're very rarely not in the middle now. I don't think I've seen Tyranids down here, right? So Tyranids are... It basically... They had a 49% win rate. They had 47 players. 6 people went X and 1. No event wins. Why are Tyranids so solid? Basically, Shadow in the Warp is now really, really good. And Tyranids have got a really deep roster of units. They've got loads of ways that they can play. So there's a lot of people experimenting with stuff right now. And C, and this might be the most important one, Norns on objectives in Taken Hold are incredible. They are incredible. It might sound a little crazy, but I think Norns are the new night gatekeepers. And so back in the day, you used to say, "Can you kill a knight a turn?" Like I said, well, if you kill a knight a turn, you win. If you can't, you lose. It kind of feels like, have you built your list to be able to kill a Norn on an objective a turn? If you haven't, you need to go back to the drawing board. And I think people in chat are absolutely right on this. Shadow in the Warp is so swingy now. If you get a good Shadow off, you basically win the game. If you don't get a good Shadow off, it's not that you can't win. It's just harder. Yeah. Can you kill a big Nid a turn? Exactly. Chaos Space Marines, a slightly lower position for them this week than previously. Chaos Space Marines, again, it's going to sound kind of crazy, but I think Chaos Space Marines and Admech and Votan are all, like I bunched all of these 3 together. I'm kind of going to bunch those 3 together as well. They are a deep faction, a lot of units to draw upon. Actually, no, I am going to separate Chaos Space because they do have a lot more units than the other 2, and I think that does make them distinctive. They are a deep faction with a lot of units to draw upon. There's always something they can pivot to. They can, if you want to build a melee army, you can absolutely build a good Chaos Space Marine melee army. If you want to go down a more shooty route, you can do. Although I was looking at Chaos Space Marine armies, and they don't have a huge amount of like ignores cover or stripping cover outside of like the Fellhammer detachment, which I'm not sure how popular that one is. It wasn't that popular in 10th. Maybe it's picked up again in 11th. But Chaos Space Marines, one thing that jumped out to me is they can bloody take cultists that are cheaper than guardsmen, which, when I'm going to cheap, I mean a lot cheaper. 90 points for 20 cultists. Green with envy does not even cover it. Does not even cover it. But no, I think Chaos Space Marines, we're seeing them fluctuate a little bit, but they're starting to settle. My instinct on Chaos Space Marines is that they are experimenting. They're trying a lot out. They've got a lot to play with. They've got a lot to try out. There's a lot of things they need to test before they get to the optimization stage of their life cycle, as it were. But you can see bang in the middle, 33 players is really good player numbers. a very solid 4-1 X and 1 rate, and even a cheeky event win. And I think Chaos Space Marines have been winning events, if not every week, then they've been winning events every other week fairly consistently at this point. I think if you averaged it out, you'd probably look at an average of 1 event win a week. So they certainly have power, and they also have a lot of depth as well. And I think if Votan and Admech are good because they've got a reasonable amount of units, but you can just take like a quintessential army and, you know, it'll pass the vibe check. I think Space Marines are actually, this is one of the things that maybe differentiate them. Because I like to analyze things not just on their power, but I also like to analyze things on their vibes. And I think if you're a Chaos Space Marine player, you're in a position where you actually have a lot of fun stuff to try out. So and that in itself can be more enjoyable than actually winning games. So I will expect the Chaos Space Marine win rate to fluctuate actually for a little bit going forward, and I would expect there to actually be quite large disparities between the top players and the bottom players, as basically some people are just throwing shit at the wall, and some people are starting to try and like hone the blade, as it were. One thing I will say as an example of this is my mate, the Warp Forge, he almost completely chucked off 40k in 10th edition because he played Night Lords and his army just felt like shit, and he just couldn't get it to work. And now he is in 11th. Now he's back in 11th edition with a vengeance, and he's been loving it. It's been a massive turnaround for him, and he's not actually won a game of 11th edition yet. But the reason he's been loving it is because now his battle shock, he loves his battle shock, and he can stack the 2 battle shock detachments. I think he can. Don't quote me on that. Like Murder Talons and Dread Talons, whatever it might be. And even though he's lost a lot of games, even though he's lost both of his games, he has had more fun losing those games than he ever did in 10th edition, whether he won or lost in 10th. And I think that a lot of Chaos Space Marine players are going to find themselves in that situation where they can take stuff that's fun to lose with, or they can flick the switch and they can win. Yeah. Yeah. Now, next, we have a bit of a turn up for the books. This is going to annoy a few people, but Eldar, for a second week in a row, haven't been tragically shite. Those damn pointy ears. The God Emperor damn Eldar trickery. They've done it again. They can't keep getting away with this. So at the beginning to the end of 10th, beginning of 11th, Guard and Eldar players were kind of holding each other, like, hold me, baby. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Because we both looked like we were going to be down in the shitter. But as history has taught us, you never underestimate the Eldar. There's always something they can do to pull out a bloody win. And that seems to be exactly what they're doing. The player numbers are reasonable for a faction like Eldar. 20, a little bit low from when we've seen them at their peak before. But 50% win rate, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And they haven't got any event wins, but they are going 4-1. They are going 4-1. I'm not sure. My understanding with Eldar, if people are asking or wondering how they're going 4-1, it's MSU. I mean, it's a horrific amount of multiple small units. I've seen lists with 22 to 25 individual activations in it. It's all about having as many small units as possible and playing into a disposition that just loves that. And basically, you don't really win on you. It is almost anti-purge. You don't really win on purge. You win on the mission. That's how Eldar are doing it. They are playing the mission to an insane degree. I've heard that Windrider Host is okay, but that the bikes do good damage, but they can't last a heartbeat in an extended fight, and that most people are really just taking a lot of small units, and it's all about speed and actions. Yeah. Or speed and the right disposition, I should say. Adeptus Custodes. Yes. So are we in the top 10 now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, not quite. Custodes just out of the top 10, although very firmly in the top half. And they have been firmly in this top half for a little while. Now, first Custodes, they sort of wobbled a little bit, but they have stiffened into a nice, I would say, bottom of the top position. And the reason why Custodes are in this position is because the bikes. Take as many of those goddamn spear bikes as you can. They are fast, they are tough, and they do good damage. They've got bloody melter missiles that fling out the front of them, and they've got a whole bunch of, I think it's strength 7, AP 2, damage 2, lance attacks, might be damage D3. But yeah, they can rip those across the board very quickly, get in amongst you, and just start stabbing you up. It is Custodes bikes are back on the menu. If you're an old 8th edition Custodes player and you dust all your bikes off, you're going to be having a great time. Didn't the bikes get nerfed to not have the whole keyword? I heard they were abusing that. They were, but that doesn't really. I don't think the bikes abusing the frame keyword was what was making them powerful. I would say a minority of players were abusing that because what the problem was is basically people were touching tips. Yeah, they're touching tips. I think even without that, most Custodes players were just. I think there was a few people abusing that, but most of the time it was fly across the board. Yeah. It was getting like 2 inches extra on the spears for reach. It was, but I think most of the time they were still getting across the board and charging people and fucking them up. Maybe we'll see the Custodes. I could be wrong on that. Maybe touching tips was a bigger deal than I'm giving it credit for, and maybe we'll see the Custodes win rate plummet into the ground as turns out they can't play properly. They can only abuse rules. Perhaps, but I suspect that they'll still be basically in the position they're in now, because it wasn't the abusing frame that was making them good. It was the fact the bikes are fundamentally good that was making them good. All right. Next, we have Grey Knights in the top 10. Oh my god, I am so surprised. An army which has army-wide psychic and access to Land Raider Redeemers is in the top 10 of 11th edition. Top 10 of 11th edition again. For another week. My god. Give me a second to pick my jaw up off the floor. You can't tell. I'm being extremely sarcastic. Grey Knights are having a great time in 11th because they are pretty maneuverable with all the teleporting going on, which makes them good at missions. They are reasonably killy, thanks to the fact that all of their weapons have got psychic, and they also, if they're not psychic, they're flamers, and some of them are psychic flamers, which you don't really need, but still nice to flex. So they've got the right weapons, and the big ones is like Land Raider Redeemers. I think I saw a list the other day where someone took 3 Land Raider Redeemers for Grey. It might be. I think it was for Grey Knights. It was a chunky boy. It might not have been for Grey Knights, to be fair. I might be misremembering, but the combination of being able to take one of the best vehicles in the game right now, which is the Land Raider Redeemer, is exceptionally good. Plus being particularly maneuverable, plus having an armor-wide 2-up save, plus having psychic everywhere. The only reason why Grey Knights aren't like really high, like they aren't in like the top spot, is because whilst they do have psychic on a lot of their shooting, and they do have Land Raider Redeemers, a lot of their shooting is like Gatling guns and shit. So it like caps out like strength 6 or strength 8. And they're expensive, that's true. Yeah. Fundamentally, they're more expensive than your average Marine. So they have a lot going for them. But they have a lot going for them, which kind of allows them to dunk on everyone who's outside of the top 10. But they can only really sort of just about keep up with other people that are in the top 10. No. Next, we have got Drukhari. I can only presume the explanation for Drukhari's, for the Dark Elders, fluctuating win rate, where 1 week they're bottom, next week they're in the top 10, is Scary. I'm just going to presume that Scary played this week at a tournament. I'm going to presume that he's one of these people here. And I'm going to presume that basically he is leading the charge for the Dark Elder community. And if you're not Scary, you're basically a disciple of Scary and you're basically copying Scary. Right? I think that's kind of where we're at. I'm just going to start referring to this as the... okay, so Scary made it into 9th position in the faction placings. There you are. He's been playing all the time and hasn't been winning everything by any means. He's doing fine. I mean, I haven't actually heard him get an event win yet. But I think he's going 4-1 pretty consistently, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, Dark Elder, to give a slightly more serious analysis, they have the speed and they have the punch, but they're just so damn fragile. Drew Scary, brilliant. Yeah, Drew Scary, that's what we're going to call it now. But yeah, I think maybe sometimes you need a little bit more than that. Sometimes you do need, I guess there's a faction that is fast and killy and jawable. It's always going to kind of outdo the faction which is just fast and killy, unless that faction is like Drukhari at the beginning of 9th, when that was the sort of one exception. Yeah. But no, I think Dark Elder they are swinging around a bit. I'm presuming, and I'd love for some feedback on this. I'm presuming it's just a lot of, it's going to sound like an obvious take, but like a lot of things in boats. Like either you're taking a lot of infantry that jump out and ignore cover in boats, or you're taking a lot of infantry that jump out and rip you apart in melee in boats. I'm presuming that's what it is. I don't know if it's just like Darkland spam or something else, but I'm presuming it's basically just Dark Fleet. If you survive the initial punch, they just fall apart. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'd be curious to know how my Bulgrin spam would do into that. Because they'll rip apart a platoon of guardsmen like no dramas. But will they bounce off Bulgrins? I guess maybe I'll find out this weekend if I play against them. 16 Darklands is the list of the day. I mean, it could be Darkland spam. Yeah. Yes, you play lots of Witches and Incubi and Venoms. Up to 60 Witches and 10 to an Incubi. See, that, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. Yeah. I knew it. We're very good at recon. MSU like Elder, but sometimes you run into those flamers or your Darklands bounced off the Land Raider. Fair enough. So yeah, I think I will say this. I definitely don't think Drukhari are C tier. Moving swiftly on before we start another flame war. Gene Stealer Cult. I really don't know what to make of them. 1 week, they're good. The other week, they're bad. Everyone tells me that their rules are shit. Maybe it's just low player numbers skewing it a bit. Maybe they're starting. I mean, they've still got a decent 3-on-1 rate. They get a pretty significant buff in the updated rules interpretation coming from the Tacoma FAQ. Yeah, but they don't. That wasn't in play this weekend, I imagine. Am I being trolled? I heard final day detachment was how they won games. Is it just final day, basically? Either you're on final day or you're not. Yeah. I don't know enough about GSC. I will admit that's a bit of a blind spot. I have a GSC army. I'd love to run them out if they're half decent. Someone in the comment section, tell me, is running 100 neophytes viable for a Gene Stealer army? If so, I will play my GSC. All right, now we get into the heavy hitters. So I'd say everything. I'd say basically this part. So this is the bottom, right? This is actually dead. You've crossed the river Styx. You're not having a good time. This part of the factions is middling. You're flexible. Sometimes you're up here, sometimes you're down here, sometimes you're here. Occasionally you might dip down here or up here, but you're basically in the mid. These are the consistent heavy hitters. These are the hot tamales. These are the serious players of 11th edition. And serious business. Not GSC, sorry. Emperor's Children. Serious business. So this is the top 7 in this case. It's always the top 6 or 7, right? Emperor's Children up there again. 52.2% win rate. Very, very respectable. 43 players and 4 people going 4-1. No event wins, but I think we can now safely say, yeah, the top 5, 6 have been very consistent. These guys have basically been top every week. They are, in some ways, playing a different game to the rest of us, especially those of us down at the bottom. But even the middle factions don't really get to compete with these guys. This is the meta of 11th. These next 6, 7 factions. Now, Emperor's Children, I think, have now solidified themselves as the fast-moving melee army of 11th. They have the speed. They are the fastest. They have no other broad generalization, but no other faction has the ability to consistently get the majority of their army across the board turn 1 and charge people. And Emperor's Children can. And either you can deal with that or you can't. Now, I do still think they have a bit of a durability issue, which is hence why they haven't got an event win this week. But they have been in the top 8 just from the beginning of 11th. They move so damn fast, and movement wins games. And I think Emperor's Children, I think the first time you play against this edition, your head is going to spin with how quickly they get across the board. I also think what's probably happening here a little bit is, I do agree, I think they're a bit of a mid-table bully. I think I said this last week as well. I think Emperor's Children are the gatekeepers to the podium. More than Knights, more than anyone else, more than Custodes, you are only a top-tier faction if you can beat Emperor's Children. If you can't, you are not a top-tier faction. They are the gatekeepers. They are the ones that they are the agents in the Matrix. They hold all the keys. They guard all the routes. And sooner or later, someone is going to have to find them. I'm not going to lie to you, guard player. Every guardsman, every one of them who has stood their ground against an agent has died. But where they failed, you will succeed. And why is that? Because they are still bound by their movement. And you can spam Borgwins and las cannons. What are you telling me? I can fight first? No, Neo. I'm telling you, you won't have to. Right. Anyway, moving on. They're very, very fast and they really chop people to pieces. They are the gatekeepers. Space Marines. Wow. Look at that for a Space Marine set of numbers. Oh, baby. 62 players with 16 of them going at least 4-1, maybe even undefeated, and 4 of them actually winning events. The equal top event wins of the weekend. 25% ability to go 4-1. It is insane. It is. And what's really, really important to note about this is to give you an idea of how overtuned Space Marines are. this is in the face of the Space Marine effect. Yeah, if Space Marine's the new faction and they're still putting those numbers, that's extremely concerning. Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth, other Tim. Exactly. Like, so for those that don't know, Space Marines tend to be the noob faction. And noobs, even when they go to tournaments, even if they're a noob that's confident enough to go to tournament, they do still tend to lose a lot of games. And it's not an uncommon experience for if you are an experienced tournament player to play into someone who is a Space Marine player who has a reasonably good list, but you just smash the fuck out of them because you just got more experience than them. Okay, it's not but a lot of people will be able to say I've had that experience. Now the thing is, not only is that in the face, because normally they have this big sort of drag of noobs dragging this sort of clutch of noobs that's dragging the win rate down. Normally, even when Space Marines are really good, you only ever sort of see them in the middle tables. But now you're seeing them with the noob effect, and they are in the top 6, and they're probably one of the best factions. They're probably in the top 3. And not only do you have the noob effect, you also have the mirror match as well, because Space Marines are a very common faction, as you can see. And as a result, when you have 2 Space Marine players that play against each other, one of them will win and one of them will lose, and overall that will drag the win rate down closer to 50%. This is called the mirror match effect, the artificial win rate suppression. So if you take in the mirror match into account, and you take in the noob factor into account, these guys are fucking cracked. Why are they so good? 2 reasons. 1, simply being able to go Librarius Conclave just unlocks all of your shooting as a Space Marine player. They also, they have some very, very good detachments, with Librarius Conclave being a very obvious example. They also have some extremely competitively costed units. For example, you can take a squad of 5 assault intercessors, and it is cheaper than taking a squad of guardsmen. Now, some of you go, yeah, but that's 5 intercessors to 10 guardsmen. I don't think that proves the point you think it proves. Also, the fact that you can take a unit of scouts, one of the best action units in the game, and they are cheaper than a squad of regular guardsmen by 10 points. And they're actually cheaper than a squad of recon guardsmen, which are our best action monkey unit, by 15 points. They are very, very undercosted at the moment. Every time I see a Space Marine army, I think, wow, is that player running Black Templar Tide? And I go, nope, that's just a normal Space Marine army. Combine this with some incredible combinations they have at the moment. There's a particular Stern Guard brick that is going around just deleting units. Full-blown deletion. I think it's like full rerolls to hit with lethal hits on unsustained on like 5s, and then I think it gets full rerolls to wound with like +1 to wound or something fucking mental. It's it's pretty good. And it's not even that expensive to do so. So yes, they are Stone Guard are insane with anti-vehicle, Monster 5+ and Dev. Yep, exactly. They are so Space Marines, they have everything. I would say Space Marines are probably the best faction in the game right now. And that's a bold take. I know. Some people would say, wait, not Thousand Suns and shit. The reason I think Space Marines are the best faction overall, and I would put them at the top of S tier, is because not only are they have all the advantages we've already talked about, they also have the most units to pick from, the deepest roster, and not just vanilla Space Marines, but all of the divergent chapters as well. So no matter how hard GW hits them with nerfs, they've got an infinite amount of things to pivot to. And this is before we even see things like the new Space Marine Codex, which comes out, which is probably going to give them a big boost at the beginning of the edition. It might not do. It might be a bit of a lemon of a codex. We don't know. But the way GW has been treating Space Marines at the moment, I don't think that is the case. So I think at this moment in time, I think Space Marines are probably the best faction in 11th. Yeah. Then we've got Tau Empire. I'm going to say the line. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. I was probably the first person on the internet. This is a bold claim. Don't fact check this. I was probably the first person on YouTube to say Tau are going to be an incredible faction in 11th. So many people saying Tau shooting is dog shit. It's going to be fucked. They're so good. Why are Tau so good? Again, massively undercosted. And their army rule allows them to ignore cover. Army-wide. And get +1 to hit. It's, imagine basically every guard unit having the support of a Hellhound and take aim, but you don't have to pay for a Hellhound or an officer. Think how good guard would be in that situation. And then cut all of our points by about 10% across the entire board. Fuck it, let's say 15% across the entire board. And you have Tau. That's where they're at. And their best attachments, Retaliation Cadre and Monka, are both Purge the Foe. So that makes them have an incredibly high win rate. And what also makes them just phenomenally easy to pilot. Okay, you have to take a few licks with the Tau, but once you've got the measure of them, drop down, table your opponent with shooting, rinse and repeat. Yeah. And they're fast. They're very, very fast because everything's got fly as well. And this is reflected. Look at the win rate is excellent. Again, you've got to think that win rate is going to have suppression. It's going to have meta chaser suppression. And it's going to have mirror match suppression. So that win rate is probably more like 60% at least. Just off the top of my head. And the big giveaway here is look at how many people are going. Look at that. Look at how many people are going 4-1. And I don't think they've not had a weekend without an event win. Yeah. They are an unbelievably good shooting army right now, and the numbers reflect this across the board. I mean, if you look at Tau in 10th edition, they struggled for numbers. They struggled for player numbers, and now you've got more Tau players than Space Marine players, and I think they're the most played faction this week. They're the most played faction, and that's taking into account all of the divergent Space Marine players who are jumping over to vanilla Space Marines and saying, "Oh yeah, my Blood Angels are just regular Space Marines this week." Think about that. This is only going to keep going up and up and up and up and up. Thousand Suns, very strong faction. 54% win rate. Probably one of the another S tier faction of the game. Very simple explanation. Army-wide psychic shooting. On shooting, that is much better than Grey Knights. So the difference between Grey Knights and Thousand Suns is that Thousand Suns simply have better shooting. I have played the Thousand Suns. It's quite a novel concept when you basically play... When I'm playing Guard and I'm taking all Hellhounds and shit, and I played the Thousand Suns, it's quite a novel concept when, for 5 turns, nobody has the benefit of cover. Yeah. Imperial Knights, the Gatekeepers. So Imperial Knights are kind of doing what Knights do. They are the faction you need to beat if you want to be able to get onto the top. A bit like Emperor's Children, but Imperial Knights are kind of the traditional gatekeepers. And you've got to think about Knights. They have, as we saw, do you know what? We kind of covered Knights when we covered Chaos Knights. So I won't repeat myself here. Necrons. Very solid. Damn solid. Very competitively, very similar to Space Marines. Very competitively costed. They've been good for a very long time now. So the community has a lot of knowledge. but they don't have, I don't think they really have the noob factor dragging them down. They probably only have a partial meta chasing factor and a mirror match factor dragging them down. But you can see the Necron results are very solid. Why are Necrons in such a good position? Again, very aggressively points costed in places. They have units like Catan, which can take advantage, like Chaos Demons, can take advantage of the new cover rules. They also have a number of detachments, which I think they can play effectively. For example, I played against Star Shatter, and Star Shatter is very good because it essentially gives you army-wide ignore cover. Effectively, because everyone gets +1 to hit. Find a man who loves you like GW loves Necrons. Indeed. Indeed. I mean, Necrons have been good now for about 3 years in a row. They've never. If you invested in Necrons at the beginning of 10th, your investment has paid off and then some. Now, very good point coming from chat here. Shout out to Pigsy. Necrons are in a very, very good position at the moment. One of the big reasons they've been in such a good position is because of the heal/reanimation protocol rules, which they have been able to abuse. Now, that has been changed with the Tacoma FAQ, and it's very, very, which is not an official GW FAQ, but GW did kind of endorse it. And I think we can safely assume it's going to be, a lot of the changes from Tacoma are going to make it into the official first month balance patch. Now, the FAQ is basically means you can't abuse character healing. Do I think this is going to be enough? Do I think it's going to be enough to bring Necrons down out of the top factions? I don't think so. I think it's a very good ability for them to have. I think you might see them wobble a bit. People might lose confidence in them a little bit. But I still feel like they're going to be, at the worst, there will still be a top 10 faction. At the worst. And there's a good chance they will actually be, they'll actually still be higher than that. I don't think they drop out of the main player category of the game. Finally, we have got the Orcs. Orcs. So Orcs are taking the meta by storm. I love this. I have absolutely zero complaints with Orcs running rampant. I have been through several times that Orcs have been good, although admittedly they were kind of sucky in 10th, but, and I'm not talking when they were good in 9th and they blew everyone off the board with Rucker Truck Squig Buggies. Yes, that was an actual meta. Crazy days. But I never mind playing Orcs even when they're overpowered, because Guard vs. Orcs is a particularly fine game. Classic. So I have no issue with Orcs being good. I guess that doesn't really explain why they're good. So the reason why Orcs are doing quite good at the moment, they're basically the one horde army in the game. And no, I don't count Guard Lads Cannon Spam as a horde army. It's the ability to take some very aggressively costed Orc boys, give pretty much all of them -1 to hit, give pretty much all of them give all of them a 5+ invulnerable save from the WAR, and then if you really want to, but I don't know if anyone's even bothering at that to do this, but then you can just also give them like a feel no pain as well. So I tell you what I think Orcs I tell you what I think we're seeing with Orcs right now. I think there's been a lot of Orc players who have been playing with the training weights on all through 10th. And I think 11th edition has given them a massive shot in the arm. And I think essentially what you are seeing is a lot of Orc players getting their fucking wire on. And I think if you've been playing with with a bad faction, and suddenly your faction now gets pointed incredibly aggressively, it's like, I don't know my anime that well, but I hope I get this reference right. Is it like when Goku takes the training weights off and goes like Super Saiyan, and it might not have been Goku, and suddenly like he's just unstoppable, right? Anime Dragon Ball Z fans, correct me if I've got that right or wrong. But you know, when the weights come off, you can now basically, you're no longer playing on hard mode, it's like playing on easy mode. It's like, that's pretty much the gist. To use an analogy that I'm more familiar with, it's like playing Halo 2 on Legendary and you're fighting through New Mombasa, and the Jackal snipers are just one-shotting you constantly. And you get so good at one-shotting the Jackal snipers in the millisecond you get before they target you. Like, you get so good at that. And then your mate comes over, or your missus says, hey, can I join you? I want to play a game. You're like, yeah, sure. And then you take it down to like normal. And suddenly you are just running through the enemy, brushing them aside as though they were matchsticks. That's kind of where orcs are. Yeah. Goku training at 1000x gravity. Exactly, right? And so, because remember, orcs have just got the same unit. They haven't got the Armageddon units yet, right? They're not in-game. So it's the old orc codex, but now just pointed very aggressively and with the new core rules. There you are. So guard just our training weights on? I believe so. I honestly believe if you just, you know what? If you gave guard the orc and space marine treatment and just cut our points down by about 15% across the board, I think we'd be up here. and that's even with the new cover rules, and that's even with battle shock and affecting orders and all that kind of stuff. Even with all of that, I don't think we'd be maybe in the top 3, but I think we'd be in the top 10. If we were pointed like these guys, we'd be in the top 10. Yeah, because guard has also been kind of think of how many nerfs guard have had over the last 3 years. I mean, every balanced data slate for the last few years of 10th edition has just been nerf the dawns, nerf the dawns. I've seen enough. Another 10 points in the Rogal Dawn, right? So I feel like if they gave us this kind of pointing, we would be in a very good position. Nah. We'd be top 1. Imagine Recon Guard. It'd be like 400 bodies. The thing is, it's not just about being aggressively pointed. It's about being how easy it is to run. And I do think that Space Marines and Orcs at the moment are relatively straightforward to pilot. It's a big, big factor. It's a big factor. It's, as I always say, it's not just about being good. It's about being good and easy to pilot. If you've got 2 factions which are equally as powerful, but one of them, by the time you get to the end of the super major, your brain's melting out of your ears, and one of them, you're relatively spry, the spry guy is going to likely win it. Yeah. All right. So, that just about covers it. So, in summary, like I said earlier, the top seems pretty settled. The middle is in a great state of flux, but the bottom is very, very bottom. And this is actually kind of reflected in some of the comments here on Reddit. I think zombification probably it wasn't that hard to say. Makes a good point. That July update can't consider enough. The bottom of the barrel factions are like really bad, not just a little bad. For example, Chaos Knight's still 10% below the ideal zone after multiple weeks of finding out what works. That's like super not good. Then there's another 6 factions below the 45% mark. Yeah, normally it's like 1 or 2 tops. The top of the meta seems not to be far off. 1 to 2 above 55%, a handful on 52%. Not terrible. Seems like the low end of what's out of whack. That I disagree with. He's absolutely right here. I disagree with that, and I'll tell you why. Look at the numbers of these top factions, man. Look at the this is the big giveaway. This is look at these. The player numbers are such a good metric to keep an eye on. Look at the numbers here. Apart from Tyranids, everyone is basically 30 player, you know, I mean 20 or 30 players. 15. I mean, how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to count this one. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 players. 9 factions with basically 20 players or less. And there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with good player numbers. Like with health players. So, and then you look at the top factions and it's straight away 43, 62, 66. Thousand Suns are a bit unusual and Imperial Knights are a bit unusual with only 36 and 37 respectively. But 51, 48. The reason why these look... every single one of these factions win rate is artificially suppressed by the meta chasing factor and the mirror match, and then some of them are even being suppressed by the noob factor as well. So all these are not good. They're all I would feel comfortable adding 5 to 8% onto the win rate of every single one of these. And that might seem extreme. That might seem extreme, but that is my take. And if I may say it one last time, send me to the black ships, because what did... Guys, have I ever led you astray? Not to wipe myself off, but have I ever led you astray? You guys who have followed this channel for a long time will know that you can go back and check the receipt. Not even a long time, the last few months. Go back and check the receipts. Go back and check the streams. What did I say was that the problem 11th edition was going to have? It was going to be a 2-tier game. There was going to be a handful of factions that were basically so much better. They were going to be at the top of the game, dominating, basically playing in a different world, and everyone else is going to be below that. And look, I was exactly correct. Exactly correct. Now, is that going to be the way for all of 11th edition? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, I said that was what the launch was going to be like, and I was 100% on. How does a K47 player know more about 40k than 40k players? I've been around the block, kid. I've seen some things, man, and some stuff. I wouldn't recommend it. All right. And in all fairness, God is just as good as Thousand Sons of Necrons. I love it. I love it, other Tim. I love it. But, of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section or live right now. There we are. All right, let's see what we've got going on here. I enjoyed that meta-analysis. Did you guys enjoy it? I think we're getting a little bit more informed every week as more and more of the puzzle is coming together. Let's have a look at some super chats here. Chris K, thank you for the salt sticker. Oh my God, thank you for the poo sticker. Thank you very much, boys. I appreciate it. All right, we've got some more super chats coming in here. Talzon, thank you for the super chat, man. Remember, Gazman, if she doesn't want you at sub 40% win rate, she doesn't deserve you at your most Bullgrin Las Kennedy GT podiums. I love that. That's brilliant. That's at goddamn Mordy and Monroe. There you go. All right, what have we got here? Evan Bolger, thank you for the 8 months, man. Bad news, Baneblade is being discontinued. No joke. It's not being discontinued. Well, it might be being discontinued. We're all coping at the moment, assuming it's just getting reboxed. Okay? I don't think it's... I think it's a reboxing, mate. I think we'll be all right. Cosmic, thank you for the banana sticker. Cosmic, I need to get... Dude, pass me the banana. I need to put it up your bum. Because I'm the one that's actually relatively positive at the moment. And you're the one that's like, fuck 40k, bust a rift. And you even played some 40k and you still think fuck 40k, bust a rift. So now I am the banana monger. I am the banana and you are the banana. There you are. Gun MK, thank you for the Bane Blade. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the generous super chat. Started at the end of 2nd and stopped at 7th. Everything I predicted went wrong, like needing a bunch of wounds for mechanics that failed in 2nd. You should try Oldhammer and other games like Mordheim, Battlefield Gothic, and even Legions Imperialis for Epic. So, I actually agree with you. I think, and you know what's funny? I'm seeing there was a thread. Let me show you this, guys. And this is going to blow some of your minds. There was a thread. I wonder if I can find it. Okay, I can't find it now. Ah, here you go. Give me a second. Okay, so here you go. So, in your opinion, what is the biggest problem that balancing faces in 40k currently? And I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but there was some comments in here. It was near at the bottom, but it might have changed since then. So this was very good. No top-down game design. They aren't designing fact-specific roles or goals in mind, and it's having a knock-on effect on the units. You can see why some units have very little variety, but armies expansion have so much redundancy. It's exactly what I was saying. GW game design now is all about gimmicks and not about... it's all about gimmicks and not about actually having deep rules. Yeah. Where is this? Someone made a really good point. And it wasn't downvoted either. Everyone's saying internal balance is bad. The biggest problem that balancing faces in 40k is abusive faction favoritism. Every meta is characterized by a data sheet and usually a relatively new one. Oh, that's just the guy saying like, oh, new shit is always fucked. Where was it? I don't think I can find it. Yeah, okay, this is close enough. So basically, this guy here, even the Redditors, yeah, even the Redditors are starting to wake up to the fact that the things that I've been saying about Newhammer, even the Redditors are starting to wake up to some of the core design problems of Newhammer. Everything being able to wound everything, fixed to hit values, that kind of stuff. Like, this is creating, this is just snowballing into bigger and bigger problems. Like, Space Marines going up to toughness 5, 3 wounds is not going to solve anything. Isn't it amazing how for 30 years, Space Marines had 1 wound and a 3+ save? That was it. Sorry, toughness 4, 1 wound and a 3+ save. And then, in 9th edition, they went up to having 2 wounds. So that's 35 years. 35 years. They had the same stat line. And then, going into 9th edition, they all got 2 wounds. And then about 6 years later, they're now going to have 3 wounds and toughness 5. Potentially. potentially. The core design philosophy of New Hammer needs to be reworked. And I do agree with Gun K here, which is I think we need to reincorporate some of those things from Old Hammer. I went back recently, and yes, it wasn't 2nd edition, but I played 3rd and 4th edition. And it was incredible. It was incredible. A Grey Knight Strike Marine, a Grey Knight Terminator, who had a 2+ save, a 4-up, a 2+ save, a 5+ invulnerable save, and 1 wound, felt more durable than a Grey Knight Terminator who has got a 2-up, 4-up, and 3 wounds. How? How has that Terminator gained so many numbers? How have those numbers been pumped up so much, and yet he feels more durable than ever before? He feels less durable than ever before. Sorry, less durable. And it comes down to game design. It comes down to the reason that weapon skill is weapon skill. It comes down to initiative. It comes down to the cover system. It comes down to the AP system. It comes down to strength versus toughness on a chart. Yeah. Just how durable standard tactical reinforcement feels is so good because it feels so right. No T5, no 2 wounds, no vulnerable saves. Agreed. Totally agreed. And the thing is, tactical marines were never that in 3rd and 4th edition. People say so people will say, but you still killed tactical marines by the bucket load because of weapons like battle cannons. I'm going to agree that was a situation, but it wasn't the stats of the tactical marine that were the problem. It was the fact that most people played on boards with basically 0 terrain. Now, when I say 0 terrain, I'm talking like, hey, I've got a small ruin that comes in the starter set, and you've got these like 3 tank traps and these very cheesy palm trees, and that's the entire board. So obviously in that situation, even and I love Konflikt 47, I love bot action, but if you played on boards like that in those games, you'd also get blown off the board very quickly. So people basically are repeating shit they've heard online, or repeating or saying feelings they had when they were like a kid, basically. Well, my tactical marines got blown off the board when and it's much better now they've covered minus 1 blitzkrieg, and they're just wrong. They're just wrong. And so because I've gone back and played the old editions now, and I can tell you, a unit of Marines dug into cover is actually relatively hard to shift. I had a unit of Chaos Space Marines in my Lost in the Damned army, and they successfully held off. They were ensconced in this heavy cover in the ruin, in the pipes, the industrial pipes in the battle port, and they were fine. They were chilling. I had Simon had a unit of Grey Knights, just dug into cover, and I was shooting them with battle cannons and demolisher cannons. The templates were scattering all over the place. Yeah. The fact that you can't move and shoot at long range. There were so many little things that added up to basically make if you actually played a game of 4th with proper terrain, it was totally fine. 4th melee was still king. Oh yeah, 100%. But no, I don't really mind melee being king. I don't. I mean, I played 3rd edition, and I'm pretty certain in 3rd edition, and Syria, you'll probably know this, but other people can correct me. In 3rd edition, I think you could overrun into a fresh combat and fight that combat. And I think that only changed in 4th edition. That was one of those quality of life improvements, wasn't it? And I remember seeing a meme, and I bet I won't be able to find it now. There's absolutely no way I'm going to be able to find this meme that I saw 15 years ago. No, it's not going to remember it. No, definitely not. Okay, so basically what this meme was, it was from it's probably back on Daka days. It was a long time ago. But I saw a meme where basically someone had one of the old metal Cadian sergeants stood next to one of the new plastic sergeants. And the quote was, You greenhorns don't know how lucky you've got it. Back in my day, you could lose an entire company to a single squad of Khorne berserkers charging into a squad, killing it, overrunning into another squad and fighting another combat again and again and again. And that's how it, because obviously the metal guys were from 3rd edition, the plastic guys were from basically from 4th, end of 3rd, beginning of 4th edition, right? Yeah, so the point is, but I don't really mind that because melee is cool. By the way, I don't really have an issue with melee being good. Melee is cool, charging and chopping. That's one of the things that I think makes 40k quite cool as a game system. Is that melee is actually a thing. It's a bit like why swords are cool in June, right? So even if I get absolutely butchered by melee, I don't really care. I'd like to have a bit of a chance. As long as I've got some tools I can try and deal with it, then that's fine. But, I've been playing guard for a long time. I've been getting killed by melee armies for a long time, right? But the point is, going back to the main point, the thing is, I think we need to learn some things from the old editions. Is 4th edition the official morning edition? Well, obviously not official because I don't work. It's officially my favorite one. I don't work for GW, so it's not named after me. But it's officially my favorite one. And I can't recommend it enough. I've played 11th edition. I've played 4th edition. I prefer 4th edition over 11th. And I'm starting to warm to 11th, but mostly because I'm not warming to, mostly because I'm just beating the crap out of people with Bullgrins, to be honest. But yeah. Yeah. Lol, the freak out of the Baneblades online is ridiculous. Seriously, can't expect UW to Legends remove the Baneblade. Hey, if they do, we crash out. But until they officially do, I think it's a reboxing. Yeah. What have we got next? But Gun McKay, I do like old editions, and I think they are good, yeah. Chris K, thank you for the double support, mate. Thank you for the super chat. Nothing to say today. Have a great stream. Dude, thank you for the support. And also a big thank you for the gift membership as well. Hey, there we go. John Henry Eden, thank you for super chat. The Plasma Beyblade is coming to plastic. Yes. Alongside the plastic Macarius. If you just believe hard enough, guys, it will happen. Plastic Macarius all the way. Yes. Hamhawk, was Renegade Guard a thing in 4th? Oh, bro. Was it ever? You could take... So, the codex was called Codex Aya Terra. It had a special set of rules for Cadians. It's where Kazakin first appeared. There's also a few pages dedicated to the Lost and the Damned. Now, it does. If you look at the codex, it doesn't look like there's all that much they've got to them. It's literally like 2 or 3 pages of units, right? But they also had a bit where it showed you what units you could take from both the Chaos Codex at the time and the Imperial Guard Codex at the time. So you could have an army that featured Lost in the had an army that featured like mutants fighting alongside Chaos Space Marines, fighting alongside like Lehman Russes and stuff. So you could literally have and there was you had mutants, and then there was a side grade for the mutants, which is plague zombies, where they got really slow, but they got like a feel no pain or something insane. Really, really cool. Bear in mind, you didn't get feel no pain from instant death. And instant death is if an attack was if attack strength was double your toughness, you didn't get feel no pain. But yeah, like I remember seeing this army where it was like some dude had like a couple of massive blobs of like plague zombies marching forward, and those plague zombies were being led by Death Guard characters, because you could take aspiring champions and then upgrade them to Mark of Nurgle, start giving them loads of equipment from the Chaos Space Marine Armory and stuff, which is really cool. And then they were independent characters. They could join any unit they wanted. So you had like plague zombies being led, like, you know, a congregation of like plague zombies being led by, you know, by their almost their Death Guard, like priest, like minister. And then backing this up was all these like putrefied like Lehman Russes and stuff like that. It was so cool. Such a cool army. Yeah. Yeah. So good. Yeah. In fact, I'll show you I can show you the army that I ran when I went back to it. Here you go. Let's have a look. And this isn't even a great example, but let me turn chat off just for a second. You can still chat, you just can't see it. So this was the army that I ran in my 4th edition game when I ran my Lost and the Damned. So Lost and the Damned didn't get platoons. Guard got genuine infantry platoons. Lost and the Damned got squads of traitors that were like 15-man squads of guardsmen. So I had 3 15-man squads, each one with a heavy weapon, a special weapon, and a sergeant in there. Or they're called like a deacon or something like that. And then I had a unit of big mutants. So these aren't Ogren or Bulgrin, they're something else. Big mutants. And then I had a Chaos Space Marine. This was my aspiring champion, like basically my Chaos Space Marine sergeant, who was my character in this army. I had a Hellhound and a Lehman Russ, and then down here I had 2 units of Chaos Space Marines, and I used the Night Lord models that Warpforge gave me, but in my head, these were actually Alpha Legion. Yeah. They're actually Alpha Legion. And the idea was that the Alpha Legion has kind of, been behind the scenes causing this world to turn traitor. And now they've sort of risen up in the name of the Dark Gods and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, that absolutely is a legal army. No home brewing, no having to make rules up or anything like that. Just the core rules of the game. And then look at Simon's army when I get to it. That's Simon's entire army of Grey Knights. I don't think he's missed anyone out. Let me have a look. Oh, you missed one. Yeah. That's Simon's entire army of Grey Knights. That's his Grey Knight Strike Force. It's 3 bricks of Terminators, a Grandmaster, and 2 strike squads. And he can put the entire army in deep and a demon host. So technically, the demon host was apparently an illegal model, but we didn't care. Like we were just playing our first game of 4th. But yeah, like so an actual elite army. And I mean, I recommend you watch this, but rest assured, these Grey Knights do not get, they do not go down easy. They're, they are the same sculpt as that, Cash, because Simon is using his 9th edition Grey Knight army. They're not quite the same. They're like, these aren't old models. We're using new models in the game. Yeah. And so Simon basically, he deploys the entire army off the board, and then like turn 2 or turn 3, he brings his entire army in, because end of game scoring, so you don't need to come in early if you don't want to. Yeah. That was a very well received battle report, and it's, you know, it still gets a few views now and again. I put it out. To be fair, it got about 4,000 views, and then it got about 4,000 views, and now it's trickled up to like 6,500. But yeah, it's it didn't get a huge amount of views, but didn't get a terrible amount to not be worth, you know, doing. Yeah. So yeah, it's I can link it for those that want to watch it. All right. We got some more super chats coming in here. Gun K, thank you for another Baneblade. Yes, it is another Baneblade chat. Thank you for your generous support, sir. Double Baneblade, mate. Absolute Giga Chat maneuver. The 2 armies with armor modifiers in 3rd were broken. Andy Chambers dumped it from 3rd as a core mechanic because it doesn't work. Everything got worse after 7th. They should have refined the 3.x rules. Players now are missing out. Bro, you are so right. Literally 110% correct. So in 3rd edition, you had like, didn't orcs have like choppers, which were like, they always meant you always like, you could only have like a 4-up save against them at best, but then it didn't affect like flak arm or something shit. But was there something else that it was? But yeah, no, I don't know the exact thing about the which factions had the army modifiers, but what I will say is that new players do not understand what they are missing. I've said this so many times, and I will continue to say it. I like, you know, playing Warhammer 40k. I still enjoy playing 11th edition. But I feel so privileged. I feel so fortunate. I feel so grateful to have grown up with the older editions of Warhammer. 40k now, it might be bigger than it's ever been. It might be more popular than it's ever been. But it is a pale shadow of what it once was. Do you know what it is? 40k is like a Stellaris fallen empire. Incredibly powerful. No one can take one on. But a remnant of their former glory. Thing is, I've gotten new players to try all the rules, and more often than not, they don't even remotely enjoy it. Michael, I suspect it is because they were not open-minded towards it. I have introduced many game systems to many people, and there's always, you know, and I've come to learn that there are some players that will give it a go, but they had no intention of enjoying it. And especially, you cannot introduce someone to a edition of Old Hammer or to a different game when they are still in their peak New Hammer fever, or even middling New Hammer fever. They can't, their brain, they haven't yet shrugged off their programming. They haven't yet got that itch at the back of their mind. You don't know what it is, but you know it's there. They haven't yet got that. And what you have to do is wait until these players are they're starting to kind of like, they don't know what's bothering them, but they know something's like bothering them about the game. Maybe they have a few bad games, or maybe some broken thing comes out. You have to wait for the honeymoon period to be over, essentially, and for the illusion to begin to be shattered. And at that point, then you can politely suggest something else. And if they don't go for it, that's totally fine. We're not here to do the hard sell. We're here so that everyone can have fun and enjoy the games they want to enjoy, right? But you'll occasionally get someone who will go, you know what, yeah, fuck it. You keep going. You've mentioned this game before and it sounds really fun. You know what, I'm going to try it out. And then they love it and they get hooked. Because at that point, it's not that we're not talking about disillusioned players. We're not like a fucking cult offering you like salvation or whatever it might be. We're not fucking Heaven's Gate or whatever, whatever it was. You know what I mean? What's happening is you need a player to go from being closed-minded to open-minded. That's what it is. And when someone is deep in the 40k hole, they're incredibly closed-minded. Ask me how I know. I was one of those players. I was one of those players that sneered at other game systems, that looked down at other game systems. When people tried to introduce me to them, I went, nah, these are shit. And the reason they were shit is because they weren't my beloved 40k. They weren't my beloved 40k. But then, and a great example I have of this is bolt action. My brother tried to get me into bolt action early on. And I was like, and I played a game or two of it, and I went, nah, shit, I don't want to play it. I wasn't even trying. I was just playing it because he's my older brother, and I like hanging out with him and playing games. But I wasn't even trying to enjoy it. My mind wasn't open. Fast forward 4 or 5 years later, I try bolt action again for the first time. And I've never looked back. Yeah. That's what it is. You cannot make someone play a new game. They have to want to play a new game. It's like a great example of this. How many times, it's like a bit of a meme. How many times is like someone showed you a YouTube video that they're really passionate about and they think it's like the funniest joke ever that's on YouTube. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's pretty good. And how many times have you done that and someone's gone, oh, yeah, that's pretty good to you? It's exactly the same thing with wargames. Michael, for sure, but I think that the core drag is tables on tables. Same issues for trying to teach people Battletech. The more you have to keep looking at tables and cracking books, the less they like. Michael, I strongly disagree with that. Apart from Battletech. Battletech that is extreme when it comes to tables, and you've got to like mark down where the damage is and everything. So I get it because I played Battletech and I struggled with it because it was very, very granular. All right. I totally disagree with the tables on tables thing for 40k though. It really wasn't that complicated. Again, I never struggled with it as a kid, and I didn't struggle with it as an adult. It's really not that hard. You don't even need to refer to the table most of the time. Is your weapon skill higher than my weapon skill? Yes. Okay. Well, I'm hitting you on 4s. You're hitting me on 3s. Think about this. The strength versus toughness mechanics of modern 40k are a table without the table. Think about that. There is no difference between basically having one of those old tables where it goes strength 1, that's a 4. Strength 1, toughness 1, that's a 4. Strength 1 versus toughness 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's 5s. Okay, strength 1 versus... strength 1's not a great example. Strength 3 versus toughness 3, winning on 4s. Strength 3 versus toughness 4 and 5, winning on 5s. Strength 3 versus toughness 6 plus, winning on 6s. There's literally no difference between it. Everyone has literally just been psyoped. They've been absolutely psyoped. And again, do you want another example of this being true? Old World. I have genuinely lost count. In fact, I reconnected with a couple of mates that I'd just not really talked to consistently for like a couple of years. And they reached out and were like, hey, you know, we've been getting back to war games and everything. Been playing like Old World, been getting war games. Have you, you know, we know you like Old World. Do you want to like come and play games with us? And I've been like chatting to them, and they were like, these are players. I've lost track of I'm mixing two things at once. I have lost track of the number of people who played Newhammer, who repeated that fucking line about too many tables, vehicle facings were too difficult, templates were a problem. All the shit, and then they've gone and played Old World and they love it. So many people who play Old World now are 40k refugees. In fact, bold statement, I would say the majority of players who play Old World now are 40k refugees. The initial community was everyone who came back from fantasy and who had the nostalgia trip. Now, with fucking 3 years into that game, and it's growing and growing and growing. And the reason is it's picking up all of the 40k refugees. Tables, templates, all that shit was just not hard. It's just not hard. It's just people use it as excuses to say they don't like things. The only table I had to check is vehicle damage table. Exactly. And think about this. We were able to handle this back in the days when it was all analog. Imagine being able to do this with a bloody app. Imagine being able to do this with a bloody comprehensive cheat sheet on an app. It'd be so easy. Just literally, you could literally have an app where it's like quick reference, vehicle damage table, done. Again, I've said this before. I will say this again. I say this a lot in this stream. If you cannot get your fucking head around a table that goes weapon skill 3+ versus weapon skill 3+ equals hitting on a 4, if you can't get your head around that, then maybe Warhammer isn't the game for you. If list building is hard, maybe Warhammer isn't the game. If granular points makes list building hard and you can't fucking do basic maths, maybe Warhammer isn't the game for you. I'm not going to stop you from playing it. I'm merely suggesting that in a world with apps and everything, if you can't fucking do this, there are many games out there which don't require you to do it. It's not elitist. It's not being a dickhead. Okay? I just don't believe in the corpo slop of... it's the barrier to entry. Do you know what? Do you know why corporations tell you we're lowering the barrier to entry? They're not lowering the barrier to entry. They're lowering the standards of the game. Do you think that modern 40k is more complex and convoluted and harder than Midhammer? Think with force dispositions, detachments, fights first, all the reactive moves, all the stratagems, all that. Which one do you, with all of the shit that goes on in modern Warhammer, do you think it's more or less complicated than Midhammer? That's the big question. That's the $1 million question. And the moment you ask people that, they go, huh. It's not even close, Emil. Emil, I don't even agree. It's not even different forms of complexity, man. Yeah. It's not even different forms of complexity. It really isn't. Go back and play Midhammer. it just flows so nicely. It's like a work of art. Yeah. I was thinking of the meme where someone says something true, but out of pocket, and the lady yells, "You need to leave!" Michael, sorry. No, I'd say the players make it more complicated than the rules intended to be. Also, a bit of an inside baseball from a different game. I can get a brand new player to understand MTG card with 50 keywords. I mean, I disagree, Michael. I mean, I don't disagree on the MTG thing. I don't know anything about that. But I don't think the players make the game more complicated. How do the players make the game more complicated? We're not designing it. We're merely using the rules that are presented to us. I didn't make surge moves a thing. I didn't make stratagems a thing. Now, I do agree that 40k players tend to massively over-optimize things at the moment and try and break the game, but that is a mentality that's been cultivated. That's what happens when you cultivate competitive and only competitive. Now, it's not like I don't like competitive play. I do like competitive play, but I think it's yin and yang. You need competitive and you need narrative. Emergent narrative. So it really feels like all these changes happened at the fear of barrier of entry for 40k being too much when it was never that bad in the first place. Exactly. So many things. The thing is, right, it was a different world. It was a different world. You've got to remember, there's a lot, and this is going to sound, and I like Midhammer, but you have to remember that there were a lot less normal people playing the game. And some people will be like, yeah, that made it better. And I don't totally disagree with you, but I don't totally agree with you either. There were a lot of great people in the game, but there were also a lot of sweaty turbo nerds, a lot of socially ungraceful people, and the internet. And the big thing was the collective shared knowledge was very low. So you could have someone in your game group kind of like insist the rules work this way, and you couldn't really, other than going you couldn't really, you know, if they just insisted it was that way and you played that way, they could abuse it, right? That guy, all that kind of stuff. I really, really firmly believe if you took the modern 40k community, even with as competitive as it is, if you took the modern 40k community and you introduced them to Midhammer Remastered, I truly believe so many of the problems that get parroted online would not exist. And my evidence and I have evidence for this. This is not a hypothesis. This is a scientific fact. I will refer to it again. Old World. All of the arguments that people used to have about 40k were very similar in Old World because they were sister games. One was squad based, one was rank and flank, but they were very similar in many respects. You had tables, you had templates, you had crazy morale rules and all this kind of stuff. And yet Old World is an amazing game. It absolutely thrives on the vibes. And it has also a really, really strong competitive scene at the same time. And the reason why, and we used to have all the same arguments in Old World. We used to have all the same arguments. Oh, no, that's not covering that model. It's covering that model with the templates and all that. Because, oh, it hasn't scattered that direction. We had all the same ones back in the day. But now the community is just much more normal. I'm not saying normie. I'm just saying normal. And I really think that Old World is the proof that if we had Midhammer Remastered with the current community, we would have the best edition of 40k. Yeah. It would be a golden era. Yeah. The number of times in Old World now where do you know what the standard do you know what the etiquette in Old World is? It's like, okay, I'm going to shoot my template. I'm going to roll the dice. I'm going to put it on that model there. I'm going to roll the dice, and then you just go, okay, and so this is the scatter dice, and you just hand your opponent the template and say, you tell me how many I get, and they tell you, and you don't argue it. You just go, okay, and then you take the template back, and then when they shoot a template at you, you do exactly the same thing, and you don't fuck them, and they don't fuck you. The honor system. Yeah. Serie A, they do that in Old World now. Back in the day, you handed your opponent the template and said, cover the maximum of guys, and they just did it. Yep, exactly. Here's the thing. Old World is not balanced the top and bottom brain, not to Old World is balanced the top and bottom brain, not the middle, which is the fatal mistake of 40k. It balanced towards the middle, which is always the fatal mistake. See, what's interesting, Michael, is you are the only person I've ever heard say that. The current thinking is that the problem 40k has is it only balances around the top, but it doesn't balance around the bottom. So you're not totally wrong, but it doesn't. It only balances around the top. So you've got a bunch. So if you've got some top tier S tier player who can take Imperial Guard pure infantry and win super majors with it, and then GW nerfs all of the basic infantry, what you have is that one guy's build got nerfed, but then you've got thousands of players who are just looking down at their infantry now going, why the fuck did I get nerfed? My infantry wasn't causing any problems. Yeah. Yeah. Being gentleman at the table keeps the game fun, and 40k has lost that in the modern editions. I don't think the community has lost it, but I do think the game has lost it. Yeah. What's with AP in fourth? It's very simple. The AP system, if the number matches or is lower than your armor save, you don't get an armor save. If the number is higher than your armor save, you do get an armor save. So, for example, if I'm a Space Marine wearing power armor, so that's armor save 3+. If someone shoots me with a heavy bolter, which is AP 4, then 4 is higher than 3, so I get my armor save. But if someone shoots me with a plasma gun, which is AP 3, AP 3 matches my armor save, so I don't get an armor save. If someone shoots me with a melter gun, that is AP 1. That's lower than my armor save, so I don't get an armor save. Your armor saves never get modified. It basically represents, does this shot have the power to actually penetrate your armor, or is it going to bounce off? And I like the system because, like, if I shoot a tank with like a las rifle, I'm never going to penetrate its armor. Yeah. Yeah, plasma AP4. Yeah, I think it was AP4, but like it could become AP3, couldn't it? Serie A? There was ways of getting it. Breaching, that was it. It had breaching. Yeah, plasma AP4 with breaching was a good change for Horus Heresy. I agree. Horus Heresy 2.0 was a good game. Yeah. All right, we got some super chats coming in here. Right, before I get super chats, I can see Rex and Gunham K's done 2. Amazing. Before I get to those, let me just grab a quick drink. And then when I come back, I'll answer all your super chats. All right, I'll be 1 second. I might have a wee as well, but I'm not going to be too long. All right, back in a mo. Talk amongst yourselves for 1 minute. I'm back, baby. Okay, I have got 5 super chats I want to do. Rex, thank you for super chat, man. Been a while since I have done this. Hobby progress and stream discussion. Hey, let's have a look. Let's have a look. There we go. Some hobby progress and my new Cadian speed painting method. Desert yellow spray primer, dry brush khaki, detail, paint in details, then wash. Let's have a look. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, give it a shade, and you'll be flying. Yeah. Do you want to know my speed paint technique? Speed paints. Rex is like, fuck you. Fuck you, Mordian. Fuck you. All right. And then what you got? A hippogriff? Is it a hippo? Is it? Nice. Cool. Very cool. GW's going to take my channel down now. I've shown a 3D printed model off. Dude, I love it, man. Great to see. Great to see some hobbying happening. There you are. Awesome, man. Great. Honestly, though, great to have you back active in the streams and in the Discord and doing some hobbying, and it's just great. It's good to see, man. It's good to see. Yeah. All right. Michael Bosswell, I'm curious, do you know what the fundamental design issue with Primara is and it's warped the game balance as a whole? I don't know, but if I was to take a guess, it would be the fact that they basically it's a series of specialist units, which is what the Eldar used to do. I'm guessing something like that. My guess, anyway. Rather than like the used to have much more mixed squads, now they're basically Imperial Eldar in many ways, but then also being Space Marines. Yeah, that's my guess. All right, what do we got next? Gun MK, thank you so much for the double super chat, baby. Yes, thank you for the double super chat. 07. Amazing, man. Double salute. 40k had 3 tables: hit, wound, and vehicle damage result. A vehicle damage result. They were very easy to memorize and only needed a d6 roll. I run a BT campaign and 40k. BT. I don't know what BT is. Sorry. Battletech. I run a Battletech campaign and a 40k one. Battletech is theoretical physics, whilst 40k is kindergarten. I agree. So the thing is, I think I need to give Battletech another go. Because when I was first, I think I'd have a very similar experience to Bolt Action with it. When I was first introduced to it, I was closed-minded. And I was like, I just want to play Bolt Action 40k. And now I am much more open-minded. I'll try any game once. The only reason I don't cover every game on this channel is I only have so much time. But yeah, it's so I do want to give it another go. And Morty Bro does have all the Battletech. So yeah, I might, and I think he's got all the Battletech, he's got all the terrain and everything. So I might give it another go. I've been saying I'm going to give it another go for a little while, but yeah, I might give it another go for sure. 40k. Do you know what's funny? Simon and I, Salty Simon, we went and played 3 or 4 games of Old World. Did it on not Old World, Midhammer. Did it on Battle Report. And Simon, having never played Midhammer before, picked it up very quickly and really, really enjoyed it. And do you know what Simon actually he said? And bear in mind, we'd only played like a few games, so I did push back on this when he said it. He was like, well, I've played a bit of Midhammer now, and it's like, well, kind of wish there was a bit more going on. And I was like, dude, you've literally played like 3 games with 3 different factions. You've not even like explored any of your factions to a proper extent. You basically had like a bunch of intro games, right? And he went, yeah, no, that's fair enough. That is fair enough. And also, I love Simon, but if he loses a game, he's like, there's a reason we call him Salty Simon, right? So let me just say, it was no coincidence that when Simon won the first 2 battle reports, he was like, yeah, I want to do more 4th edition. I'm loving 4th edition. I absolutely love it. More games. And then he lost the 3rd game of 4th edition, and he was like, oh, I just wish there was more going on. Yeah. Anyway, I'll get him back onto it. Yeah, I'll get him back onto it. No, I'm not being fair. I'm only busting his balls more than anything else. But yeah, 40k is very, very. The point is like, the reason I mentioned it is because Midhammer is much simpler. And I think this whole thing of Midhammer was more complicated. I think it's just bollocks. I think it's just something that people repeat over and over and over again, and they've never actually played it. If I could absolutely, no doubt in my mind, if 11th edition imploded, 40k went belly up, GW went belly up, everything fell apart tomorrow, I would make a big beef stream on it, and then I would basically go, right, lads, back to 4th edition, and I'd main 4th edition. And I'd just wait for homebrew shit to come along and fill in some of the gaps. Like Renegade rules. No dramas whatsoever. I could happily play 4th edition and, yeah, Midhammer without any issues. Yeah. I don't think you guys could fathom the level of autism that I would unleash into that game. Every sergeant would have a name. Every sergeant would be customized with war gear from the armory, and I would know them all by heart. Gun McKay, thank you for the super chat, man. 5th edition Imperial Guard allowed 9 times Valkyries, and you could drop Kazakin and veterans from them. They had 5 artilleries that no longer exist. They could all take 4+ saves and chimeras. Many more options even. Oh yeah, dude, 5th edition Air Cav Guard was so good. So fucking good. Yeah. I as a concept, it's, the thing is, I do think I have a bit of a controversial opinion here, which is I don't think 5th edition was as good as 4th edition. And the reason why I don't think 5th was as good as 4th is because, from a guard perspective, one, vehicle squadrons began the spam. That's why that was the genesis of the problems that we have today. And also, that's when I believe the missions changed to raw kill points, where kill 1 unit, get 1 point. So a squad of fucking Gretchen was worth as much victory points at the end of the game as a, 10-man brick of Terminators. So I think that 4th edition, and when I say 4th edition, I think 4th edition with 3.5 codexes. If you had a 3.5, so 3.5 chaos space means 3.5 guard, obviously, right? Yeah. That I think is way better than 5th. Yeah. Don't care about anything else. You had me at Air Cav Guard. Well, in 5th edition, you could do Air Cavalry Guard very effectively. Well, to be fair, the Valkyries were basically just skimmers. So if you want proper Air Cav Guard, you're probably looking at 6th edition. Probably. 6th edition had some very interesting flyer rules. I actually quite like the 6th edition flyer rules. I remember seeing a battle report where someone had I think it was 10 or 11 of the Necron flying Quassons versus someone who took, it might have been guard flyers, like a bunch of like Vendettas and Vultures and stuff, and they had like a massive dogfight on the board. And that was no homebrew. That was just the rules. Very, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Yeah. So in for those of you that, so in 6th/7th edition, the flyer rules were you could if you were a person shooting up at the flyers, you could only hit them on a 6. You could only hit them with snapshots. Snapshots meant you couldn't hit them with blast weapons, so you couldn't like shoot a battle cannon up at them or anything like that. But you could shoot them with like all the sponsored weapons and stuff if you wanted, but you'd only hit on like 6s. The only way you could hit them on better than 6s is if you had the flak special rule, which meant you hit them on normal ballistic skill. And missile launchers had flak missiles, so they actually had a reason to take missile launchers. No one ever did, but yeah. Hydra's obviously no, but where things went wrong is if you had the Skyfire is what it was called. Sorry, if you had Skyfire, it meant that you only hit. You hit sky targets normally, but you hit ground targets on 6s. It flipped it round, and that's where the mistake was. Skyfire should have just meant that you hit everything normally, and because the reason why is it didn't really make sense that like a Hydra wouldn't be able to hit ground targets very effectively. So they kind of fucked it up, and they didn't correct it in 7th. Yeah. But this is what I mean. This is the thing. But GW never FAQ'd anything. They never FAQ'd anything. I bet you if we'd had like 6th edition, if we had 6th edition, but with the modern GW approach to balance patches and stuff, I bet you they would go, oh yeah, no, that we'll change that rule. Yeah, you can shoot ground targets normally now. I bet you they would update it. It's why I say like old game design, but new management of the games, like FAQ stuff, I think would work really nicely. I don't even care if they pull the levers to make us buy models and shit. Like, that's fine. Yeah. Do you think meta chasers degrade the experience for casual players via stat sheet nerfs? Yes, but not necessarily meta chasers. I think it's balancing around the top of the game is what causes problems for casual players. So it's not necessarily the meta chasers themselves. It's the fact that if it's balancing around the top and the flawed detachment system, which causes problems for casual players. If you are a normal guard player taking 60 or 80 infantry in your combined arms list, it makes absolutely zero sense that your Cadian blobs have gone up by 20 points. You are collateral damage. You are collateral damage to the top players and recon disposition. Not recon detachments. That's what it is. All right. What have we got next? All right, let's have a look here. Having stream, thank you for the 49 months. X-Force, baby! Horse Heresy 2.0 was good, but Dark Angels and Imperial Fists were way too OP. Yeah, but... You know... As someone who was clearly an expert in Horse Heresy 2.0, I played like 4 games. I don't know. Because everybody, and I mean everybody, said that Solar Auxilia were terrible. And I took one look at Solar Auxilia and were like, they are clearly utterly cracked. What the fuck are people on about? The problem, the reason why Solar Auxilia were so good, but everyone said they were bad, is because nobody played them right. Everybody just took like, oh, no, nobody, frankly, I'll tell you what it is, nobody wanted to paint up the infantry that was required to make it work. I wonder if I've still got it. I made a Horse Heresy list, and I showed it off to people in the channel that liked Horse Heresy, and they actually said that it was evil. They actually said it was fucking horrific. I need to see if I can find the lists. I have found... Here you go. This was the list. Songs we were fine, to be honest. I've never heard of them suck. Dude, I had so many people say they sucked to me. I had so many people. And everyone online was saying they're bad as well. So my list was... I think it was an Ultramar Auxilia was my thing. Or whatever it was called. There was a thing where I can't quite remember what it was now. It might be. Anyway, I was on the one that lets you take the absolutely massive infantry blobs. Yeah, the red marks don't really matter. Because I just hadn't bothered tidying them up a little bit. But there was a thing where you could... This might not be exactly the right thing. But there was a thing, basically, right? Let me see if there's a different list here. Like I said, I'm trying to find a list that I wrote like fucking years ago. Ah, that was it. Yes. So my list, that I took the Ultramar Auxilia like detachment thing, to use the 40k lingo. And my list consisted of just under 200 riflemen. And I then had, I believe it was 9 Lehman Russes. It might have been more. That's just an empty tertio. Yeah. There's 3 there, 6, 10 Lehman Russes. And every single Lehman Russ had a Vanquisher cannon. Now, the reason why I personally believe that this list was utterly, utterly cracked was because your basic guardsman came equipped with a las rifle, which was strength 6, AP -4. Now, the AP 4 doesn't really matter. The strength 6 does matter, because the strength 6 meant that you wounded Marines on 2s. Now, bear in mind that most Marines, even Terminators, were toughness 4 in this game. Now, it was heavy, which meant if you moved and shot, you would start like hitting on like 6 and stuff. But there was a bunch of rules that you could take advantage of, which is that you got like, I think it was close order. Ah, yes, close order. If you remain in close order, if you have your movement, you count as remaining stationary. Now, yes, that meant I would only be moving like 3 inches a turn, right? But remember, this was end of game scoring, so I really didn't need to get to the objectives until closer to the end of the game, right? So basically, I could move across the board, hitting on 4s, wounding on 2s versus Space Marines. Now, another thing that was really big here was how you could overlap the Tercio special rule. Models with a special rule may only be selected as part of Tercio. When a reaction is declared for a unit with this rule that allows it to make a shooting attack or a move, then all units of the same Tercio that are in formation with the react unit may move and make a shooting attack as described in the reaction being made. A unit is in formation when that unit is in coherency and has at least one model in to another model from a different unit. So, what you did is you took 20 of your Solar Auxilia and you strung them out in a big line. And then you took the remaining 80 Solar Auxilia of the Tercios and you made sure that they were in front and they were within 3 inches of the conga line. And then the moment that someone like moved out again, like moved a unit against you, you would Overwatch, because in Horse Heresy 2.0, Overwatch you hit at full ballistic skill. So you're like, oh, okay, well, you've moved it to Space Marines. I'm now going to hit you with 100 of these shots. Bang. And that's in your turn. And I can do multiple reactions because I can take like a warlord trait or write a battle that gives me extra reactions. So I could do an extra reaction in the shooting phase. So I could do this twice if I wanted to. And I'm not even remembering it like that accurately. Like this is just roughly speaking. And the tanks got the same things as well, right? I think if I... yeah, the tanks also got the Tercio thing. So if someone wanted to like bring tanks out against me, I'd go, okay, well, I'll just hit you with, 6 Vanquisher cannon shots with 4 rolls to hit. Because I've got the coaxial autocannon gives me, if that hits, it gives me 4 rolls to hit. And then your Vanquisher cannons had Sunder, which means they got rerolled armor penetration against vehicles and buildings, and reroll glancing hits and attempt to get a penetrating hit instead. And they were strength 9. So you had rerolls to hit, rerolls to wound against your intended target. And you also did multiple damage as well because of brutal. Yeah. So this was my Horse Heresy, and I showed this off to multiple people. And this is only a rough example. I showed this off to multiple people in Heresy that played Heresy in the MG community, and they were like, "Yeah, but you're not meant to spam Vanquishers because they're broken." And so you know what? I didn't spam them, and instead I played Imperialis Militia and got my ass beaten in every single game because vibes. Now the reason I mentioned all of this half in stream is that I think there are a lot of people that said a lot of things in Horus Heresy, and they were just repeating stuff that they heard. Like I was told, like, oh, you should never spam like Contempt of Dreadnoughts, they're too good. And Simon had loads of Contempt of Dreadnoughts in his army, and I just got used to beating them. And do you know what? It reminds me of Konflikt 47 when people are like, oh, you shouldn't, Shrek Wolf and so OP, Totem Core so OP. It's like, well, when you play a few games against them, you start getting the measure of them. I never played Imperial Fist, so I could be speaking from a position of ignorance. But I suspect there was a lot of, people said this OP because they read about it online, but they never actually experienced the OPness. And if people were bodying people with Imperial Fists, then I see that as a problem on the Imperial Fist side, not on their side, because you should have had the honor system. Yeah. 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 It's in a game like Heresy, you just need to have people you need to have that rift mindset, man. Yeah, yeah. You gotta be busting rifts up here. You know? That's what I'm saying. Russell W, thank you for the 5 gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Brother of Titans, thank you for 39 months. XLCB, you were right. Posted a couple of Temu Hellhounds. Let's have a look. There you go. Let's have a look. Interesting. Yeah, once they're all painted up. Once they're all painted up with a bit of storage on them, bit of the old, raid in the bits box. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. I did say GW's gonna have to keep an eye out for that old Temu thing. Yeah. Very interesting for the Titans. Very interesting indeed. Hope you enjoy the models. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Meme and stream discussion. Maybe 11th edition won't be so bad after all. First off, the new 40k book ain't actually that bad. I really appreciate that total rewrite. They're doing a lot of changes for first edition patch, and somebody me in the second picture. All right. It's actually Warhammer 40k 11th edition. We swear this time. GW, probably. And somebody memed this picture. There you go. And then they said it was going to be the most narrative edition ever. There you go, Cosmic. That's a meme for you right there. All right. All right. What have we got next? Thomas Richard, thank you for super chat. Finished painting my first Caden troop today. Let's have a look. My first Cadian painted as a test. Not many left in my pledge pile. Okay, it's time for bed. Thanks to stream. Let's have a look. Hey, he looks pretty good, man. A nice classic Cadian. Looking good. No, not too bad. Not too bad. You'll get there. Just paint one model at a time, bit by bit, and it will all come together. All right. Gundam K, thank you for the super chat, man. Dude, you've been smashing it tonight. Thank you very much for your generous support. I agree on the point issue. Chat too limited to explain. Fifth had all the units that are gone now but had broken formations. I'll drop in Discord. Let me know if you want to try Battletech again. Happy to help. Dude, thank you for support, man. I appreciate it. And yeah, no, I also appreciate that, like, the medium of text isn't always the best at communicating things. So yeah, no, I think that you are right, though. 5th edition had peak unit variety, but by the time we got to 6 and formations and everything, it had all gone a bit squiffy. Yeah. No, I totally agree, man. I thank you for the offer, the Battletech help. Mordy Bro probably has me covered, but if there's anything we're not sure about, I'll keep you in mind. All right? Thank you, man. Macon, thank you for the super chat. Link for a site with Midhammer rules and codices in stream discussion. Not sure if you'll want to visually show on stream, but highlighting anyway. No, I appreciate that, man. Link for Midhammer books and such an uncurious. I'll have a look. Ah, very interesting. Huh. This website is very interesting indeed. Yeah, don't mind me. Just gonna. I'm definitely not, but for legal purposes, I'm not bookmarking it. All right, there you are. Interesting. All right. Very, very cool. Very cool indeed, sir. Okay. What do we got next? The Kerbermeister! Thank you for the super chat, man. Can you explain how the Stuggless works? I thought if you move something with indirect fire, it always hits on a 6+. I think only if you fire it indirectly. Kerbermeister, my understanding is if you take the Basilisk and you choose to fire the weapon indirectly, then yes, if you then you hit on 6s. But if you just target something within line of sight, it just hits normally. Yeah. There you go. So that's how it works. It's just about if you fire. I think that's how it works. I'm still very new to 11th. I could be wrong. Fun Jacob. Oh my god, Fun Jacob. Holy shit! I told you that I missed this, man. Can we get everyone in chat right now to spam 07 down in the chat? Because Fun Jacob has been an absolute giga chad, coming in with not 1, not 2, but 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yes. Amazing, man. Fun Jacob, thank you so much for the incredible support. 50 new conscripts to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. 50 new conscripts to die gloriously in an overpriced way. In 11th edition. There you are. Dude, seriously, thank you for your incredible support. It's been a while, man. You drop in the stream and you are fucking smashing it, bro. Holy fucking shit, man. Thank you. The tip of my toes to my big rubber nose. A huge fucking thank you, man. Live updated pictures of my new LT posted in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Okay. Gentlemen, I live. Life is kind of cray-cray. Haven't had time to hobby in 2 weeks. I take the Florida bar exam, the thing MG needs me to pass so we can say the channel has legal protections. They won't be great. Hey, I'll take anything. It's been super stressful, but it's all come together. Odds of passing are a little better than the guard win rate. Hey, just make sure you spam las cannons in the exam. You'll be all right. Shortly after the bar, like 3 days after, your boy is going to get surgery on the spine. Apparently, for the past 5 years, I've been one funny step going down a flight of stairs from getting permanently paralyzed. That's pretty bad. See last picture of my C6, C7 MRI. So that's going to put me on my ass for a bit. Hey, but then it'll be fixed and then you'll be all right. So there you are. With all this stress, the Emperor has brought me a new lieutenant, and he is sharing in the workload like a champ. His name is Lieutenant Reggie the Muscovoy. See all the pictures attached. His name is Reginald, because he's a baby and appropriately holds the rank of lieutenant. Story behind the duck. Yesterday, while I was walking my dog, there was a crowd of about 10 people walking up to a group of ducks in my community. They were trying to get one of them to accept Reggie, but all the ducks were attacking him. I went over to see what was going on. Turns out one of the girls in the group had found him and had been holding him for 5 hours. Any of you birdos out there know you hold most the most you hold any baby bird. You hold most any baby bird for more than an hour or so. Mum is probably going to try and kill it. So I told them I would take the duck. We're currently looking for an animal sanctuary for him, but he loves me and my dog. He may just move into my pond in the backyard permanently. Bro, you've got to keep Reggie. If you don't keep Reggie, we riot. It's that fucking simple, man. Like, it's actually that simple. You don't get a choice in this now. This isn't, like, up for debate. Like, we now prefer Reggie over you. Like, chat prefers the chair over me. Yeah, poor Reggie. He's part of the guard now. Ah. Unfathomably cute. Oh, he's got a little box and it's got some bits in it. I mean, he probably sees you as mum now or dad. Yeah. Is he tucked up back. He's, oh my God. He's actually like tucked up. Do you know what? It's funny because all the other birds are going to be like, oh my God, get rid of the traitor. Get rid. Reggie is going to live literally like the most peak life. All those other ducks out there are going to get like eaten. And Reggie is going to be like just chilling out, just living his domesticated duck life. Like he's actually, like, here's the thing. He's actually just won the lottery life as a duck. Yeah. He's actually just won the duck lottery. Just, oh my God. Look at him. That is the cutest thing in the world. Ah. Yeah, no, you're definitely mum now. By the way. You're definitely mum. He's following you around like you're his mother. That is so cute. Is he gonna go? Feet! Yeah, he's literally following you around. He's literally following you around like he literally now he just sees you as just a big mother duck. Yeah, no way you can get rid of him. Absolutely no way. Yeah. Also, spine picture. That is pretty fucking metal. So I'm no doctor. Okay, this is not medical advice, but I'm of the understanding that it's meant to be pretty like equal all the way down, and this little, it feels like it shouldn't go in there, you know. That bit feels like it should go like down like this, not in like this. My God. that as a totally unqualified layman. Funny, the doctor said the same thing. I told you, these doctors, they're not as smart as they like you to think. It's all basic. Surgery's just like carpentry, really, just with a lot more blood. He's fit enough to go back in the line. Give him a lad's gonna stop whining. So true. Yeah. There you are. Yeah, what are you complaining about? You seem to be walking around with that duck fine. If you can walk a duck, you can hold a line. All right. Oh my God. Oh my God. There you are. Right, where's me book? Just make him a stationary gunner? Yeah. If you do carpentry, right, there's a lot of blood too. True enough. Alright. Right. Or being turned into a dreadnought, that's true. Sadly, we don't have dreadnoughts right now. Fuck it. Jesus Christ, I missed the... I am. This may come as no surprise to many of you, but... sometimes I might be a little special with a capital R. Right, there we are. Gentlemen, is it time? Is it finally time to disclose the yellow energy? We get a lot of questions about what is yellow energy. And I feel like we need to explain it. It's time. Who here doesn't know what the yellow energy is? Who here doesn't know? Helen Jedi doesn't know. No one. Okay, no. All right. I'm going to explain it to you all now. It's going to expand your mind. Okay? It's going to expand your mind. I'm going to, in fact, this has been requested so much that I'm going to actually make a stream highlight out of it so that people can refer to it. I don't know how popular it'll be, but I think this will resonate with a lot of people. I wait nearly 2 weeks to tell us. Okay. So one of the in-jokes sayings that we have on the Morning Glory channel is yellow energy. And I've had so many people ask me, what the hell is yellow energy? Why do you always say like GW is so yellow energy? And I'm going to explain it to you now. And just know that once I've explained this to you, it will explain why every job you've ever had that has gone to shit has gone to shit. Specifically, though, I will caveat that with in an office. But even then, I reckon this applies to outside the office as well. It perfectly explains why so many businesses that go corpo go slop. So you all hear the phrase corpo slop. That's corpo slop. And if you look at things like the video game industry, for example, and you see some of the games that they're putting out, and it's like they are full blown corpo slop. You look at like Hollywood and some of the movies they put out, corpo slop, right? There's a lot. I bet many of you have already got a dozen examples in your head just from like the last 6 months of some high profile corpo slop that wasn't even in your life. But I also bet that you already know kind of what the effects of what yellow energy is. You already know what the effects is. You just don't know what's causing it. And some people say, oh, I know what it is. It's this and this. All of it can be explained by yellow energy. All right. Now, some of you may wonder, before we get to what yellow energy is, I do think I need to lay out my credentials. Because some people may say, how did you come across this knowledge? How did you know? I was a corporate drone for 10 years. I started out in a entry-level job post-university, and I climbed the greasy corporate ladder for 10 years before I became a full-time YouTuber. Now, to prove to you that I was a true corpo drone, what I would regularly do is work at a company for 2 or 3 years, and then the moment that I sort of hit the ceiling in that company of how far I could progress, I would, without any hesitation, any remorse, or any thinking of what it would do to the company that I worked at, would leave that company, go external, go out and upwards to another company. So when I wanted to become a junior manager, I left my first job and I went to a second company, and then I worked my way up there. And then when I wanted to become an operations manager as part of a senior management team, I moved out and up again. So that proves how corpo I was. Okay, no loyalty, nothing. It was just about the paycheck. It was just about the job. It was just about getting the bag. Okay, so that's my credentials. And I worked in 3 private companies, but this definitely applies to public companies as well, like publicly traded companies, but also probably applies to like where you work, like public sector jobs as well. Okay, it literally applies to almost any office job and probably a lot of non-office jobs. Okay, so what is yellow energy, and why does it ruin every company that that infects? Okay, what industry? I worked in the renewable energy industry, which by itself is very yellow energy. So there you are. Now, in many companies, you will be asked to do like team building exercises and all this kind of stuff. And one of these famous sort of team building exercises, I think, is the Myers-Briggs principle. I might be misremembering it, but it's some utterly wanky, like, bullshit name. All right. Now, the Myers-Briggs principle basically determines that everyone in an organization will fall into one of 4 energy categories. Very much your aura, your energy, right? Now, one of these energies is green. So you've got green, red, blue, and yellow. Green energy is full of all the nice people. The people that aren't like particularly good at their jobs, but everybody likes them and they're very empathetic. And green energy people are very important to a company because they make a company feel like a nice place to work. A good example of a green energy person is you've always got like the old like lady in the office who remembers everyone's birthdays and always makes sure that they get a cake and they get the card and they go around the office and they get everyone to sign the card, right? Green energy is full of nice people, not the most competent people, not the most confident people, but people that tend to and not people who are going to be go-getters, not people who are going to be like doing like particularly, smash it, not going to be snapping action, cashing checks or anything like that, but they're nice and they kind of do as they're told and they always remember the birthdays. Okay. So that's the green energy people. The opposite of green energy is red energy. Red energy is full of the go-getters. They're the opposite. There's all that person in the office who is like, the red energy is like the doers, the team leaders. They're the kind of manager that's a bit of a dickhead and sometimes even quite a lot of a brazen dickhead. Like the kind of manager that will like actually bollock you and like will tell you to your face if you've done something wrong, but they will deliver the results. And in a funny sort of way, in the moment when they're bollocking you, you're probably a bit upset about it. And green energy people don't really like red energy people because they say to the red energy people like, why can't you just be kinder? Why can't you be nicer? But the red energy people are the ones that like, even though you might not like them, they don't do a lot of the work themselves, but they get the work across the line. Okay? So red energy people and green energy people are opposite because green energy don't do a lot of work, but they're really nice and they're really kind. And red energy people also kind of, they're a very important process in the work. They're not necessarily the foot troops, but they're not particularly kind. Then you've got the blue energy. Then you've got the yellow. We'll do yellow energy, then we'll do blue energy. Then you've got the yellow energy people. The yellow energy people are the ideas people. They always have the ideas. They're the creatives. They're the ones that will come into the office and be like, guys, I've had this brilliant idea. We should be doing this project, or we should rebrand the website in this way, or we should launch this thing. Ideas. And they love to have meetings and PowerPoint presentations. And they love to use words like synergy and blue sky thinking and all this kind of stuff. They have the ideas, head in the clouds kind of things. Okay. But they don't do any work. They're just the ideas people. All right. They also don't like details, and the difference is you can have yellow energy people who are in positions of authority. But the difference between them and the red energy people is the red energy people, if you fuck up, will go, you fucked that up. And they'll just tell you. The yellow energy people will use a whole bunch of words to make it seem like the situation isn't as bad and it's fine. And as long as there's lessons learned from this, it's all right. And the moment that the meeting is over, they will basically start going, okay, well, how do we fire this person? So they don't say it to your face. kind of thing, right? So the big ideas people, they do tend to be in positions of, they confine themselves in positions of leadership, but they're not actually particularly good leaders, right? They're the ideas people. The red energy people are the real leaders. And then you've got the blue energy people, who are the people who actually do the work. These are kind of like your engineers. The best way of describing the blue energy people, they're the people that turn up, do the work. They're not particularly sociable. They're probably autistic. They don't really chat to many people in the office. They're not there like talking about, oh, did you watch Love Island or any bollocks like that. They probably play Warhammer or video games. But the idea is that the blue energy people actually do the work. Okay. Now, I had all this explained to me inside a team building exercise, and the sort of initial the first thought that I had when this was explained to me was, it sounds like 75% of the energies aren't doing the work. It sounds like 25% of the energies are doing all of the work, but we'll give the red energy a pass because at least they're kind of like managing the projects. Okay, because the red energy people can be cunts, but they do actually make generally quite effective managers and leaders, but you just don't really like them. And the one disadvantage of the blue energy is sometimes they can get really bogged down into the detail, and sometimes you need a red energy person to crunch a blue energy person. They actually work quite well together, red energy. The blue energy people don't get upset when the red energy people tell them off. The blue energy people actually listen and take it on board, but sometimes blue energy people do need a kick up the ass to actually be like, okay, you've spent so much time on that now, you need to move on to the next thing. But it's not quite perfect. Perfect is the enemy of good. That kind of thing, right? So that's all of the energies. So why is yellow energy the problem? Because in theory, if you have an appropriate balance, not an equal balance, if you have an appropriate balance of these energies, you actually have a good company. So you do need the ideas people. A company needs to be needs to be making sure that they are coming up with new ideas so that they can make sure they're always innovating and bringing new products to market, for example. So you do need a bit of yellow energy. You need people to come up with the ideas, the innovations, the creations. You do need that. And you do need a bit of the red energy. You need the red energy people to take, you need the yellow energy to come up with the idea. You need the blue energy people blue and green probably make up the majority. Blue should probably take up the majority. 50% should probably be blue. 10% should be yellow. 20% should be red, 20% should be green. Okay, you need the majority of the people to be blue energy so that they can take the ideas and actually make the ideas into something. I need the green energy people to make sure it's just a nice place to work, but there's not too many green energy people because they're not actually very competent. But you still want them because it fucking sucks if someone doesn't remember your birthday, right? So you still want the green energy people are still vital, even if they're a little bit of a drag. They actually make it a nice place to work. And you need the red energy people to make sure the blue energy people actually crunch and to lead. Okay, so if you have that sort of mix, roughly speaking, you can actually have a really, really effective workplace. The problem is that the yellow energies take over every single time. The problem is when the yellow energy ever gets above about 10%. The moment it hits 20% is when the problems begin to show. And the moment I would say it hits 50%, the company is already dead and they just don't know it. So let me explain why and how, let's explain how yellow energy takes over and why it creates all the problems for every company that's ever gone slop. All right. Every company that's ever gone slop has gone slop because yellow energy took over, without a doubt. So what happens is the yellow energy people come up with an idea. And they're really excited about this idea. They're really passionate about the idea. But they take it, and so they take it to a meeting and they present it. And someone in the meeting is going to be blue energy. It's going to be one of the engineers. Maybe it's like the head of one of the design teams, all right? Or like a senior coder or something like that, right? The guy, everyone else turns up in suits. This guy turns up in sweatpants, but he's damn good at his job. That's, but he doesn't, he's not turning up in a suit, right? The blue energy person says, we can't do that idea for X, Y, and Z. Or they'll say, we can do that, but we're going to need to do X, Y, Z, and that's going to cost 1, 2, 3, and that's going to take ABC amount of time, right? The point is, the blue energy person starts putting barriers, legit, not problems. Barriers isn't even the right word, but they're perceived as problems. They're perceived as barriers to the yellow energy. But the blue energy person, all they're doing is going through the actual practicals of implementing the idea. We can do it, but this is the reality of actually implementing it. And this is sort of, the dirty, not the dirty side of the job. This is the nitty gritty side of the job. They start quoting realities. They bring logic and practicality. Exactly, right? Now, the blue energy person thinks they're being helpful. Because they're like, they think they're being helpful. They think that they're helping to start navigate around the problems that are going to occur. But the yellow energy person doesn't see that. They don't hear that. They just hear someone is getting in the way of the idea. They just hear that you're harshing their vibe. They just, all they hear is me, why, me, we can't do it, negative. That's all they hear, right? Yellow is feeling, blue is thinking. Exactly. So, the yellow energy people, as I said, in the meeting will go, oh, those are all great points. Make sure we get those down in the minutes. Come up with an action plan or a flow chart or all this kind of stuff. Like, this is all awesome kind of stuff. Or maybe the yellow energy person has come up with the flow chart and the blue energy person is actually sort of going through it now and going, okay, we need to change that. Yeah, that's not going to work, blah, blah, blah. The point is, the yellow energy person will say, yeah, that's fine and everything. But inside, they're absolutely fucking seething. They're really fucked off. They're like, how dare he poo-poo my idea? Especially if the blue energy person who's in a position of authority says it can't be done, it's not realistic, this is not going to work. The yellow energy person doesn't want to hear it's not going to work. It's their idea, and they've become very emotionally attached to this idea. So an attack on their idea is an attack on them. So what begins to happen? Even if these two people are of equal authority in the company, what begins to happen is the blue energy person goes back to doing the work and the yellow energy person goes to plotting the office politics. And yellow energy people love office politics. They'll start getting in good with some of the other managers. They'll start schmoozing. They'll start getting in good with the higher ups. And what will start happening is as the blue energy people start coming up with more problems, but solving the problems at the same time, the energy people will be spending their time thinking of how they can basically get rid of all these blue energy people. Because they don't want to hear no. They want to hear yes. And so, one way or another, maybe it's the manager, the blue energy manager or the blue energy employee, because it doesn't have to be a position of authority. It could be a position of lower down the totem pole. I don't know what that's called, but you know what I mean. The point is, the blue energy people start finding themselves being shut out. They start finding themselves not being invited to certain meetings. They start finding themselves just being told, just do the work. Don't worry about any of the decision making or anything like that. Like, don't, blah, blah, blah. And what ends up happening is the project is delivered. The yellow energy person gets all of the credit for it because the blue energy person they just did the work, but it wasn't their idea. So then the yellow energy person gets all the credit for it. This allows them to get sort of more authority. Maybe they'll get a promotion. Maybe even if it's not a direct promotion, they get they get more soft power within the company. An indirect promotion. Oh, technically you're both the same rank. How many times have you heard this? Technically you're both the same rank, but actually the yellow energy person's now up here. And this goes on. And what starts to happen is either the blue energy people, a lot of the time, the blue energy people will then start to just leave. And the reason they'll start to leave is because they can kind of feel that this isn't the same place it once was. They're not being listened to as much. Maybe what starts happening is they're raising problems again. They're problem solving everything, but this time they're just being ignored. Just ignore that. Just push on. We'll fix it in post. Push on. Don't worry. Right. And maybe they start thinking, like, you know what? I'm just not being listened to anymore. I'm not being valued here anymore. Like, I pointed out all of these problems, and then we weren't allowed to fix them because we weren't given the time that we should have been given the time to fix them, because it was just an arbitrary deadline was kind of like set because, it'll be good if we launch this in summer for the vibes or something. And so the blue energy people start just thinking like, what? Like, I'm not valued here. I'm being shut out. So blue energy people, they'll start to leave. And this probably comes a little bit later after a lot of the blue energy people start to leave. They start to get fired. And typically but they won't get fired. They'll get restructured. They'll get restructured out of the company. Corpos love restructuring, because restructuring is how you can fire someone without actually having to fire them. It's like, you ask anyone who's ever been made redundant, it was because of restructuring, and they got restructured out of the company by yellow energy. So what begins to happen is the blue energy, one way or another, begins to leave. But obviously these roles need to be filled up. So what kind of energy gets, do they hire more blue energy people back in? Of course not. They don't want more of those people that say no. They want people that say yes. So what they start to do is hire in yellow energy people, but also, and this is very important, green energy people. Because they want to hire in more people that are like them, but they also want to have other people do the work. And the green energy people, they're still the foot soldiers. They're still the foot soldiers. They're still the people doing the work. They're just not as competent. I don't think I'm shitting on any green energy people. I love green energy people. You need the green energy people. You need those people, right? But they're not as competent as the blue energy ones. But they're also, like I said, less confident. So when another brilliant idea is created, they don't say, oh, no, we can't do that. Oh, we need to consider the practicalities. They just go, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we could do that. Yeah. Green energy, the yellow energy people love the green energy people because the green energy people never say no to them. Now, what about the red energy? The red energy people, they tend to go after the blue energy people. And they go for two reasons. Firstly, they go because they start finding that the people that are they're starting to find that the people that they're leading now require more and more and more work to lead. Before, the red energy people could go to their blue energy team and say, all right, lads, we need to get this done. You've got 2 fucking weeks, crunch time. All right, but if you, blah, 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 blah. And the blue energy people go, yep, understand, very clear communication. That's going to be the blue energy people. It's going to be like 12-hour shifts, but fine, we can fucking do it, right? The red energy people go to the green energy people and they go, right, lads, we need to get this done, blah, 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 blah. And the green energy people go, oh, okay. And but the green, the blue energy people, they'll do 12-hour shifts, but the green energy people, they're clocking out at 7:30 every time. They got to go home. Work-life balance. Working hard or hardly working. They're the green energy people. So the red energy people start getting really frustrated because the people that they're working with are nice, but they're not as good as they once were. Okay, they don't crunch like they used to, and so they start getting frustrated. And so the ranger people, they leave because the ranger people, they thrive under pressure. But they thrive under pressure that leads to results. They don't like wading through the treacle. They like wading through the mud. So they'll start leaving because of that. Red energy people also tend to be. Sometimes you find red energy people can almost be the first to leave in some cases as well, because red energy people, like I said, they're go-getters. They're doers. So they're also the kind of people that will, if they get a better job offer, even if if they get a more exciting job prospect, if they get a better job offer, if they can work in a more like competitive field, they'll take that as well. So there's definitely some range of people that will just leave because they're like, I'll just leave because I can get a better job. There's definitely, they are the go-getters. They're also going to leave because they get frustrated. They're also going to begin to getting pushed out by the yellow energy people, because if a red energy person shouts at a blue energy person, the blue energy person works harder. If a red energy person shouts at a green energy person, the green energy person just doesn't do any more work. They just don't respond to it. If a red energy person has a go at a yellow energy person, that's a death sentence. They're gone. At that point, it's GG. And they don't even realize it because they're used to being able to like get shit done and people being okay with it. If they try and get a yellow energy person to get shit done, that yellow energy person is like, fuck you. You don't tell me what to do. I'm the ideas person. You don't tell me what to do. So one way or another, the red energy people also leave. And so what happens is the levels of red energy go down. So the good leadership, the people that get things done, goes down. The people that are doing the actual nitty-gritty work goes down. And at the same time, the green energy and the yellow energy begins to rise. So this is why I said when it's at 10% yellow energy, it's fine. When it's 20%, that means that you've already begun to lose probably about 10% of your blue energy people. You're down to about 40%. That's when the problems begin to occur. But maybe it's like one bad launch. Okay. When you get to 30%, at that point, you're probably at about 30% yellow, 30% blue. At that point, it's very rocky. The moment you get to 50% of yellow energy, what you've got in a company is basically 50% yellow energy and 50% green energy. So you've got all the people coming up with all the ideas, all the people that are just saying yes to the ideas. The people that are saying yes to the ideas aren't actually skillful enough to implement the ideas properly, and they're not particularly good at managing themselves. So they just push the product to market, even if it's not really ready and even if they need more time, because the people go, that's good enough. Let's go, baby. When a company gets 50% yellow, 50% green, that's when they go to shit. That's when they're dead. That's when they're already dead and they don't know it. And that's when every product they start putting out is flopperooski after flopperooski after flopperooski. It's bad. And that's how you have companies like Ubisoft, for example, who went from creating games like, the Assassin's Creed, like Assassin's Creed 2, like Black Flag, all these kind of things, to making like the latest Assassin's Creed game, which just wasn't very good. It wasn't very good because there was no one there to like say that some of these ideas weren't good ideas, and there was no one there to actually make the game actually, like if you've seen the latest Assassin's Creed game, like the mechanics just aren't very good. The story's just not very well written. It's just kind of boring. Okay, and you can see this with things like Call of Duty as well. Look at the latest Call of Duty game. The idea, oh, let's have it all like everyone's on this, like on like the crazy pills, and it's all like a dream sequence, and it's all like happening inside like people's heads and stuff. That's a really trippy idea. That's a very yellow energy idea, very creative. But actually, there's no one there saying, no, this is fucked, because if you ever read a story and it goes, and then they woke up and it was all a dream and that was shit. Right? So what happened is they had the idea. The green energy people were asked to implement it. They didn't do a very good job. That's why the game wasn't very good. It looked like shit. And that's why the game flopped. It's because there was only yellow and green energy. Once you get the yellow-green 50-50 mix, the company's already dead. You cannot turn it around without rebuilding it from the ground up. But that's why, and this is why you also see companies that are made of like ex-employees from the original great company, and that company immediately releases a smasher. Immediately. You keeping video games as an example of this, look at Expedition 33. I know everyone goes on about this and holds it as an example, but it's such a good example of this. All the people who were red, all the best red and blue energy people left Ubisoft and made Expedition 33, and it was one of the best games. It's up there as one of the all-time great games. All the people that were left over in Ubisoft were green and yellow energy, and they released several shit games in a row, and that's the cause, because the mix is now in its terminal. Ubisoft won't, without massive restructuring, Ubisoft won't be able to turn these things around. And they might, I'm not saying they can't completely, there's always a chance, but this is why so many companies which have gone corpo slop have gone that, because they got their energy levels mixed up. There you go. So that is why, and if you take this idea now, take this knowledge that I've given you, and start applying it, retroactively to companies that you've worked at, to jobs that you've had, maybe the job you've got right now, and you start looking around, and it's like waking up from the Matrix. You start realizing, oh yeah, that's why the company went to shit. That's why things turned. How come the job started and it was perfect, and by the time I left, it was terrible? And that, when you look at that in your own workplace, it makes everything come clear. It explains everything. And then when you start applying it to big things that failed in the public eye, like movies and stuff, now you know why. Now you know why. It's the yellow energy. And you will find, and yet, like I said, yellow energy is important. Don't think that all yellow energy is bad. It's not. But you have to have the right amount of it. And if you have too much of it, if you have too much yellow energy, everything turns to piss. There you are. All right. So what was it worth the wait? Was it worth waiting like 2 weeks for me to explain the yellow energy thing? There you go. There you are. Let's have a look. There you go. Mordian corporate tactics. I knew blue is my favorite. So what color of energy do you think you are? Clip it so you can link it. I'm going to clip it. Don't worry. Yeah. Happening where I work right now. Yeah. Now you know. Yeah. What color are the finance bros? I'd say definitely probably red. Yeah, because don't forget, red energy people also do work. Yeah. I'm snot, yellow and green. Brilliant. AOS is pure yellow energy. AOS is very yellow energy. It's an idea that it's a very, it's a creative idea, but one that probably didn't have enough blue energy to implement it properly. Yeah. Bookkeeper here, blue as fuck. Blue people, a lot of Warhammer players tend to be blue. Blue people are very analytical, very numbers driven, very data driven. But you also, I would say you can be a mix, by the way. You can be a mix of the colors. So I would say like a blue and green Warhammer player is one who likes playing the game, but also doesn't really care too much about competitive play. Like might go to a tournament. A great example of a blue energy player is like an Imperial Guard player who turns up with who goes to a tournament with his lovingly painted Imperial Guard army, which he's come with loads of headcanon for, and goes like 1-2, 2-1, but never ever wins the RTT, and probably only goes to a GT like once a year, if that. A blue and red energy person, a Warhammer player, is someone who plays the game competitively and wants to win events. Yellow and green are people who have no interest. Yellow and green energy Warhammer players are those people who have just amazingly, beautifully created armies. But no, they never have a full army. They have lots of lovingly painted models, and they are beautiful. And maybe they've got like a bit of an Instagram, and they post them on there, or maybe they have like a painting YouTube channel because they want to show off their like creativeness to the world, kind of thing. But they have no interest in playing the game whatsoever. Yeah. So newbie, I mix of green and blue. Yes, I work hard, but I won't ever overwork myself anymore. No overtime, no doing favors, no cards or stuff. I be civil and still holding a big stick. I mean, that's probably actually just blue. That's actually just veteran blue, I would say. I would say deep blue. Because you do the work, but you're... maybe blue-green. Yeah. But I definitely think you might just be... Yeah, no, I think you but green, see, green people don't like saying no. You're probably blue-red. You know what? You're probably blue-red, because a green energy person would never say no to the overtime and would always... A green-blue person would never say no to the overtime. They do the work and they wouldn't want to put up a fuss. So you're probably more blue-red, where you'll do the work, but you're happy to say no to people if you have to. Green people don't really stick up for themselves very much. Yeah, do the work, but over the bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I love how Boost Fallas is like, we are all one people. Workers of the world, unite. Why must we categorize ourselves? Why must we put ourselves in little boxes? We are all human beings. It's like, yeah, but no, at the same time. Mordia, what color are the evil ones who wage deal and do no work? They're just brown. They're just shit colored. They don't have an energy. They have no energy. There you go. They have no energy. Yeah. Yeah. My boss is 100% yellow energy, but keeps me around. to keep their bullshit ground understands how much I carry, well, then they're probably yellow-red. Because a pure yellow energy person wouldn't recognize that, whereas a red energy person would. In fact, they might be pure red. But at the very least, they're probably yellow and yellow-red. By the way, to make something clear, the whole energy thing is utter bollocks. It's utterly wanky. It's just typical corpo slop speak, right? But the terminology is wanky and bullshit, but the core the core principles underlying it are very sound. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. It's the corpo slop version of the 4 human personalities. Exactly, yeah. The energy terminology is so yellow. It's exactly Slim Dribbles. I was waiting for somebody to say it. The whole concept of the energy system is very yellow energy. A yellow energy person came up with the energy system. There you are. There you are. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think we've got some super chats coming in here. Shall we have a look? So I want to say massive thank you to Glenn Lee. Glenn Lee, thank you for the Death Strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. My God. My God. Glenn Lee coming in, blowing our nips off. That's very red energy, Glenn Lee. That's very red energy, sir. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you for absolutely blowing up the entire stream. Absolutely awesome, man. Hang on, it says my... Oh, no, we're back again. My YouTube just said, like, it wasn't getting any data, but we're all right. Dude, thank you so much, man. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, my God. Is the stream okay for everyone? YouTube seems to be shitting the bed slightly on it. I think it's all right. I'm going to give it a quick refresh. All right. You guys might be getting a bit of buffering. It says it's... Maybe I'm having a bit of an internet issue, but hopefully you guys can see it okay. Had a blip. You might experience a bit of a buffering. But hopefully it'll come back again. But Glenn Lee, thank you so much, man. Thanks, Mordy, for the education on Office, Corpo, Tarot card, energy bullshit. And yep, sounds very real, but fuck me. You must be so happy to be away from that and hang out with us heathens. Oh, these, ooh, ah! I love doing this job. Yeah, I really do. Yeah, I worked in I left the corporate world because of yellow energy. Pure, undiluted yellow energy. Horrific. And I have seen it ruin so many companies that used to be so good to work for. Yeah. And everyone who all of my friends and my family and everything, we like, it's yeah. Yeah. I used to quite like being a corporate office drone, but it's kind of like you reach a point where you realize this is just quite shit. Yeah, man. There you go. So what was kind of funny? What was kind of funny, right? Is so Mrs. Mordian often jokes that, and you'll notice this, like Simon takes the piss out of me for this as well, about having bullshit luck. And Mrs. Mordian often, I joked with Mordian saying that if I was a Fallout character, I would have put all 10 points into luck. Luck stat 10. Like, and it is the Myers-Briggs thing. Now, what was funny is, I could probably say this now. So when I left my last job, before I did this full time, what was funny is I'd been through the rodeo a couple of times of seeing the yellow energy take over. So I was already looking for other work, other jobs. I'd already updated my CV. I'd already been applying for jobs and everything, but obviously I hadn't like told my boss I was doing that. I mean, I was a operations manager, so I was lower senior management, upper middle management kind of thing. I was the only operations manager there. I was the blue energy team manager, right? So I was already looking around. I had a couple of like interviews and stuff like that. And then I knew the yellow energy was taking over the company. I knew it, like the way things were going. I knew, like I said, I played these games before. I knew it. So I was like getting all my, my eggs in a row, getting all my ducks in a row, getting everything sorted out. And what was funny is then the company announced a bunch of, they announced restructuring. And I was like, yes. So I knew what was coming. Because I also knew that the yellow energy people didn't like me, and I knew that the coup was coming, right? They'd already got rid of, a couple of other quite senior blue energy people, and I knew I was going to be next. I knew I was. So, I also knew that I didn't want to work. I'd already been sort of looking for 6 months. Well, started preparing and everything and all that kind of stuff. So what happened is they called me into the meeting and they were like, okay, we're going to have some like restructuring. And there was the whole bunch of people that went in like before me. And they a lot of the like people were coming out, they were like crying or they were like shaken. They were like, oh my God, like, oh, everything's going to go to shit. And I was like, I was a veteran. Because like I said, I've been through this before, I was a veteran. So they called me into the meeting and they gave me the whole spiel. We need to go through restructuring. This is what the company's going to look like straight away. Oh, how curious. My role doesn't seem to exist anymore. So I guess you're going to have to re-roll me, aren't you? All this kind of stuff, right? And what was so funny is they, everyone else, because it was a glass office, so you could see people like getting really upset when they were having their meeting, and I was like, I completely poker faced it. I completely and utterly poker faced. I didn't say anything. I didn't lose my shit or anything. And what happened is they were like, and so so literally everyone else, they're like, okay, check the other roles and everything, blah blah, and I just went, thank you for the information. Just one question. I assume that I have a choice on this re-rolling thing. They're like, yes, of course, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And I said, so I assume there's a choice of here where I don't have to get re-rolled. And they were like, and I was like, and obviously I've been with the company 4 years. So if that is the case, I'm potentially eligible for voluntary redundancy here. And they were like, they looked at each other because no one else had said this. They looked at each other and were like, well, we weren't really expecting anybody to go down that route, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, but it is an option, isn't it? So what ended up happening, long story short, because no word of a lie, Mrs. Mordian to this day is like, I can't believe you did this. But I've told you before, whenever the job goes to shit, remember the guy that said, if you put up any more problems, remember I told you, this is an old story. In the first job I had a manager that tried to get me to do loads of unpaid overtime, and I complained and said, if you want me to do overtime, you have to give me the pay rise. And he kept putting me off, until he said, if you keep badgering about this, you can either do the work and get recognition, or you can keep making a fuss, and that's going to lead to one place, and that's the door. And I went, okay, that's fine. And I chose the fucking door, and he couldn't believe it, right? And that manager got fired 2 months after I left because his whole team had quit on him. Now, the thing, going back to the story, first thing I did is basically call an old manager of mine, call another one of the guys who who was a very senior manager I'd noticed, who was also very blue energy, who they'd got rid of his role as well. And I called an employment solicitor. Or literally, I after the meeting, I'm just going to take some time to think about this, and just literally just went home, didn't ask for permission. So once I knew I had that option, and talked to all of them, basically, and what I was able to do is, because I'd worked for the company a long time, and because of the position I was in, there was a certain level of handover that needed to be done. I basically was able to get not an amazing, obviously not as good as like having a job, but I was actually able to get quite a good voluntary redundancy payout. I actually ended up I got 6 months, which was because I spoke to the CEO. I literally got all this in a row, and I phoned the CEO of the company who had been in there, and I said, name change for legal purposes, Fred, I know what's going on here. You know what's going on. And I knew he was Red Energy. I know what's going on here. You know what's going on here. How about we don't go through the really, really fucked up process of going through all of this? And how about we just come to an agreement? And he went, I'll give you 6 months. And I went, fine. Handshake deal. Done. And that's how I ended up doing this job, doing this full time. Because I was able to basically, just because I got to speak to him without HR in the room. I got that. And then that basically was when I said to Mrs. Mordy, and I said, okay, I've got a bit of a safety net here. I want to try streaming for a year. And she went, okay, as long as it works out, that's fine. And then here we are 4 years later. So you know how I've said to you guys, you need to be comfortable with confrontation. That doesn't just apply to tournaments. That doesn't just apply to tournaments at all. So I had always been the blue energy guy who had just turned up, done the work, never complained, never done office politics, never done anything like that. But I am this might sound crazy, but I am quite a competitive person as well, which makes me red energy, which means that when I need to, I can flick the switch. And I don't have any issue with confrontation whatsoever. I've dealt with people literally trying to fight with me at a tournament because I wouldn't let them cheat. Yeah. So there you go. That's it. And so it's thanks to that's why you have to recognize these things, guys. That's why you have to be aware of them, because you can always. And Mrs. Mordian, when I came home and told Mrs. Mordian what we'd managed to, well, obviously went home that day, sorted it all out, came back into the office the next day, had the conversation with their CEO, blah, blah. Came home from that. Mrs. Mordian went, I can't believe you've managed to do that. She was like, you were looking to leave anyway. You'd already been applying for jobs anyway. I actually got some offers for interviews after I left here. And one of them was like, it's just a formality because the part of the industry I was in was very close knit. Everyone kind of knew everyone. So it was kind of a, hey man, I'm looking for a job. Can you hire me? Yeah, sure. No problem kind of thing. So they couldn't believe, Miss Morgan couldn't believe, she was like, what? How you were literally looking at handing your resignation in anyway, within a month. And I was like, yeah, I know. That's why Mrs. Mordian now says that I have a luck stat of 10. Because literally, if they'd waited a month, I would have left anyway. The stupid motherfuckers. Oh my God. Literally, the stupid motherfuckers. And to this, honestly, to this day, occasionally I will find myself grinning to myself. And Mrs. Mordy knows the exact grin that I do. I'm just there like sort of 1,000-yard stare, but smiling. And she'll be like, "You're thinking about it again, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah. Those stupid bastards." They thought, yeah, they fuck it. Because the thing is, yeah, playing like a fiddle. Yeah. There you go. Those stupid. Honestly, if they'd waited maybe even like 2 weeks, I was just finding the right time to like, basically hand my resignation. Literally, if they waited 2 weeks to a month, problem would have solved itself. As it was, I got to pay my car off, and I got to do this for a living. There you go. There you are. Yeah. And that was it. That was it. And that's why I always said, years ago when I started doing this, I said I always thought this would be like a year adventure, and then I'd have to go back into the real world. There you go. That was why. Because I was like, well, if it doesn't make any money, I've got to basically, if I eat, beans on toast for a year, I can probably eke it out. Yeah. I can probably eke it out and then end up, because I don't have very Spartan needs, so I don't spend a lot of money as it was. Yeah. Yellow cells seething at blue Chad. Well, I don't know. That I wasn't very blue energy in that moment. I was very, very red energy. Yeah. That's what I mean. You've got to be able to turn it on, boys. There you are. Yeah. There you go. Mordian is a Tzeentch fan. You know what? I don't know. Is Tzeentch about luck? For me, it just kind of all fell into place. My brother was he was very happy for me, but he was also like, I can't believe you've done it. I can't believe you've done it. Because I talked to him about this, because my brother's older than me, so he's been through a lot of this. My brother's a great font of knowledge. And I've been talking to him about how to handle, about this as well. He was one of the people I actually rang when I knew what was happening, as well. But he couldn't believe it. Yeah, he couldn't believe it. He was like, "That is literally." He said, "If you had planned it, it couldn't have gone any better." And I was like, "I know, man." Yeah. So that's why, and it was so funny. It was so fucking funny, right? Because they almost picked up on it. And obviously, the people that when I left, they were happy. The energy, because they got rid of me essentially. Got rid of me without a big fuss, which, like I said, because of the UK employment law, once you've basically been there for 2 years, it'd be quite difficult to get rid of someone. We have quite relatively good employment laws in the UK. For the first 2 years, you can get rid of anyone for anything. After that, it's actually quite hard. But yeah, it was so funny because the HR woman in the meeting and the marketing director was in the meeting as well. They picked up on it, but not they didn't. They almost picked up on it. Okay, because what happened? I was, like I said, I was completely stony faced. Everybody else who they'd called in around this. By the way, and what was so funny is I knew that most of the people that were getting called in had nothing to worry about. I knew, I was like, all the green energy people, all the yellow energy people, they're fine. I knew this was a blue purge. I knew what it was, right? So, and I knew a lot, but obviously these people, they don't really like that. They don't know because they've not been through it before. Because a lot of them were relatively young, so they hadn't been through it before, so they were quite upset. But so everyone else had basically been having this meeting and getting, having their individual meetings and getting quite upset. And then I had gone in and I hadn't reacted at all. I was just like, literally, I sat in the meeting as they droned on for about 15, 20 minutes, beating around the bush when I knew exactly what was going on. And imagine someone staring at you like this for like 20 minutes. And you're telling them all this, and and you're using all these big words, And they're just staring at you like this, literally, right in the eye. I didn't break eye contact once. I just... And they got to the end of it, and they went, are you okay? You seem to, you're not really reacting. They literally said, are you okay? You're not really reacting. And I went, no, I'm just taking it all in. I'm just listening. And I said, can I have a copy? Like I said, so I said, can I have a copy of that new organization chart, please? And they went, yeah, of course. And they gave me a paper copy of it. And that's when I just looked through it. I didn't say anything. They all started sort of looking at each other. I didn't say anything. And that's when I went, saw my role wasn't on it, blah, 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 blah. And I said, so I assume if, and that's what I said before. Yeah. Yeah. And that's when they were like, full on psycho stare. Yeah. You weren't satisfying their power trip. Exactly. Yeah. Because the thing is, yeah. Renewable energy. I don't know how it is now. It was 4 years ago when I was there, but renewable energy was a very, it was quite, it's still a niche industry. Even with how hard the UK pushes for green energy, still a very niche industry. Like I said, everyone kind of knows everyone, and then there's niches within niches as well. So it's a bit of a wild west, and you do find companies kind of rise and fall and get absorbed quite quickly, more so than you find, more so than you would expect. Companies that are ultra professional sort of pop up, go through the corpo life cycle, go down and get absorbed. Multiple very quickly in the space of like 2 or 3 years, I found. But not the people who were like doing the work and like building the turbines, but a lot of like because I was in like the management of the assets and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I like I said, a proper corpo drone. I was an asset man. I started off as like an asset manager basically for like private renewable energy companies where they like make money off the energy that's being made and stuff like that. So proper office corpo capitalism job. Yeah. Yeah. Mordian Bateman Glory. I use an organic face mask. And we can shake hands. And you can say my name. But I'm not even there. Yeah. There you are. They were hoping you'd be disappointed and you weren't. Exactly. I had to keep a straight face because I was thinking, like, shit, man. I might be able to get I might be able to get voluntary redundancy pay here. So I had to try and hide my excitement. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. But it's a win-win for everyone in there when you think about it. Yellow energy people got rid of the blue energy people. And the well, not for everyone. There were a few, unfortunately, there were a few people who hadn't been through it before who ended up going without much. A few people who hadn't been through it before who were blue energy and who also didn't have the length of service to be able to have any sort of employment protections. So, yeah. Morning Glory, what is redundancy pay? So in the UK, there are certain statutory requirements for sometimes if you've been in a job long enough, they don't fire you. You can always be fired, but instead of being fired, you can be what's called made redundant. And if a company makes you redundant, they have to basically pay you off. But statutory redundancy, which is what the government forces companies to pay, isn't very good. So this is why isn't very good. But in the UK, a company, if they go through something like restructuring to try and make someone redundant to try and get rid of them, they have to go through a long process to prove that they've done everything they can to basically they have to go through quite a long process to prove they've done everything they can before they've made the person redundant. So they have to seriously attempt to re-roll you. They basically have to give you like another role if you're not suited to that role, then they have to try and re-roll. Like honestly, sometimes it can be like, depending on how long you've been there, they can have to like re-roll you a couple of times, or they have to basically do enough so they prove they haven't just gone, oh yeah, we're just getting rid of you because we don't like you, kind of thing, right? You can't. It's part of employment protections, so it's kind of like layoff. It's kind of like severance pay, but there's a whole process to it, which is why when I went to my boss and said, let's come to a deal. Because one way that a company can make it much more palatable for themselves, because you can really, really, really drag out going through the redundancy process. You can really, especially if you've been there over a couple of years, you can really, really drag it out. I've been there I think it's like 4 or 5 years at that point. I can't quite remember, but I've been there. I was one of the longest serving employees, but they had quite a big churn, right? So you can really drag it out and make it quite painful. And if they don't go through the process properly, then they're at risk of what's called going through wrongful termination, at which point you can then actually legally take them to court. And it's not that hard to prove wrongful termination. Especially, that's why I called the employment solicitor, right? So that's why I had a very nice long conversation with an employment solicitor, which was worth, every penny kind of thing, because I was able to, I was able to basically present everything to her, and she was like, yeah, okay, this is definitely, you've got a case here if they want to go down that route, blah, blah, blah. So that's why when I went to my boss and said, let's come to a deal, he jumped at it because it meant that he could basically not have to go through the quite arduous and potentially risky process of going through re-rolling and blah 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 before essentially making me redundant. So basically, yeah, that was it. It's pay to win in many ways. For him, it was pay to win. So yeah. So that's what redundancy pay is. Yeah. Constructive dismissal is a huge factor in re-rolling. Companies can get bent over the judicial bench in New Zealand for that one, and it's similar in the UK. Yeah, as well. Interesting. We are employee at will across most of the US. We have unemployment insurance, but it's 50% of your pay. I mean, that's unemployment insurance, I guess, is... When you say 50% of your pay, do you mean like it costs you 50% of your pay, or you only get 50%? Because that's still not too bad. Yeah. Concept that some may not be familiar with is that the job that has been made redundant, not the person. If the job ceases to exist, they have to compensate you for the job disappearing. It's not being fired. Exactly. At 100%. You can't, in the UK, you can't just go, well, it's not, well, we're just going to get rid of your job kind of thing. They can, obviously, but then they have to go through things like, as we said, yeah. Yeah. Because of wrongful termination, in case the headlines is poison to guys looking for a job. Yeah, exactly. They don't want to go through any of that, and especially when they were doing it, it was a relatively big restructuring. It was a relatively big, like I said, they basically got rid of every blue energy person in the company in one go. It was pretty, there was like, it wasn't a huge company, but it's like 50, 60 people there, at least. Probably more by the time. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. Someone was asking me, how is the company doing 4 years later? It's still going, but it's so yellow energy now. The thing, it's so yellow energy. So after I left, so after I left, I was on, because I used to be a corpo slop drone, so I had like LinkedIn and stuff. So after I left, I was on LinkedIn because I occasionally like to look to see. I don't do it anymore. When I was first, obviously in the first year that I was doing this, I had to keep one eye on real jobs as well as on this one, because I had to make sure I was being, I've got to provide, I've got to make sure I'm holding my end of the mortgage up and everything, right? But I was on LinkedIn, and one of the posts that because LinkedIn's like Facebook for corporate wankers, and a post came up, and it was like, look at all of our staff enjoying Yoga Monday. So now none of them do any work for like the first couple of hours every Monday, and they all do yoga on yoga mats. That is very yellow energy. And that's when you know there's no red and there's no blue left at the company. As far as I'm aware, they're still going. But I'm not one of these people that thinks once I'm gone, the company's going to collapse. Because the company was there before. Well, actually, the company wasn't there. I was one of the first people to join the company when it was a startup. But the company often will continue to trundle along. I won't get into much. The company that I was in is basically sort of in a pseudo monopoly as well. So they're in a position where, unfortunately, they can basically, for their customers, they can basically collect money for doing nothing. But so yeah, that's why they decided to get rid of all the blue energy people, because then they knew wouldn't be they didn't have anyone saying no to them, and they could have all the shitty ideas they wanted. Yeah. Oh yeah, Yoga Monday said no one busy ever. Exactly. Yeah. There you are. All right. What have we got next? So, Harfin, thank you for super chat, man. Which guard units / 40k armies have which energy? I don't know. Imperial Agents is very yellow energy. Guard is very blue energy, I would say. Yeah. And then I can't bother going through the rest of them. But the Codex Imperial Agents is very yellow energy. Okay, Prophet, can someone explain this anything to me? It'll be coming out of the stream highlight, mate. Don't worry. There you are. Orcs is green, of course. Orcs are green energy, of course. There you are. One of the best lessons in corporate that taught me was to deal with yellow energy was malicious compliance, and oh boy, did it work. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because malicious compliance, the blue energy people still get the blame when shit goes wrong. That's the thing. Yeah. Agents player called out. Agents players are not yellow energy. The way GW implemented the Imperial Agents Codex was very yellow energy. Horus Heresy 3.0 is a classic example of yellow and green energy. Classic example. Yeah. Right, last super chat, and then I'm going to bed. The Krampus, thank you for super chat. TTC progress in stream discussion. TTC Vow progress so far. 2 artillery teams, Graves, Commissar, Krieg Command Squad, and 10 Kriegers done. Still to do other 10 Kriegers, Engineers, Dre and Yak. Hey man, that's not much at all. What, 20 infantry, A horsey dude and Yarrick? I mean, you've already done such a good job. Wow. Smashing it, bro. Look at that. Looking sick, mate. Oh, so cool. Yeah, it's really coming together, man. It's really coming together. Nice. I mean, I think you've kind of broken the back of it now, right? Artillery, yeah, you've definitely broken. Yeah, look at that. I think you're over the halfway point. Yeah, I think you're over the halfway point. Because you basically painted, if you include the crew and the various crew, you've basically already painted this much infantry once already. And then you've painted all the extra stuff as well. Whereas now, all you've got left to paint is the same amount of infantry again. So, yeah. Excellent color scheme. Beautiful paint job. Very, very well done. And I look forward to seeing the rest of it all painted up as well. You know what? It doesn't matter that guard is a bit shit right now, because nothing anyone will ever say will ever convince me otherwise that right there isn't peak 40k. Peak guard. Absolutely peak. Yeah. Peak war dollies. Exactly, man. That's very blue energy. There you go, man. I love it. All right, what have we got here? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. How it feels to have ogres in your list in stream discussion. What happens when you have 18 Bulgrin in your list? Right, 1 minute. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. What is this? Let's have a look.
Chief, important message call from fat, disgusting ogres over the fast. yes, put them online, Karl. Maybe that fool Greasus finally wants to return my lawnmower he borrowed took.
I'm over here stroking my cat. I got gravy on my cat right now. I'm just stroking my cat. I'm hungry as fuck, man. I'm an ogre, man, for real.
And that, yes, sir, Chief. Please disconnect Far Squeaker forever.
Oh my god. Right, can you stop discussing religion in the fucking chat or I'll ban both of you? Obviously, that's not going to be something I want to have in the stream. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Right. Don't make me come back there. If I have to, I'll hit you with my ring hand. All right. All right. Religion or politics? Straight to jail. Straight to jail. There you are. Yeah, separates the church and hobby. Exactly. This is a secular. What is that the right? Separation church state secular? It's a secular stream, this is. There you are. All right. Anyway. A sexual? I mean, cosmic. I didn't, but we could make it that way. What's the best Baneblade variant in your opinion? Banesword. There you are. Not that anyone's ever going to be able to buy a Baneblade ever again because of the fact that apparently GW is discontinuing them. They're obviously not, but I like to troll people, so there you go. So what have we got here? Sir Doobie, thank you for the super chat. I don't know if my super chat went through earlier, but hobby update and stream discussion. It might have done. I may have missed it. If I did, I do apologize. I'll have a quick look. It did, and I definitely missed it. 100% lambast me. Let's have a look. All right, last super chat and then bedtime. It has been many weeks and months that the temptations have whispered into my ears, and while I caved for a while, the damn heat waves have not only put a halt to filling up the guard armory and stalling my chance of trying 11th, Given it's cooled down and hopefully the heat waves are over, I once again heard the whispers. So I dug into my pile of shame and stumped upon the very thing calling to me. The Rift. While I will try to keep the vibes within the guard, it is time. I delved into this odd warp and busted a rift on the other side of it. Yes! Bust a rift! Bust a rift! Bust a rift! But now I must introduce you to Right Master Hans Vern Heilmann, born 1919, March 19th. That's a lot of 19s. In Kent, England, to an English father and a German mother. During his early life was hard due to a drunken father and the frictions after World War I. When the call for all to return to the fatherland, he left England to his mother's homeland. Being jobless and homeless, he joined the Wehrmacht here at the mere age of 18. 2 years into the war, he was shipped off to the Eastern Front, having survived Operation Barbarossa as one of the few that made it out of Stalingrad and Kursk. But during the Soviet offensive and pursuit, he was wounded and sent back to Dresden for medical care. Lucky he was just outside the blast, but was still hit with the aftermath, causing him to lose an eye and being saved by the Green Vault. He has fallen in line with the Green Vault and leads a squadron of Style Trooping ruthlessly. Yes. Calgar in Style Trooping armor, baby! I don't know if that is a Calgar head, by the way. It does look a little bit like one. Oh, that's so cool, man. That's so cool. The Karl Trooping. The Karl Trooping. Oh my god. Dude, I love it, man. I absolutely love it. Welcome to the Rift. Welcome to the Konflikt. Welcome to the best damn war game on the market right now. Yeah, it's a Style Trooping head. Oh, fair enough. I haven't used any of the helmetless ones, but that's really cool. I didn't even need to know that. I need to go and get some of them Style Trooping heads and use them for other things. Yeah, Marius Krulgar, Calgar with a K. Yes, there you are. Dude, I love it, man. I absolutely love it. It's awesome to see you on the Konflikt. And yeah, you're going to love it. It's such a good game. It's such a damn bloody good game. Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh, yes, I was going to ask you, Newbie. How did you find building the models? I don't know how much K-47 or bot action you've built before. But I always find that the Warlord, especially the Style Trooping, are a piece of piss to build. I love that you give them all of the LMGs as well. Actually, legit good loadout. Yeah, it's just fucking spraying the shit out of people. Yeah. Yeah, also, fuck me, the kit was so easy. Yes. Now you begin to see. I have never lied to you, Sir Newbie. I have never led you astray. I have always told you the truth. But one cannot be told what the Matrix is. One must be shown. And now you begin to see. There you are. There you are, man. All right. So Newbie, thank you so much, man. Mad Larkin, I don't like the bot action special infantry. The Rangers and Airborne were pain lining up with the gun hands. Really? Did they not have the guns molded into the hands? If you may have got the older infantry. The older infantry has it where you've got to like line the hands up in various ways. So it may be, I don't know which ones you got, but I'd be very surprised. Yeah. But, you know, like, I had a few molded sets. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. I always find the old set way of doing it was a bit of a pain, but I've had, like, zero issues with the new stuff, but, yeah. Like 2 or 3 arms per sprue? I think you had the old set, mate. I think you had the old US Airborne. I don't know, but what obviously box you bought or whatever, or if it was the old Airborne Starter Army maybe. But I bet it was it was probably the old ones. The new ones are much better. I mean, I can probably actually find out because I'm curious now. I'm genuinely curious. I want to have a look. Was it the... I need to find the picture. I bought the mystery box and Waller was like, yeah, get the old stock out. Which box? Well, let me find it.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Da, da, da. I'm gonna fucking find this fucking thing. Fuck's sake. Almost found it. Not quite. Aha, here you go. Was it this box? US Airborne, late World War II US Paratroopers? Yeah, that's the older one. It's fine. It's fine, but it is not as it's one of the older kits. It's from I think late first edition. It's like I said, it's fine, but the best ones are these ones. If you ever find a box of these, or you get an opportunity to pick some up, just I'd say specifically to you, Mad Larkin, I would get a box of these just so you can sort of see like how far the airborne infantry sprues have come, because these ones are just unbelievably good. Yeah, I think there's pictures of the sprues maybe. Yeah, like look at all the new ones. All the arms are molded in. So you literally it just slots on any of these bodies. That one you got to line up a little bit. That one you got to line up a little bit. But you see, it's that goes in the right place on the gun. That goes in the right place there. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, it's just the that's it's just, even if you just pick up a sprue, I think you'd probably appreciate just from almost like a modeling academic point of view, if that makes sense. Yeah, but yeah, there you go. I was only mentioning it, Mad Larkin, in case you were, like I said, sort of curious about it. But the good news is, Mad Larkin, is that bit by bit, all the old kits are going away and they're replacing with all the new ones. But yeah, I do. The old ones are fine, but like I don't blame you for not being a massive fan of them. I'm not a massive fan of them. I'm not running defense for Warlord. I think the sooner they can replace all the old kits, the new kits, the better. And they've been doing a good job of it, but you know, they could. Hopefully, they'll be able to do more and more of them in the future. Yeah, it's just fiddly. Yeah, bro, I built 200 of the old Soviet conscripts, and they had 0 weapons molded in to have 0. It was all separate arms, and you had to get the rifles and mold them in, and you slot them in. And the arms were the weapons were specific to each rifle, and you had to use like this weird like build guide, like single-sided like instruction sheet. It was pretty fucked. And now I got a box of the new Soviets, which I built and painted up as part of my first TTC vow, and it's just like I can never go back to the old ones. I built a bunch of the old Americans, and then I built a bunch of the new ones. Can never go back to the old ones now. Yeah. So don't think I'm saying you're wrong. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. Your experience is absolutely correct. You're right to be, somewhat critical of the situation, and but in a constructive way, so we can hopefully make sure that future generations of Warlord enjoyers just get to enjoy just the good new ones. Yeah. There you go. I'm still holding out for new Soviet Winter Infantry, but I still might cave. Yes. I've no idea. Unfortunately, I've not heard anything. But I would say the new Soviet infantry is exceptionally good. I would recommend it. Yeah. I would recommend it. Even if you think you like the winter stuff, and I know I do, I still think the new, just normal Soviet infantry are very, very good. Yeah. The Metal 50s were a bit of a pain. Did you get one of the plastic ones, though? Because I did ask them to chuck one in for you. Well, I mentioned it and they said they would. Because you got the Warlord resin ones and they were all... Not yet? Oh, that's frustrating. They should have chucked it in with your order if they've forgotten classic Warlord. But I can follow up on it or something. Yeah, we can figure something out. You should have got it with the order. But what might have happened is they might have already sent your order out. And then, because obviously it took me a little while to mention it to Warlord and then mention it to you and blah, blah, blah. So you can, if you didn't get one and you don't get one, you can blame me. Because it was probably me taking a week to remember to email them. And they might have already shipped your order out by then. So, yeah. So if you don't get one, hashtag blame Mordian. There you go. All right. Can I replicate your 18 Borgness at 1k points? Technically, yes, but you wouldn't have much more points for anything. But you can take 18 Borgness at 1k. And it is, I think it is possible. Maybe 12. I don't know if there's a rule of 2 at 1k, but yeah. Right. What have we got here? De Krampus, thank you for the super chat, man. The monster we've become in stream discussion. Why did you make me do this? Very true. Very, very, very true. I love it. Fun Jacob, thank you so much. Are we getting a named Jackal character? I don't know. We are getting a new American hero. Because like Ultramarines in 40k, the Americans in K47 must get their participation model on every release. Yeah, so, but I know there is a new American hero coming because Warlord told us. I just have no idea what it's going to be. I've just no idea. Mad Larkin, all of the 50 cals. Nice. Oh, how interesting. All of your ones came in... all of your ones came in metal. You see, I think they keep the best stuff for the Brits. Because, as in for British people like me. Because I have a couple of these airborne... Oh, no, they're not winter airborne though, are they? Ah... The US Winter Airborne Weapon Team it's a Warlord metal and resin kit, and it's excellent. Very, very good. But you've just got the regular airborne and the regular army ones, and they were metal for me as well. They were. All right. On that note, gentlemen, I am leaving. We can talk more Warlord stuff tomorrow when we do Warlord Wednesday. So tomorrow's stream is probably going to be a painting and hobbying stream, but of course we will take some time out to potentially talk about I think that we're getting a bit of a hint of the reveal for Epic Zulu tomorrow. Don't think we're going to get the whole thing, though, but we'll, of course, take a moment to look at that. But then I think on Friday, maybe on Friday, not quite sure, might be Thursday, might be Friday, I'm not sure, but later this week, we will be covering that stuff. But yeah, there we go. That trade is till 50. Nice, Mad Larkin. Nice. Pure Infantry, heavy 50 cal team. Pure Infantry, 50 cal heavy army. I love it. But guys, I'm going to rush off. It's late. I've been streaming for 7 hours. And I started the stream very tired. I thought I'll only stream for like 4 hours tonight. But on a serious note, thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you to all of you for... Sorry, I'm just bookmarking something. Let me do that properly. Gentlemen, thank you so much for all of your for all of you who joined, to everyone who liked and subscribed, and of course, to everyone who chatted away. And a massive, massive bunker busting thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that good stuff. With a special shout out to Glenn Lee, who came in with the Death Strike chat, Fun Jacob, who came in with 50 gifted memberships. Shout out to Reggie the Duck, and also a big shout out to Gun MK, who came in with probably close on. I'd say close on a couple of probably two or three cumulative Baneblade chats. So very, 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 very nice. So massive thank you to all there. But of course, a big thank you to all of you who supported. Even if it was just as simple as a member flex or single gifted membership, whatever it might have been, it all helps. It all makes a big difference. And it is thanks to all of you guys that I am still here 4 years later. And it's thanks to all of you guys that this didn't end up as just a 6-month to 1 year adventure and then I had to go back to being a corpo drone. It's thanks to you guys that I escaped the yellow energy. There you are. But of course, that's all for now. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, see you guys next time.